the light is off. And there it is, right on schedule. The mind that waited all day for this exact moment, the quiet, the dark, the stillness, and took it as an invitation to begin. The conversation from this afternoon playing again. The thing you said or didn't say. The decision that isn't made yet, turning over and over like a stone in a pocket. The email. The tone of that one message. The version of tomorrow where it goes wrong, rehearsed in detail, and then the other version also rehearsed, just in case. You know this mind. You live with it. And you're tired. Not of the thoughts exactly, but of the way they arrive the moment your head touches the pillow, as if the day had been saving them up. So let me say the first thing plainly, before anything else. You're allowed to be tired of this. Not ashamed of it. Not annoyed at yourself for it. Just tired. The honest, ordinary tiredness of someone who has been thinking hard all day and would very much like to stop. And one small, warm truth before we settle in. This is a place to rest tonight, a voice to keep you company while your mind slows down. It isn't a substitute for the care of a professional or for the people who love you and want to hear how you're really doing. Those things have their place in the daylight. Tonight is simpler than that. Tonight is just rest. Nothing needs solving before morning. I want you to hear that early because your mind may argue. It may insist that if it just runs the loop one more time, it will finally get somewhere. And maybe some part of you believes that. That's all right. You don't have to win that argument. You don't have to have it at all. The conversation can stay unfinished. The decision can stay unmade. The day can go ungraded, no score, no review, no verdict tonight. Putting it all down for 8 hours is not giving up on any of it. Everything you set aside tonight will still be there in the morning, and morning you, rested, clear, fed on sleep, is so much better at all of it than midnight you. You're not abandoning your problems. You're handing them to someone more qualified, the person you'll be after a night of sleep. So for now, just the bed. Feel it underneath you. The actual physical bed, the mattress taking your weight without being asked, the pillow holding the exact shape of your head, the blanket resting where it rests. These things are simple and they're real and they're happening right now, which is more than can be said for most of what your mind is showing you. The replayed conversation isn't happening. The rehearsed tomorrow isn't happening. But the pillow is happening. The warmth gathering under the covers is happening. Your breath, moving in and out on its own, is happening. And you might notice that as you rest your attention on those real things, even for a few seconds, something eases. Not everything, just something. A shoulder you didn't know was lifted. A jaw held slightly tight. You don't have to relax on command, nobody can, but you can allow the body to do what it's already leaning toward. It wants to be heavy. It's been wanting this all day. Take a breath now, a slightly deeper one if that feels easy, and let it go slowly without pushing. Good. And another whenever you're ready. In and out. There's no rhythm to keep. No breathing exercise to perform correctly. The body knows how to breathe. It has done it every moment of your life without a single instruction, and it knows how to sleep too. It has done that all your life as well. You have never once had to figure out how to fall asleep. It isn't a skill. It isn't a task. It's a permission. And tonight, permission is all we're doing. Let me tell you what tonight will be like, so your mind can stop wondering. I'm going to stay with you, all night. This voice doesn't leave after 20 minutes, it stays, hour after hour, quiet and unhurried, so that if you surface at 2, at 3, at 4 in the morning with a thought already mid-sentence, you won't surface into silence. You'll surface into this. A voice that isn't alarmed, isn't in a rush, isn't asking anything of you. And you can let the thought hand itself over and drift back down. That's the whole arrangement. You don't have to stay awake to listen. You don't have to follow anything. The words will go on with or without your attention, like rain on a roof, and you can fall asleep in the middle of any sentence you like. In fact, I hope you do. And here is the one image I want to offer you. You don't have to hold on to it. It will come back on its own, many times all night. A jar of water with sand stirred into it. You know what that looks like, cloudy, swirling, impossible to see through. That's the overthinking mind at night. And you know what clears it, not shaking the jar harder, Not reaching in to grab each grain and place it, not analyzing the cloudiness. The only thing that clears stirred water is nobody touching it. You set the jar on a shelf, you leave it alone, and the sand all on its own with no help from anyone settles, slowly, grain by grain, until the water is clear and still and quiet, not because anyone made it quiet, but because quiet is what water does when it's finally left in peace. Your mind is that jar tonight, and every time you try to think your way to calm, to finish the loop, to resolve the worry, to reach a conclusion so the thinking can stop, that's a hand back in the water stirring. It's such an understandable hand. It means well. But tonight we're going to practice the other thing, setting the jar down, leaving it be, letting the settling happen the way settling happens, by itself in the dark while you rest. So here is the first pass, the first setting down. There will be many, and each one will be a little softer than the last, and none of them require anything from you. Imagine, if you like, a small table just inside the door of this night. Nothing fancy. A plain wooden surface worn smooth. It's where things get left when you come in: keys, a coat over the chair beside it. And tonight, one by one, without ceremony, you can leave your thoughts there too. The conversation you've been replaying, you can set that on the table. You don't have to finish it first. Unfinished things are allowed on this table. That's what it's for. The conversation will keep. Whatever was said, whatever wasn't, it's already in the past, and the past is remarkably good at waiting. It has nowhere to go. Set it down. And notice you don't have to put it down forcefully or push it away or pretend it doesn't matter. It matters. That's fine. Things that matter can still spend the night on the table. The decision that isn't made, set that down too. Here is a secret about decisions at midnight. They can't actually be made now. Not really. There's nothing to decide against, no new information arriving, no action possible from a dark bedroom. The mind rehearses the decision because rehearsing feels like progress. But you may have noticed, over many nights, that it never is. The decision gets made in daylight, usually quickly, usually more easily than the night predicted. So the unmade decision goes on the table. It will be exactly as unmade at 7 in the morning, and you will be twice the person to meet it. The rehearsals of tomorrow, those can go down as well. All the versions. The one where it goes badly, and the one where you handle it perfectly, and the one where you say the exact right thing. Tomorrow doesn't need a script. It never follows the script anyway. You've noticed that too. Tomorrow will arrive as itself, brand new, and you'll meet it as yourself, and that has always been enough. The rehearsals can rest on the table with everything else, pages and pages of them, and nobody will grade them. And the grading itself, the quiet reviewing of today, the tallying of what you did well and what you should have done differently, you can leave that at the door entirely. The day is over. It doesn't get a score. It was a day, you lived it, it's done. There's something almost funny about how hard the mind works to evaluate a day that has already ended and cannot be changed. Like proofreading a letter that's already been mailed. Let the letter go. It's mailed. The day is ungraded and complete, and you are allowed to be finished with it. There, the first pass done, and you didn't have to do it well. Maybe some of those thoughts went down easily, and maybe some of them stayed in your hands, and if they did, that's all right too. Some thoughts need to be set down 20 times before they stay. We have all night. There is nothing but time here, and none of it is being wasted. Feel your body again for a moment. Somewhere in the last few minutes, without being told to, it got heavier. That's how it works. You don't sink into the bed by trying, you sink by forgetting to hold yourself up. Every out-breath settles something. Every minute in the dark, the body drops a little further into the mattress, the way the sand drops through the water. No effort, no technique, just the natural direction of things at the end of a day. Down, softly down. And if a thought is talking right now, if there's one running underneath my voice, quietly narrating, quietly worrying, you don't have to silence it. This is important, so let me say it gently and clearly. No thought has to be stopped tonight. We are not at war with your mind. Every thought is allowed to exist. Every single one. The loops, the reruns, the what-ifs, they can all be here in the room like guests who talk a little too much. You just don't have to serve them anymore. You don't have to answer them, or follow them, or finish their sentences. A thought that gets no reply tends to trail off on its own, not because it was defeated, but because it was allowed to run out. Like a wave that isn't pushed back but simply reaches the sand and thins to nothing. So when the loop starts up again, and it will, that's its nature, and there is nothing wrong with you when it does, you might simply notice it the way you'd notice rain starting outside. Ah, there it is, thinking again. No alarm, no frustration, no, not this again. Just noticing and then letting your attention drift back to something heavy and real. The pillow, the breath, this voice. The thought can keep going if it wants to. It can talk to the empty room. You have somewhere softer to be. You may find as the minutes pass that the gaps between thoughts get longer. You probably won't notice it happening. Settling is shy. It happens best unwatched, but at some point tonight there will be a stretch of 10 seconds, then 30, then a minute, where the water was clear and nobody was stirring, and you won't even know it happened. That's how the jar works. That's how you work. Stillness isn't something you achieve. It's what's left when the stirring stops. Let's slow the breath just a little more now. Not by controlling it, only by permitting it. The breath at rest is smaller than the breath of the day. Shallower, slower, softer, that's not a problem, that's sleep approaching. You might notice a longer pause at the end of the exhale, a little landing place, a moment where nothing is happening at all. And you can rest in that pause each time it comes, the way you'd rest at the bottom of a slow staircase before there's anywhere else to go. In and out, and rest, in and out, and rest, no counting. The body keeps its own time. The dark around you is on your side, by the way. It might not always feel that way. The dark is where the thoughts get loud, but the dark itself is soft. It asks nothing. It has no expressions to read, no tasks visible in it, no clock face demanding arithmetic about how much sleep you'll get. If you've been doing that arithmetic, counting the hours left, calculating how tired you'll be, you can set that down on the table too. It's one of the oldest loops and one of the least useful, and the beautiful thing is, sleep doesn't require the math. Rest is happening right now, math or no math. Lying still in the dark with a slowing breath is already restoring you, already counting, even before sleep arrives. You cannot fail at this part. You're already doing it. So here we are. The room is dark, the bed is holding you, the jar is on the shelf, and the sand is beginning its long, slow fall. And now the night simply continues. There's nowhere to get to. The rest of these hours are just this, pass after pass, softer and softer, my voice going on so your mind doesn't have to. Let's take a second pass, slower than the first. Somewhere out on a quiet path, imagine it if it comes easily. And if it doesn't, the words alone are enough. There's a walker at the end of a long day, and their pockets are full of stones. Each stone is something they've been carrying. Something said, something pending, something feared. And as they walk without stopping, without ceremony, they take out one stone at a time and set it at the side of the path. Not thrown, not buried. Just set down, right there in the grass, where it can be found again if it's ever truly needed. And the strange thing is, with each stone, the walking gets easier, and the walker realizes they'd forgotten what their own lightness felt like. You can do that now in whatever way is easiest. Reach into the day and find whatever is heaviest at this moment. You'll know it. It's the one that keeps raising its hand, and set it at the side of tonight's path. You don't need to examine it first. You don't need to solve it as an exit fee. Thoughts don't charge a toll to be put down, whatever they claim. It goes in the grass. It keeps until morning. Everything keeps until morning. And the next one, whatever surfaced when the first was set down, because there's always a next one, and that's fine. The pockets were full and the path is long. Set it beside the first. Notice, maybe, that you can be kind to it as you put it down. These thoughts were trying to protect you in their tangled way, rehearsing to keep you safe, replaying to make sure you learned, re-litigating to make sure you were fair. You can thank them if you like, the way you'd thank an overeager friend. I see what you were doing. It's late now. We're done for tonight. And down it goes, into the soft grass, off duty at last. Your breath is slower than it was when we began. You may not have noticed, that's exactly right. The best changes tonight will all happen unnoticed, in the gaps, while my voice keeps you company and your attention drifts wherever tired attention drifts. Maybe you're following these words closely. Maybe they've already begun to blur into a warm sound with no edges. Either way is perfect. The words work fine as weather. The eyelids are heavy now, or getting there. And behind them, that deep, pleasant dark that seems to have depth to it, like slow water. You can sink into that dark the way you're sinking into the bed. Every out-breath a little lower. Every stone set down a little lighter, which somehow also means a little heavier. The good heaviness, the sinking kind. The kind that means the body has stopped standing guard. Nothing is being neglected tonight. Let that settle in somewhere. The mind that overthinks is often, underneath everything, a mind that cares about doing right, about being ready, about not letting anyone down. And it worries that if it stops turning things over, something will be dropped. But nothing drops from a table. Nothing is lost from the side of a path. Sleep has never once stolen a problem. It only softens the person who holds them. All your caring will still be there tomorrow, rested and clear-eyed and far more capable than it is right now at this hour in this dark. The most responsible thing left today is to rest. That's the whole to-do list now. One item and you're already doing it. So the jar sits on its shelf. Nobody's hand is near it. And the water in there is a little clearer than it was an hour ago. Not clear yet. It doesn't have to be clear yet, but clearer. The swirl slower, the sand thinning toward the bottom. The first hint of what still water looks like showing near the top. And it will go on settling all night, whether you watch it or not. Especially if you don't. And if, sometime in the small hours, you drift up out of sleep with a thought already talking, because that happens at 3 a.m. to minds like yours, you'll find me still here. Still slow, still unhurried. And the thought that woke you can be met the same soft way. No argument, no alarm. Just a hand opening, a stone lowered into grass, and the long, easy slope back down into sleep. Nothing that surfaces tonight needs anything from you. Not one thing. For now, the breath going by itself. The bed holding everything. The dark asking nothing. You might let your attention rest on the very ends of the out-breaths, those little pauses where the whole world seems to sit down for a moment. And each pause can be a little deeper than the last, a little more like the stillness at the bottom of the jar, where the sand lies quiet and the water above it barely remembers being stirred. And somewhere in one of those pauses, the room around you changes a little. Not the real room is doing what it always does, holding its dark, keeping its corners. But the felt room, the one your body believes in, that room is getting softer at the edges, warmer at the middle, and it might begin to feel less like a place you're lying in and more like a place that's holding you. There's a difference, and the body knows it before the mind does. A place you lie in still asks something of you. A place that holds you asks nothing at all. Think of a house at the end of an evening. Not your house, not any house you have to remember, just a house somewhere, with lit windows going out one by one. Someone is moving through it slowly, the way people move when there's no hurry left in the day. A lamp turned down in the front room. A door eased shut so it doesn't wake anyone. The fire banked low, the warm coals covered over so they'll keep till morning without needing to be watched. And here is the good part, the part your shoulders might like to hear. It isn't you doing the rounds. Someone else is closing up the house tonight. Someone patient, someone who has done this 1,000 times, who checks the latch not because anything is wrong, but because checking the latch is simply what gets done, gently, last thing. You can hear them almost. The floorboard that creaks in the hallway, the small click of a switch. The house going quiet room by room, and each room, as it goes dark, letting out a long, slow breath of its own. Houses do that at night. The beams ease. The pipes tick once and settle. The whole structure gives up the small tensions of the day, and nobody tells it to, it just happens, the way it's happening in you now, joint by joint, without a single instruction. So you don't have to lock anything tonight. You don't have to be the one who checks. The doors of the day are being seen to, and your only job, if it can even be called a job, is to be the person already in bed while the closing up happens around you. That person is allowed to hear the footsteps and think, distantly, someone's taking care of it. And let that thought dissolve before it even finishes, the way thoughts do at the very edge of sleep, trailing off into warmth. And while the house settles, you might notice your hands. Wherever they are resting on the covers, tucked under the pillow, folded loosely, they've probably already begun to let go without asking your permission. Hands are honest that way. All day they grip things: phones, wheels, pens, handles, the invisible weight of everything that needs holding together. And at night, given half a chance, they open. You might feel a faint warmth in the palms or a heaviness in the fingers, as if each one were filled with warm sand. Or you might feel nothing in particular, and that's its own kind of good news. A hand you can't quite feel is a hand that has completely stopped working. The jaw, too. The jaw carries more of the day than anyone gives it credit for all the words said carefully, all the words held back, all the small braced smiles. You can let the teeth part slightly, the tongue rest soft in the floor of the mouth. And there, even a millimeter of loosening there sends a message down through the neck and the shoulders, an all clear passed quietly along the line, nothing more to say tonight, nothing to hold the face in shape for. In the dark, no expression is needed at all. The face you wear for the world can be laid aside like reading glasses on a nightstand, and what's left underneath is just you, unarranged, unwatched, perfectly acceptable exactly as you are. Outside the house, and you can go there without going anywhere, the way night thoughts travel, it has started to snow. Slow snow, the unhurried kind, big soft flakes coming down through the dark with all the urgency of feathers. There's a field beyond the window, and the snow is doing to the field what sleep does to a day, covering it evenly, kindly, without choosing. The ruts and the stones and the unfinished furrows, all receiving the same white quiet. By morning, the field will still be the field. Nothing erased, nothing lost, just rested, just softened, held under a blanket that fell one weightless piece at a time. And you might let your thoughts be flakes tonight. Whatever drifts through, a face, a phrase, a flicker of tomorrow, it can simply fall and land and be absorbed into the general white hush. No single flake needs catching. No single flake means anything on its own. They come down, they settle, the field grows quieter, and the snow itself makes that particular silence. You know the one. The silence that isn't empty but full, padded, close, the whole world tucked in under it. Sounds don't carry in snow. Worries don't either. They land soft and go still. Your breathing has its own weather now. You don't need to change it. Just notice, if noticing is easy, how the out-breath has gotten longer than it was, how it drifts out of you the way smoke drifts from a banked fire, unhurried, thinning, going where warm air goes. The body sets this pace itself when it feels safe. And it feels safe. It's been reading the evidence all this time, the dark, the stillness, the voice that keeps not asking anything of it, and it has quietly reached its verdict. We can stand down now. You'll feel that verdict as heaviness, as warmth, as the strange, pleasant distance growing between you and your own edges, so that the line where you end and the bed begins gets harder and harder to find, and less worth finding. Down at the bottom of the field, past the snow, there's water. A small dock and a small boat tied to it, rocking just barely on the dark tide. Nobody is going anywhere in that boat tonight. It isn't waiting to be used, it's just floating, which is what boats do best, the thing they were built for underneath all the other things. And the rope that holds it isn't gripping. Look at how a mooring line lies. Slack, easy, dipping toward the water, taking up the strain only when it must and resting the rest of the time. That rope has the right idea. Held but not holding on. Attached but at ease. You can be moored like that tonight, connected to your life, to tomorrow, to everyone you love, by lines that stay fastened all on their own, while you do nothing but float and rock and let the tide breathe under you. Because that's what the breath is now, isn't it? A tide under a hull. It lifts you a little. It lowers you a little. And you are carried without effort, the way you were carried before you could walk, before you knew there was anything to carry. The body remembers being carried. It's one of the oldest memories it has, older than words, and it wakes up on nights like this, the sweet passivity of it, the permission of it. You may find yourself sinking into that memory without any picture attached, just the feeling. Held, moved gently, responsible for absolutely nothing. That feeling is allowed to stay all night. And somewhere by the door of that house, we're back inside now, warm again, the snow going on without us, there's a row of hooks. Plain wooden pegs, the kind that hold coats. And tonight, before sleep, you can hang things there. Not solve them, not sort them. Just take them off, the way you take off a heavy coat at the end of a cold walk, shrugging the weight from your shoulders and feeling your whole frame rise half an inch when it goes. The first coat might be tomorrow. All of it, the schedule, the shapes of it, the things you're half ready for and the things you're not. It comes off your shoulders in one motion, and onto the hook it goes. Look how well it hangs there. Tomorrow doesn't mind waiting on a peg. It's actually better at waiting than you are at carrying it, and by morning it will hand itself back to you lighter, because you'll be stronger because you slept. Then maybe the coat of other people, the expectations, the unanswered messages, the invisible ledger of who needs what from you. That one's heavier than it looks. It has deep pockets, and things collect in them all day without your noticing. Off it comes, and up onto its own hook, pockets and all. Nothing falls out of a hanging coat. Everyone you're carrying will still be exactly as loved in the morning. Love doesn't need to be actively held to stay real. It stays real while you sleep. The way the stars stay in the sky behind clouds, not going anywhere, not requiring an audience. And perhaps there's a third coat, an old one, when you barely remember putting on the low hum of being not quite enough, or the readiness to be disappointed, or just the general armor a person wears through an ordinary demanding life. If it wants to stay on a little longer, that's all right too. Some coats come off slowly, one arm at a time, over many nights. But even loosening the buttons counts. Even letting it hang open counts. And you may find, somewhere between this breath and the next, that it has slipped off on its own and found its hook without any ceremony at all. The way heavy things sometimes leave quietly when nobody makes a fuss over them. Now the shoulders. Feel them or feel toward them. All night they've been remembering those coats. Shoulders hold the memory of weight long after the weight is gone, the way a mattress holds the shape of a sleeper. But memory fades faster in the dark. With every out-breath, the shoulders forget a little more of what they carried, sinking back and down, spreading into the bed, going wide and flat and anonymous. Shoulders with nothing to hold are hardly shoulders at all. They're just warmth in a shape resting. The snow keeps falling. The boat keeps rocking. The coats hang still by the door, and the house has gone fully dark now except for one small lamp left burning low somewhere. And that lamp is this voice, if you like. Not bright, not asking to be looked at. Just on, so the dark has a warm edge to it, so that any part of you that stirs in the night can see there's nothing to check on, and go back under. You might be aware, distantly, that time has gone strange. Minutes at this hour don't line up in a row anymore, they pool. They widen. A single slow breath can seem to take a long, luxurious while, and whole stretches can pass with nothing in them at all, and both of those are signs of the same good thing. The part of you that measures is going off duty. Measuring is daylight work. At night, things are allowed to just be their size, the bed as big as it feels, the dark as deep as it feels, the rest ahead of you as long and roomy as it feels, which is very long and very roomy. There is so much night left. You could fall asleep now, or in a while, or somewhere in between without noticing which, and every one of those is the right way to do it. And if a part of you is still awake enough to wonder whether you're doing this correctly, that part can be the last coat on the last hook, the one that supervises, the one that checks whether relaxing is being achieved. It means well, it always has, but sleep is the one thing that cannot be supervised into happening. It comes the way snow comes, on its own schedule, more thickly the less you watch. So the supervisor can clock out. Genuinely, there is no version of tonight that you can fail. Lying in the dark and resting is already the whole achievement. You're doing it right now, effortlessly, and everything past this point is extra, is gift, is the night giving you back what the day borrowed. Let the attention go loose now, the way a hand goes loose. It doesn't have to follow every word I say. It can drift out to the snow and watch a while. It can lie in the bottom of the little boat and feel the water breathing under the boards. It can wander the dark house, room by quiet room, touching nothing, needed nowhere. Or it can stay right here in the bed, in the warmth, in the simple animal comfort of being a tired creature in a safe place at night, which is, when everything else is hung up and set down, what you are. A tired creature. A safe place. Night. Those three things have gone together since long before anyone had problems in the modern sense, and they still fit together perfectly, ancient and simple, needing no improvement from anyone. Warmth spreading now. Maybe from the middle outward, chest, belly, the long bones of the arms, the way warmth spreads through a house from a banked fire, slow and even and thorough. The feet may still be catching up. Feet are always last to believe the day is over. Let them take their time. Somewhere between one breath and another they'll get the news, and there'll be that small, delicious moment when the whole body is finally the same temperature as sleep. The out-breath, longer again. The pause after it, wider. You may notice you've stopped following these words as sentences and started receiving them as tone, as texture, a low, warm current moving past you in the dark. Good. Let them blur. Meaning is optional now. The voice will keep going, saying kind, true things whether or not anyone is listening, the way the snow keeps falling on the field whether or not anyone stands at the window. It falls for its own sake. It falls because falling softly is what it does. And you sink because sinking is what you do. Down through the warmth, down through the heaviness, down past the last few thoughts, which are hardly thoughts anymore, just shapes, just weather drifting through and away without leaving footprints. The bed holds all of it. The night holds the bed. And somewhere under everything there is that deep, still layer, the one that was there all along beneath the busy day, the one you're settling toward now, quiet as the bottom of snowfall, steady as a moored boat, dark and soft and endlessly patient. Nothing to do there, nothing to be, just the slow tide of breath going by itself, the small lamp burning low, asking nothing. And you, held, drifting, letting the night do what the night has always known how to do. The hooks by the door are full, and the coats hang perfectly still. Not one of them has moved. Not one of them will. They're just cloth now in the dark in a quiet house. And the person who wore them is warm in bed, growing heavier, growing softer, further from the door with every breath. Snow on the field, water under the hull. The floorboard in the hallway, silent now, the rounds are finished, the house is closed, and it was never yours to close. Let the next out-breath be a little longer if it wants to be, and the one after that can go wherever it likes. Down, mostly. Everything goes down this time of night, down and warm and slow. You're doing this beautifully, by doing nothing at all. And there's no hurry, none. The night is long and it's all yours, every dark, unhurried hour of it, and I'll be here, low and steady like the lamp, while you drift a little further from the words, and a little deeper into the warm. The field whitening, the tide breathing, the house asleep around its one small light. And you, sinking, easily now, the way snow sinks into snow. Somewhere far off, on the other side of the dark, a train is crossing the countryside. You can imagine it if you like, not hear it, just know it, the long, slow line of lit windows moving through fields no one is watching, past barns and hedgerows and the shapes of sleeping hills. Everyone on that train is being carried. Not one of them is driving. The ones who are awake are only looking out at the dark going by, and the ones who are asleep are being taken exactly where they were going anyway, mile after mile, without lifting a finger. That's a kind of trust the body understands better than the mind does. The trust of being carried. And tonight you're a passenger too. The night is the train. The hours are the countryside going past. You bought your ticket the moment you lay down, and now there's nothing left in your job description. Someone else, something old and reliable and gentle, is doing the moving. You can lean your head against it. You can watch the dark slide by behind your closed eyes for a while, or not watch anything at all. The destination handles itself. Morning is a station that arrives on its own schedule, and it will be there whether you count the miles or sleep through every one of them. And sleeping through them is allowed. Sleeping through them is the whole point of a night train. And as you're carried, you might notice the weight of the blanket differently now. Not as a thing on top of you, but as a thing around you. The way a heavy coat feels in the first cold week of the year, or the way wool feels, real wool, dense and warm and slightly alive. There are hillsides right now where sheep are folded in for the night, pressed together in the dark, warm in all that wool, not thinking about tomorrow's grass. The grass will be there. Grass doesn't need supervising. Nothing you're responsible for needs supervising tonight either. It will all keep, the way grass keeps, the way fields keep, patient under the dark, growing or resting on their own quiet clock. You may find the blanket getting heavier as you notice it. That's fine. Let it press you a little deeper into the mattress, the way a kind hand presses a seed a little deeper into soft ground. Not to bury, to settle, to tuck in. There's a garden somewhere in this night too. A walled one, maybe, old brick still holding a little of the day's warmth, and it has just finished raining there. Everything drips and glistens and smells of soil. And here is the thing about that garden at this hour. It is completely unattended, and it is thriving. No one is out there telling the roots what to do. No one is coaching the bulbs, checking on the ivy, worrying the roses along. The whole place is simply getting on with it in the dark, roots reaching down, moisture moving where it's needed, 1,000 small, quiet processes running perfectly with nobody watching. Growth doesn't need an audience. Rest doesn't either. And whatever you've been tending, the situations, the people, the plans, the things half done, they're all like that garden right now, unwatched and fine. The rain has done its part. The soil is doing its part. You could stand at the gate all night with a lantern and not improve a single thing, because the improving happens underground in the dark on its own, which is exactly where you're headed. Underground, in the good sense. Down into the dark, rich quiet where things restore themselves without being asked. So if there's anything still in your hands tonight, and there may be a little something, there often is, some last small worry worried smooth as a river stone from all the handling, you might set it on the garden wall as you pass. Right there on the old brick, still faintly warm. It'll be perfectly safe. Stones don't wander. Worries left on walls overnight don't grow. If anything, the dew gets into them and they soften a little by morning, easier to pick up or easier to leave. Either way, that's morning's business. Tonight your hands get to be empty. Feel them, wherever they are, open or curled on the blanket or under the pillow, hands with nothing in them, nothing to hold, nothing to grip, nothing to fix. Hands off duty. They've done so much, your hands. Carried and typed and cooked and gestured and held on. Let them be heavy now. Let them be just weight and warmth at the ends of your arms, two small animals asleep before the rest of you, showing you how it's done. The breath keeps on without you. You may have noticed that already, that it's been breathing itself for a while now, needing no reminders, the out-breath spilling long and easy like water over a low stone, the in-breath arriving on its own when it's ready, unhurried, sure of its welcome. There's a rhythm rivers have at night, in the flat stretches, under the willows, not the busy chatter of daytime shallows, but something slower, deeper, a wide, dark moving that barely makes a sound. Your breath is in that stretch of river now, wide, slow, barely a sound. And things can be given to a river like that, you know this. A leaf set down on that kind of water doesn't sink and doesn't struggle, it just goes, easily, turning a little, getting smaller, taken around the bend and gone. So if a thought drifts up in the next while, and thoughts do, they're only doing their job, you don't need to argue with it or finish it or file it anywhere. Set it on the water, watch it go small. The river runs all night and never fills up, never backs up, never sends anything back upstream. Thought after thought, leaf after leaf, around the bend, gone. And you stay here on the soft bank of the bed, warm, heavy-lidded even behind closed eyes, watching less and less, until the watching itself slides onto the water and drifts off too. Somewhere in a dark kitchen, yours, or one like it doesn't matter. There is a bowl on a counter with a cloth over it, and inside the bowl, dough is rising. Nobody is watching it. That's the recipe, in fact. Cover it, walk away, let the night do the work. And it does. Slowly, invisibly, patiently, the whole thing grows softer and lighter in the dark, becoming by morning what it could never have become if someone had stood over it, poking and checking and lifting the cloth every 10 minutes. Some things only happen unobserved. Some things only happen overnight. Whatever is rising in your life, and something always is quietly under the cloth, it rises best exactly like this, with you asleep in another room, not poking, not checking, letting the long dark hours be the ingredient they've always been. You can trust the recipe. It's older than you are. Cover it, walk away, sleep, and let the night raise what the day couldn't. The body's getting the message all the way through now. You might feel it as a kind of thickening, the pleasant kind, honey going cool, wax going firm, everything a little slower to move and less interested in moving. The jaw may have unclenched without ceremony. The tongue may be resting wide and soft. The shoulders have stopped guarding whatever they were guarding. There was never a war coming, and now they finally believe it. And down the long, quiet length of you, the muscles are going off shift one by one, the way lights go off down a street as a town turns in, this window dark. Then that one, no order to it, no announcement, just here and there and here again a small light letting go, until the whole street is only rooftops and starlight and the odd cat, and everything behind every dark window is safe and breathing. Your body is that street now. Let the lights keep going out. You don't have to know which one is next. You don't have to be awake for the last one. And if part of you is still listening, some small, polite sentry near the surface, keeping half an ear on things, you can thank it and let it stand down too. It's been faithful. It's been faithful for years, honestly, that part, always the last to relax, always making sure. But there is nothing tonight that requires making sure. The door of this hour only opens onto more night, and more soft, dark night after that, hours and hours of it, an abundance of it, more rest ahead of you than you could use up if you tried. That's worth feeling for a second, the sheer size of the night around you. It isn't a narrow ledge you have to balance on till morning. It's a country. Wide, dark, quiet, and all downhill in the kindest way. Every hour of it sloping gently toward the same warm valley, and you can't take a wrong turn because every direction is down, and down is where the sleep is. Down like warmth through honey, down like a coin through still water, rocking side to side as it goes, unhurried, flashing softer and softer as the light thins, down past the reach of sounds, down past the reach of names. You don't have to follow it all the way. Just watching it start is enough. The rest happens by itself. There's an old orchard I'd like to walk you past, slowly, no destination. Late in the year after the picking is done, the ladders are put away. The baskets are stacked in the shed, and the trees have simply stopped. Not died, not quit. Stopped the way workers stop at the end of a season, entirely and without guilt. They stand there in the cool dark with their bare arms up and nothing at all in their hands, and no one walking through that orchard at night would ever think to call them lazy. They gave what they gave. Now they rest, and the resting is not a pause in their work. It is their work this half of the year, as real and necessary as the blossoming was. You come from the same world those trees come from. The same rules apply to you, though the noise of things tries to say otherwise. You gave what you gave today. The baskets are in the shed. And this heaviness, this slowness, this long dark stopping, this is not you failing to do something. This is you doing the other half of everything. The half that happens lying down, the half with your eyes closed, the orchard half. So let the arms be bare branches now, empty and unashamed. Let the day's harvest be whatever it was, a lot, a little, bruised in places, sweet in places. It's counted or it isn't, and either way it's in the shed, and the shed has a good roof, and the rain can come if it wants to. You may even hear rain, real or remembered, somewhere at the edge of things. That fine unhurried nighttime rain that isn't going anywhere, That falls straight down for hours, patient as a grandmother, saying the same soft syllable over and over onto roofs and lanes and the black glass of puddles. Rain like that never asks anything of the people under the roofs. It only makes the inside more inside. Every drop makes the bed more of a bed, the warmth more warm, the dark more velvet. Let it fall if it's falling. Let it say its one syllable as long as it likes. You're under the good roof. You're on the dry, warm side of everything tonight. And deeper still now. Because you are deeper, you may notice the words arriving from farther away than they did, the gaps between them wider and softer, like light seen through that rain. The mind isn't holding sentences anymore, and it doesn't need to. It's doing what minds do at this depth, loosening, unbraiding, letting the day's threads slip out of their tight weave and float free. A face from today drifts by, unattached to anything. A color, half a word. A room you haven't thought of in years, warm for no reason. None of it means anything, and none of it has to. This is the mind emptying its pockets before bed, a ticket stub, a bit of string, something shiny it forgot it picked up, laying them all out on the night table without sorting them. Let it empty. Let the pockets hang loose and light. Sorting is for people who are awake, and you are less and less one of those, breath by breath, and gladly so. The out-breath again. Long, unforced, like a door swinging slowly closed on well-oiled hinges. Not slammed, not locked, just closing the way doors close in houses where everyone is safe, softly, with a click you feel more than hear. And behind that door the day, all of it. Every conversation, every screen, every small decision, every should on the other side of a soft closed door now, muffled, dimming, becoming yesterday even as we speak. You didn't have to push it closed. The breath did it. The breath does it again with every exhale, closing the door a little further each time. And each time the room you're in, this warm, dark inner room, gets quieter and rounder and more completely yours. Heavy now, genuinely heavy, the good heaviness, the kind that comes when the body finally believes it won't be asked to get up, when it stops keeping a little strength in reserve just in case and spends it all on sinking. Spend it. There's nothing to save it for. Let the heaviness pool in the low places, the small of the back, the backs of the knees, the heels, and let it fill you the way dusk fills a valley, from the bottom up, unhurried until even the high places, the brow, the temples, the crown, go soft and dim and blue with it, filled with dusk, head to foot, a landscape at the end of light, settling under one long, slow sky. And I'll keep talking, low like this, but you've long since stopped needing to keep up. The words can be weather now, wind in a chimney, rain saying its syllable. The far train, if it's still crossing somewhere, carrying its sleepers through the dark fields at exactly the right speed, which is the speed of things that cannot be rushed and never needed to be. You are one of those things tonight, carried, covered. Rising like the dough in the dark kitchen, resting like the orchard, drifting like the leaf that went around the bend so long ago now you can't remember what it was carrying, only that the water took it, and the water was glad to, and the river runs all night. Warmer still, softer still, the breath barely a ripple, the bed and the body agreeing on everything now, no seam left between them, just one warm, continuous dark. And down at the bottom of it, closer than it was, that deep, easy place, you can almost feel its stillness rising up to meet you, cool, dark, and kind, like the air of a cellar in summer, like the hush inside thick walls. It has your name on nothing, asks for nothing, remembers nothing. It's just rest, the pure kind, the kind older than language. And it's patient, and it's near, and you're allowed. So let the next few breaths be even lazier than the last few. Let them slouch. Let them trail off before they finish, if they want to, the way sentences trail off in a person who is. Almost. There. The garden grows on without you. The rain says its syllable to the roof. The train draws its little line of light across the sleeping country, and everyone aboard is dreaming already, and the country doesn't mind, and the night is wide, and the valley is filling with dusk from the bottom up. And you, warm in the middle of all of it, sinking a hair deeper with each slow out-breath, further from the door, further from the day, closer to the cool, sweet dark that holds everything and asks for nothing. No edges left to you now, just warmth and weight and the soft grain of this voice getting farther away, like a light down a lane. In the rain, still burning, still kind, but small now, and no reason at all to walk toward it. Stay where you are. Where you are is the whole point. Where you are is where sleep comes to find people, and it knows this address, and it's already on the lane, unhurried, certain, carrying nothing. Coming the way night comes to an orchard, the way water comes to the low ground. The way rest has always come to tired good creatures who finally stopped. Let it come. You don't have to greet it. You don't even have to notice. The bowl rises under its cloth. The wall keeps what you left there. The river takes the last leaf, and the last leaf is lighter than the others were. Hardly a weight at all, hardly a shape. Turning once in the slow, dark water, catching nothing, needed nowhere, gone around the bend with all the rest. And the night goes on being long, and yours and good. Breath by breath, dimmer and warmer, the valley nearly full now, the high places going blue, the last few windows on the last few streets letting go of their light, one, and one, and one. Nobody counting, nobody needing to. The dark is doing the counting. The dark is very good at it and very gentle, and it has never once lost anyone it tucked in. Deeper then, at whatever speed deep happens, through the warm layers, through the heavy layers, through the layer where the words stop being words, down where the rain is only a feeling on some far roof of the mind, and the train is only a hum in the bones of the hills, and the garden is only a green dark breathing behind a wall of old warm brick. Everything still going on, everything fine, everything held. And none of it anymore, any of your business. Just this, just the slow tide in and out, and the long, soft pause that gets longer. And the body, believed at last, spending its whole weight on the mattress like the easiest money in the world. And the dusk, and the dark, and the down of it all. And somewhere far from the valley, without you needing to travel there is a harbor. Small boats at their moorings, rocking almost nothing, just the breathing of the water under them, and the ropes going taut and slack, in a rhythm nobody set and nobody keeps. You don't have to see it clearly. It can be a smudge of a harbor, a rumor of one. The point is only the rocking, that old motion the body knew before it knew anything else. And if some part of you wants to borrow it, to let the mattress become a hull and the dark become the water underneath, you may. Nothing is asked of a moored boat at night. It has already come in. Whatever it carried has been lifted out and carried up the hill by other hands, and now the boat just rides there, empty, light, held by a rope it trusts, lifting and settling, while the harbor water clicks its small dark tongue against the wood. You have come in too. That's all tonight is, a coming in. And if a thought drifts past, some errand, some face, some sentence you wish you'd said differently, let it be a gull far out over the water, wheeling once, crying once, gone. Gulls do that. Thoughts do that. Neither one requires you to stand up and answer. The breath rocks you. Notice that or don't. In, and the whole soft craft of you lifts a fraction. Out, and it settles a fraction lower than before into water that only gets kinder the deeper it goes. You might find that each settling is a little more complete than the last. You might not notice anything at all, and that would be its own kind of perfect because noticing is a daytime job, and the day has been paid and sent home, and the office of you is dark. Somewhere in a house you've never been to and don't need to imagine well, a stove holds the last of its heat. The fire was banked hours ago. That's the old word, banked. The coals raked together and covered soft with ash so they keep, low and orange under their gray blanket until morning. Nothing dramatic. No flame. Just heat, keeping itself quietly the way heat knows how. And a cat, because there is always a cat where there is a warm stove at night, lies curled on the flagstone near it in a shape with no beginning, one ear moving now and then out of pure habit, and even the habit slowing. You can be like the coals if you like, covered soft, keeping. Nothing about you is going out, you're just banked for the night, everything essential glowing on low under the ash of this heavy, pleasant tiredness, and morning knows how to uncover you. And morning is hours and hours away, and it isn't your job to bring it. Let your jaw be ash soft. Let the tongue lie wide and lazy in the mouth. Let the small muscles around the eyes, the ones that spent all day aiming, focusing, reading the world, let them forget what aiming is. There is nothing left to aim at. The dark is the same in every direction, and all of it is yours, and all of it is safe. And the snow, did I mention there is snow somewhere? Not here, not on you, but somewhere north of everything on a wide field nobody is watching. Snow is coming down tonight the way it does when it means it. Thick, slow, straight down, no wind, each flake taking its own sweet unhurried route from the cloud to the field, and the field accepting all of them, every single one, without checking, without counting. Snow is the world's oldest demonstration of how things can be allowed to fall, and land, and be received, and add up to something soft. That hiss it makes, you almost can't call it a sound. It's more like the sound of sound being tucked in. Every falling flake makes the world a little quieter, and the quiet lies down on the quiet before it, layer on layer on layer, until the fence posts wear white caps and the stone wall is only a long, soft suggestion, and the field forgets it was ever anything but this. One unbroken sheet of hush, faintly blue under a sky you can't see the top of. Let something in you be that field. Let the day's noises land on you flake by flake and turn into quiet as they touch. Whatever fell on you today, the words, the demands, the small sharp moments, it's snowing over now. Not erased. Just covered softly for the night, the outlines going gentle, the sharp things wearing white caps too. And by the time you're deep asleep, the whole interior country of you will be one hush, faintly blue, holding its own light the way snowfields do. Breathe out and let it snow a little harder. Breathe out again and notice, or don't, how much of you has stopped reporting in. The feet gave up their news a while ago. The legs are old news. The hands, wherever they are just warmth now, shapes of warmth without much detail, and detail is the first thing sleep takes, and you can let it take more. Let the borders of you go the way the stone wall went, a long, soft suggestion under the snow, and then not even that. Good, or good enough, which at this hour is the same thing. There's an old library I want to walk you past, not through, just past, the way you'd pass it on a night street with your collar up. All those rooms of shelves, all those thousands of stories standing spine to spine in the dark, and not one of them being read right now. Every plot paused mid-sentence, every argument suspended, every question that ever kept a person up at night, shelved, closed, patient, keeping perfectly well in the dark the way books do. Nothing in there is lost by being closed. The stories don't leak out. The knowledge doesn't spoil. It all just waits, in that deep paper-smelling quiet, for some morning when someone comes with a key and a reason. Your questions can wait like that. Whatever you were turning over today, you can close it, spine out, and it will keep. The library of you locks kindly at night. That was always the design. And you, walking past on the dark street of this drowsiness, don't even slow down. Just note the tall windows unlit and the hush pressing against them from inside like held breath. And go on down the hill toward the softer part of town, where the street lamps are farther apart, and the pavement gives way to grass, and the grass to that dark meadow smell, cool and green and enormous. That means you've left the map. The meadow at night is a place with no tasks in it. That's rare. Almost everywhere has tasks in it. But a meadow after midnight is just grass leaning on grass, and the small, sleeping weight of birds down in it somewhere, and dew beginning, that slow, patient beating of dew, each blade earning its one drop by doing absolutely nothing, just being out there, cool and still, while the air lets go of what it was carrying. You could learn from dew. Everything you need tonight arrives like that. Not fetched, not earned, just condensed out of stillness onto whoever holds still long enough. Hold still long enough. That's the entire assignment, and you're already doing it, and you can't fail at it, because even your restlessness, if any is left, is just a blade of grass moving in air, and the dew lands on moving grass too. An owl asks its one soft question, far off, twice, and doesn't wait for an answer. Nothing out here waits for answers. The dark is not a quiz. And lower now, you may notice the voice matters less than it did. The words arriving like weather rather than meaning. That's right. That's the direction. Let them be weather. Let them fall on the field of you and hush as they land, and if whole sentences go by without you, going by is what they're for. Warmth, wait, the slow tide. Somewhere a clock is ticking in an empty downstairs room, and here is a secret about clocks at night. Nobody is listening to them, so the ticks just fall into the dark and lie there, and the clock doesn't mind and keeps on, humble as dripping water, marking hours that belong to no one. These hours belong to no one. That's their luxury. Daylight hours are all owned, spoken for, scheduled, promised, but the ones you're inside now are wild hours, common land, and nothing that happens in them counts against you, and nothing is expected to happen in them at all. You are off every ledger until morning. Even the clock downstairs is only talking to itself. So spend lavishly. Spend whole minutes on a single slow breath. Spend 10 of them going nowhere. You're rich in exactly one currency tonight, and it's this dark, and the exchange rate is glorious. Every minute of it buys rest, and rest buys morning, and morning will pay for itself when it comes, and none of that arithmetic is yours to do. The night does its own books. It has never once been short. Down another layer, then, if down is happening on its own, and it is. You don't do this part. You never did. Sleep is like the tide in that way. No one has ever pulled the sea up the sand by hand. You just leave things on the beach and the water comes to them. So leave yourself there, above the tide line of the last few thoughts, and let the warm, dark water come up around you at its own pace. First the feet of your attention, then the long, quiet middle of it, then the crown. Each small wave a breath, each breath a little farther up the sand, and no wave ever asked permission, and no beach ever helped. You might still hear me for a while, the way you hear rain after you've stopped listening to it. Fine. Better than fine. I'm not saying anything you need. I'm just weather now. A voice raining somewhere on the far roof of you, while the real you sinks down through the house, past the room where hearing happens, past the room where words are kept, down the soft stairs. And every house of a person has these stairs, carpeted, unlit, known by the feet alone, down to the room at the bottom that has no name because nothing that happens in it is ever remembered, and everything that happens in it is repair. The wool blanket weight of the dark, pulled to your chin by no hands. The great slow flywheel of the night, turning on old bearings, carrying you and the harbor and the snowfield, and the meadow and the banked coals and the cat and the shut library and the loose ropes, and everyone, all the tired everyone, around toward morning at exactly the speed of rest, not 1 degree faster, and no one at the controls because none are needed, because this machine was running long before anyone was tired, and it has never, not once, failed to bring a sleeper all the way around to the light. You're aboard, that's all, ticketless, weightless aboard. And the last few flakes of the day settle now on the field of you, the last one of these, the last one of those, covered, softened, blue-white and quiet. And even the covering is finishing because there's less and less of you above the snow to cover, a suggestion of a fence, a curve where a wall was. Then just field, just hush, holding its own faint light for no one. Let the breath go shallow if it wants. Shallow is what almost asleep breath does. It's not a problem, it's a sign, like the dew, like the loosening ropes. Everything about you right now is a sign pointing the same direction. And the direction is down, and down is warm, and down is where you were headed all day without knowing it, through every task and every hallway and every conversation. All of it, secretly, one long walk home to this bed, and the walk is over, and the door is shut behind you, and the shoes of the day are off the feet of the mind. Deeper. At the speed of snow, at the speed of dew. Nothing to hold, nothing held against you. The night's arms are longer than everything you brought. And maybe there's a cellar under the house of you, cool, earthen, smelling of stone and apples, where the year's weight gets stored without you tending it. Things keep down there. That's what cellars are for, not forgetting, keeping. Cool and whole and out of the way, on shelves you built long ago without knowing, and nothing down there needs turning tonight. Nothing needs checking. The apples sleep in their rows. The dark does the tending. And the door at the top of the cellar stairs closes on a soft leather hinge, without a sound, without a latch, because nothing down there is trying to get out. It's all just keeping. You can trust a cellar. You can trust the parts of you that store things to store them, and stop supervising, and come away from the top of the stairs, and lie back down in the warm upstairs dark where you belong. There, feel the house of you settle on its beams, the way old houses do at night, a tick in the wood, a sigh in the joists, small sounds of a structure giving up the day's tensions one by one, and none of them a problem, all of them the sound of standing easier. You're standing easier, lying easier. Every few breaths some little beam in you goes tick and lets go of a strain it was holding, and you don't even have to find out which one. The house knows its own wood. Softer now, fewer words, longer dark between them. The harbor water clicks, the ropes ease. The coals keep, under their gray wool of ash. The owl has stopped asking, even the question is asleep. And you are mostly field now, mostly hush, a warmth the bed is dreaming, a slow tide with a name it's beginning to forget. And that forgetting is the softest thing yet, softer than the snow, softer than the dew, the name drifting off the surface of you like mist off morning water, and nothing underneath it but breath and warmth, and this good animal ease that never needed a name to deserve the dark. Let the mist go. Let the breath be the only thing with a schedule, and let its schedule be lazy, and let the pauses at the bottom of the out-breath grow that extra second. And that extra second, where everything simply rests inside itself, no motion, no want, the whole night balance there, easy, like a full cup nobody is carrying anywhere. In, barely. Out and further down. The flywheel turns. The country of quiet rolls under you, snowfield and meadow and harbor sliding by beneath the keel of the bed, all of it asleep, all of it yours, none of it needing you. And the dark keeps its perfect count of the windows, and the windows are almost all dark now, almost all, and yours among them. And the night looking at your dark window the way you'd look at a child finally sleeping, with that particular tenderness reserved for someone who fought it and lost, and is better for losing. You're better for losing. Lay the last of it down, not even down, just open the hand and find it already gone, taken hours ago maybe, taken somewhere in the snow paragraphs, and the hand only just now finding out how empty and warm it is. Empty and warm. Empty and warm, and heavy and home. And the tide comes up the last of the sand without a sound, and the field holds its faint blue light for no one, and the cat by the stove has stopped even the ear, and the deep room at the bottom of the stairs opens its door, which was never locked, which was always ajar, which smells like clean sheets and rain and some summer you can't place. And you go in the way smoke goes up a chimney, without deciding to, without edges, drawn by the simple draft of rest. And the night closes softly around the going, and keeps you, the way the snow keeps the field, the way the ash keeps the ember, warm at the middle, quiet all the way out, held all the way down. And the breath goes on without you, faithful, slow, needing no witness. And the dark, gentle bookkeeper of all the sleeping windows adds yours to the count at last, and is glad in its wordless way, and turns down the lamp of even this voice, lower and lower, until it's only warmth without words, only the feeling of being spoken to kindly, with the speaking gone. And the flywheel turns, and the water clicks against the hull, and you ride there, empty, light, moored to nothing but the night's own kindness, rocking almost nothing at all. And somewhere past the edge of that rocking, without any border you could point to, the night changes its country again. And now there is an orchard. You didn't walk to it. It came under you, the way land comes under a drifting boat, and the trees stand in their long, patient rows with their arms full of dark fruit, and not one of them is counting. Apples heavy on the branch, pears going gold in the black air, and the whole orchard doing the only work it knows how to do at this hour, which is nothing. Which is holding, which is letting the weight hang and the sweetness deepen without a single tree straining at it. You might notice how good that is to be near. A place where heaviness is not a problem, where weight is just ripeness taking its time. The fruit doesn't apologize for being heavy. The branch doesn't resent the fruit. They lean together in the dark, and the leaning is the whole arrangement, and it works, and nobody supervises it. And maybe you can borrow that, just for tonight. Whatever still hangs on you can hang the way fruit hangs, not gripped, not carried, just attached and ripening, and none of your business until morning. The branch doesn't hold the apple with its muscles. It holds it with its shape. And your shape, here in this bed, is already holding everything that needs holding. The mattress holds you, the frame holds the mattress, the floor holds the frame, the old ground holds the floor, and so on down, hand under hand under hand, all the way to the sleeping stone. So that nothing, truly nothing, is resting on your effort anymore. Your effort clocked out. It left its little station tidy. It will be back in the morning, rested, and better at its job for having gone home. In the grass between the rows, an apple lets go. You hear it. That soft, round thud, the gentlest full stop in the world, and nothing bad happens. That's the whole event. It fell, and the ground received it, and the orchard didn't even turn its head. Things are allowed to drop here. That is orchard law. Anything that's finished holding on may simply let go and land soft and be done. And if, as you breathe out, something in you drops like that, some small clenched thing you didn't know you were still gripping, let it thud into the grass. The ground receives it. The ground has received 1,000 autumns of let-go things, and it has never once handed one back before morning. Out, and something drops. In, barely anything, out. And the grass takes it. There's no hurry in this. The orchard has all night, and so do you, and the fruit that falls tonight and the fruit that falls next week are equally welcome in the grass. You may find your jaw loosening now if it hasn't already, the tongue going wide and lazy in the mouth, the small muscles around the eyes forgetting their posts one by one, like sentries who realized the war was never coming. Let the forehead be a field. Let the cheeks hang the way ripe things hang. The face you show the world is off duty, and underneath it is this other face, the sleeping face, the one you've worn since you were small, and it fits you better than anything you own. And beyond the last row of trees, low on the land, a train is passing. Not near, not loud, just a long, slow line of lit and unlit windows sliding through the dark, going somewhere you will never need to know. You can feel its rhythm more than hear it. That soft iron heartbeat, da-dum, da-dum, carried through the ground and up through the roots and into the bed like a rumor of motion that asks nothing of you. Every seat on that train belongs to someone else. Every errand it carries is someone else's errand. Whatever is due tomorrow is riding in the mail car, sealed, sorted, utterly beyond your reach until it arrives. And it will not arrive until you've slept. That's the beautiful contract of the night train. It takes the pending things and it keeps them moving gently at a distance all night long so they never once stop at your door. You can hear them being handled. You can hear them being taken care of by the simple passage of hours. Da-dum, da-dum. Further now, the sound going long and thin across the fields. And every meter it travels is a meter you don't have to cross. And when it's gone, and it's nearly gone, the quiet it leaves behind is bigger than the quiet before it. That's a strange gift trains give. They carve the silence deeper on their way out. Rest in that deeper cut of quiet. Let your breath find the pace the train suggested, and then slow past it, slower than iron, slower than errands, down to the pace of sap in the orchard, which moves so slowly that no one has ever seen it move, and yet by morning everything is fed. You are moving at the speed of sap now, nourished by almost nothing, fed by the dark itself. And it may be that a thought still wanders in from time to time. A face, a sentence you said or didn't say, a small tomorrow-shaped worry wearing its little coat. Let it wander. Thoughts at this hour are like moths at a window drawn to the last warm light in the house, bumping softly, meaning no harm. You don't have to open the window. You don't have to shoo them. You just let the light go down, slowly, kindly. And the moths lose interest on their own and drift back out to the orchard where the night flowers are, which is where they wanted to be all along. Every worry is just a thought that hasn't found its flower yet. Let them go find their flowers. The window darkens. The bumping stops. The room of you goes soft and unlit and utterly uninteresting to anything that flies. In, like a door opening a finger's width. Out, like the door forgetting it was ever a door. And now, if it pleases you, and only if it pleases you, you might notice the blanket. Not as a thing on you, but as a thing around you, the way wool is around a sheep on a cold hill. Grown, almost. Belonging. Somewhere long before tonight, this warmth was carded and spun and drawn out into thread, and the thread was thrown across a loom over, under, 10,000 small crossings, each one a tiny promise kept. And all those kept promises are lying on you now. That's what a blanket is. A field of kept promises. You are covered in the patience of hands you'll never meet, and their patience holds heat the way stone holds sun, and you get to sleep inside it without earning it, without asking, without owing anyone a single thread. Over, under. You can let your breath weave like that if it wants to, and goes over, out goes under. And every crossing binds the night a little closer around you, snug but never tight, warm but never heavy. Or heavy in the good way, the way a hand on the shoulder is heavy, the way being trusted is heavy. You may find the borders of your body going woolly too. The line where you end and the blanket begins getting harder to find, and then not worth finding, and then gone. You are somewhere in the warmth. That's as precise as it needs to get. Somewhere in the warmth, breathing over and under, covered in kept promises, at the speed of sap, in an orchard where dropped things land soft. Let another one drop. You don't even have to know what it was. The thud in the grass, the ground's quiet thanks. Enough. And beneath the orchard, because everything tonight goes down, gently down and never up, the roots are doing their slow, dark work. Not working, really, resting downward. Every tree above ground has this second tree below it, upside down and hidden, and the hidden tree does no waving, no rustling, no showing. It just holds and drinks and deepens in the black, cool soil where seasons hardly reach. That's where you're headed now if you weren't already there. Below your own weather. Below the surface self with its leaves and its wind. Down into the root cellar dark of you, where the temperature never changes, where the shelves are lined with quiet, where old summers are kept in glass and need no tending. It's cool down there and clean, and it smells faintly of earth and stored apples, and nothing in it has an opinion. Opinions live upstairs. Downstairs is only keeping, only rows of stillness in the dark. And you can settle down among them like one more jar of something golden, sealed, finished, saved. Nothing left to do but be kept and keep, and stay sweet in the dark until you're wanted, which is not tonight, which is not for hours and hours. Sealed and kept and saved. The breath barely stirs the dust down here. In, a thin, cool thread. Out, and the thread lies down. There's a kind of hearing that turns off at this depth, not the ears, the listening. The part of you that stood at the top of the stairs all day waiting for its name. It can come down now. No one is going to call. The evening took the phone off the hook of the whole world. The name-shaped silence up there is not an emergency. It's a gift, the same gift the orchard has, the same gift the deep soil has. The gift of not being needed, which frightens the daytime self and feeds the nighttime one. You are not needed until morning. Taste how round that is. Not abandoned, excused. Excused from the table. Free to go. And everything you'd normally watch over is watching over itself tonight. The fruit hangs without you. The train runs without you. The loom of the dark keeps weaving without you. Over, under, the whole apparatus of the world humming along on its own good bearings, oiled by hours, needing exactly none of your attention to make it to dawn. So the attention can lie down too. That's the last worker in the building. You can hear its footsteps getting slower on the floor above, pausing at each window, not to check, just to say goodnight to the view. And then the footsteps come to the top of the stairs and stop, and you feel the attention decide at last, not to descend carefully but simply to dissolve, the way sugar decides in warm water, no stairs required, no arrival, just a sweetening of the general dark. Sweeter now, and softer. And down here in the kept cool, a well. You didn't know it was there, and it doesn't mind not being known. A round stone mouth, a depth of standing water so still it has never once shown anyone a wrong reflection, because it shows no reflection at all in the dark. It just holds. Old water, patient water. The kind that fell as rain when the roof beams of the world were young, and has been settling ever since, down through gravel and years, losing every taste but stone until it became this. The calmest thing in the county, sitting in the dark under everything, asked for nothing, offering everything cold and clear and endlessly still. Rest near it. You don't need to drink. Nearness is enough. Some stillnesses transfer by nearness, the way warmth does, the way sleep does between two people in one bed. And this one is transferring now, settling into you at the pace old water settles, taste by taste, year by year, until what's left of your busy flavor is only stone and quiet and the faint sweetness of stored apples. The well doesn't ripple, your breath barely does. In, the surface trembles less than a star. Out, and even that goes. And it might occur to you, distantly in the last light of thinking, that you were carrying something once, earlier, upstairs in the leaves and weather of the day. It had a shape and a schedule, and it pressed on you. And you might reach for what it was, the way a hand reaches in the dark for a glass that isn't there, and find nothing, and let the hand fall back onto the blanket of kept promises. Because whatever it was, it's in the grass now, or the mail car, or a jar on a shelf, or hanging ripe on a branch that isn't your arm. Distributed, all of it, into the keeping of the night, which has never lost a single thing it was given, which files everything under mourning and locks nothing, because nothing tries to leave. Things like being kept. You like being kept. It's the oldest liking there is. Kept and covered and excused and down. The orchard breathes over you, row on row. The roots breathe under you, hold on hold. The well stands in its stone patience, and the last moth finds its flower far away, and the train is a memory of a rhythm now. Dum gone to hush, hush gone to warmth, warmth gone to this. This wide, unhurried nowhere that fits you like the sleeping face fits, like wool fits the sheep, like the dark fits the closed eye. You could not fall out of this if you tried, and you are far past trying. Trying was the first thing in the grass. It fell before the apples did. In, hardly a thing out, unless. And the night, which has been many countries tonight, gathers them all now under one sky the way a hand gathers crumbs from a table, orchard and rail line and root cellar and well, and holds them loosely, and lets them mingle, because at this depth all quiet places are one place, all of them just doors into the same room, and you are in the room, and the room is warm, and the doors can stand open all night because nothing out there is anything but more of this. More dark, more keeping, more sweet unclaimed hours stacked like clean linen to the horizon. Hours you don't have to use, hours with no forms attached. They spend themselves. You just lie inside them while they go, the richest kind of idle wealth that counts itself, and the counting sounds like breath. One, which is the in. One, which is the out. The night only counts to one, over and over. It's the only number it needs, and it never loses its place, and neither can you. There is no place to lose, only this one. Only this breath, and the next one is also this one, and the hours pass through the room like slow, warm water through the reeds, combing everything one direction, downstream, downward, deeper into the plush dark, where the fruit hangs and drops and is received, and the water stands and keeps, and the wool holds its 10,000 small promises against your shoulders. And somewhere in all of that, without ceremony, without a border, without even the little thud in the grass, you go where the sap goes, where the sugar went, where the footsteps dissolved, not falling, not sinking, just included, finally, in the stillness that was here before you lay down and will hold its shape around you all night like the stone mouth holds the water, easily, anciently, asking nothing. And the breath counts 1. Send 1. And the orchard leans into its own weight, all those arms full, none of them tired. And the deep water doesn't ripple. And you rest there at the bottom of the counting, kept and cool and endlessly excused, while the night goes on being good at this. So good at this. Older than every worry and softer than every one of them. And it holds you the way the branch holds, by shape and not by strength. And the shape of the night is exactly the shape of you at rest, as if it had been measured long ago, as if this fit had been waiting in the dark all day for you to come lie down inside it. As 1. Send 1. And the room of the world goes dimmer by a degree nobody notices, and the linen hours breathe in their stacks, and far off, at the very edge of everything, another apple lets go into the grass. And the sound it makes is the sound of the last thing you were holding, arriving safe, on soft ground, in good keeping, done for the night. And elsewhere in the dark, because the dark is generous with its elsewheres, and you may drift to any of them without moving at all, there is a small bakery on a street you have never walked, in a town whose name doesn't matter, and the bakery is closed, and the lights are off, and the whole shop is doing its most important work right now in the dark with no one watching. On the long wooden table under damp cloths, the dough is rising. Slowly, patiently. Nobody is kneading it. Nobody is checking it. The baker went up the narrow stairs hours ago and is asleep above the shop, and the dough doesn't mind. The dough doesn't need an audience. It rises because that is what it does when it's left alone in the warm dark, because being left alone in the warm dark is not neglect. It's the recipe. It's the necessary part. All that flour and water and quiet, becoming something, precisely because no hands are on it. And you might let that settle somewhere behind your ribs, the idea of it, that some things only finish when we stop touching them, that the cloth over the bowl is not a lid but a kindness, that the baker sleeps not in spite of the work but as part of the work because his sleeping is what gives the dough its hours. You too are under the cloth now. You too have been set on the long table of the night, covered and left on purpose by someone who knows how this goes. And whatever was unfinished in you when you lay down, the conversation, the decision, the shapeless worry with no edges to grab, it can rise or rest on its own schedule in the dark without your hands on it. In the morning, it will be different. Things left overnight are always different. Softer, mostly. Easier to work with. You don't have to believe that. You only have to leave the cloth where it is. The oven in that bakery went cold hours ago. Or not cold, no. Ovens like that never go all the way cold. The bricks hold the day's heat deep inside themselves, the way a stone wall holds afternoon long after sunset. And if you laid your palm against the oven's iron door right now, you would feel it, not fire, just the memory of fire, a low, steady warmth with no urgency left in it. That's the temperature of this hour. Not burning, not cold. Just held over warmth, banked and quiet enough to last till morning without anyone feeding it. Your own body is doing the same thing under the blankets, holding the day's warmth in its bricks, letting it seep out slow and even into the bed, into the sheets, a warmth you made hours ago without noticing, and can spend now all night without effort. Every out-breath spends a little. Every out-breath can afford it. And the baker, asleep upstairs, trusts all of it. Trusts the dough, trusts the bricks, trusts the dark shop below him full of process and patience. He isn't lying awake listening for the rising. He has done this 10,000 nights. He knows the shop works better without him in it after a certain hour. And you might notice that you know this too, somewhere old and wordless in you, that there is an hour past which your presence is no longer required at any of your own counters. This is that hour. You've been past it for a while now. The shop of your life is closed and dark and doing fine, and everything on its tables is either rising or resting, and both of those are correct. Because the night is full of things finishing themselves. It always has been. Right now, while you lie here, tide is easing into a harbor somewhere, filling it to the brim without a single person supervising the water. Glue is setting in a joint some carpenter clamped at 5 o'clock and walked away from. Paint is drying in an empty studio, becoming permanent in the dark. Seeds under cold soil are doing their invisible arithmetic. Jam is cooling in jars on a pantry shelf, the lids pulling down one by one with that small, satisfied sound, sealing themselves, needing nothing. The whole world is a workshop where the best part of the work happens after everyone goes home. And you have gone home. You are home. You are the carpenter and the clamped joint both, the baker and the covered bowl, and the part of you that sets and seals and rises does it best exactly like this. Horizontal, unwatched, breathing slow. You may find your breath has already agreed to all of this. It has that unsupervised rhythm now, the rhythm of things left overnight. In, unhurried, out, unexamined, nobody's checking. Nobody needs to. And further north than the bakery, further north than the harbor, it has started to snow. You don't have to go there. It comes to you the way all of tonight's places do, arriving as feeling first. A great fir forest under a sky gone soft and low, and the first flakes coming down through the still air, not falling so much as descending, the way dust descends in a sunbeam without weight enough to hurry. There is no wind. That's the important part. No wind at all. So every flake lands where it was always going to land, on the dark green shelf of a branch, on the shoulder of a stone, on the million small places that have been waiting all day to be quietly covered, and stays. Nothing lands and blows away. Nothing has to land twice. And the forest, which was already quiet, gets quieter because snow doesn't just fall silently. It makes silence. It manufactures it, layer by layer, muffling the small sounds of the world under its soft, accumulating inches, until even the idea of noise seems like something from another season. You can watch it if you like, from behind your closed eyes, the blue-dark air between the trunks slowly filling with slow white, the branches accepting their loads without complaint, dipping a little, holding. And every so often, somewhere off among the trees, a branch that is held enough lets its snow slide off in one soft, collapsing hush, foomp, and springs back up lighter. And the snow it released just joins the snow below, nothing lost, and the branch begins again with nothing on it at all. Even the trees put things down tonight. Even the trees are allowed. And you might notice, without doing anything about it, that your thoughts have started to behave like that snow, coming down slower than they did an hour ago. Fewer of them, no wind behind them anymore. So each one just descends through the dark of you and lands wherever it lands and stays put, covered a moment later by the next one, and the next until whatever was underneath, the sharp shapes, the edges of the day is just soft white contour now, rounded over, soundproofed, still there perhaps but hushed, wearing 3 inches of quiet. You don't have to bury anything. The snow does it, thought by thought, flake by flake. It's very good at it, and it works all night. And by the deepest hour, everything in you will be one smooth, unbroken white with only the gentlest hills to say where anything ever was. Somewhere in that forest, because there is always a somewhere in like this, a small cabin sits with snow gathering on its roof, and inside the cabin a stove has been banked for the night. The damper turned low, the fire settled down into embers, orange going amber going a deep patient red that will last till dawn. That's the color of this part of the night. Not flame, ember, the kind of warmth that doesn't leap or crackle or ask for wood. It just glows, low and certain, behind its iron door, while the snow piles up outside and the cold presses its face to the windows and gets nowhere. And whoever sleeps in that cabin sleeps the particular sleep of people near banked fires. Deep, unbothered, wrapped in the plain animal knowledge that the warmth will keep, that they did the one needful thing before lying down, which was to turn everything low. And you did that too. You may not remember doing it, but you did. Somewhere between the last thing you thought and now, you turned yourself low, banked, dampered, everything in you gone from flame to ember, and embers need nothing. Embers are what fire looks like when it finally trusts the night. On the stove in that cabin, a kettle is cooling. It whistled hours ago for someone's last cup, and now it just sits there ticking softly, quieter and quieter, metal remembering heat the way you're remembering the day. Less and less, more faintly with every tick. Until at some point in the small hours, it will simply arrive at the temperature of the room and stop remembering altogether, and become just a kettle in the dark, at peace, indistinguishable from everything around it. And that's allowed to happen to you too, if it wants to. Arriving at the temperature of the room, cooling not into cold but into sameness, into the bed, into the dark, no boundary worth mentioning between where you stop and the rest of the night begins. Tick and softer, tick and hardly. The snow keeps coming. It doesn't watch itself fall. The embers keep glowing. They don't count their own hours. The dough, far south of here in the dark bakery, keeps rising under its cloth, unattended, doing beautifully. And you keep breathing, which is your version of all three, the rising and the glowing and the settling white, and it happens exactly as well when you forget about it, which you mostly have, which is right. The body knows this whole night by heart. It has kept you through thousands of them, most of which you can't name, all of which it managed. Every winter of you, every long dark, every night you were sure was too heavy to sleep under, it slept under anyway, and here you are, proof, warm, breathing, covered. You may find a kind of confidence in that. Not the loud kind, the ember kind. A low red certainty behind an iron door. That tonight will be kept the way all the others were kept, without your help, without your watching, on the strength of a body that has never once, in your entire life, forgotten how to do this. So there's nothing left to hold the shape of. The snow holds the shape of the forest. The blankets hold the shape of you. The night holds the shape of everything else, and it doesn't get tired, and it doesn't ask you to take a turn. And things go simple now. The way the world under snow goes simple. Fewer shapes, softer lines, a tree, a roof, a drift. A breath. Another one when it's ready, no sooner. The cabin window glows faint amber from the embers, one small warm square in all that falling white, and you are on the inside of it. You were always on the inside of it, looking at nothing, needing nothing, one more warm thing the night has decided to keep. Snow on the roof thickening, good weight, the kind that insulates, the kind that tucks. And under it you, going the way warm things go in deep winter houses, down toward the middle of yourself where it's warmest, where the ember is, leaving the outer rooms of you dark and shut for the night, one by one. The room where the planning happened, dark now. The room where the day was argued with, dark. The long hallway of things to remember, dark and no draft under any door. Until you're just the one lit room, the small one, the innermost, where nothing happens except glow and breath, and the far-off feathery sound of more snow arriving on everything you no longer have to think about. It arrives so lightly. Everything arrives so lightly now. And if a thought still drifts through once in a while, let it be a flake. Let it come down through the dark of you with no wind behind it. Land somewhere, whiten, and stay. You don't have to read them anymore. They're not messages at this hour. They're just weather, and this weather is on your side. The stove ticks once somewhere. The dough, miles and miles away, has risen past the rim of its bowl, doming the cloth, soft as anything in the world, and no one knows yet, and it doesn't matter that no one knows. The harbor is full. The tide did it, quietly, to the brim and no further, the way it always does, the way it will again. And your breath goes out and takes something with it, nothing you'll miss, and comes back in carrying nothing at all, which is the best thing it carries. And the space between the breaths gets a little wider, a little more furnished with dark, roomy enough now to rest inside all by itself, so that even the pauses are places. Warm ones. And you can stay in a pause as long as you like. The night has no schedule. The next breath will find you wherever you've drifted. It always does. It's never once failed to find you. In, like snow. Out, like snow sliding from a branch, all at once soft, and the branch rising lighter. You are the branch, mostly, at this point. Lighter every time, holding almost nothing. Green and dark and patient under a sky that keeps giving you only things that melt. And it's all right if the pictures start to run together now. The ember in the snow, the bread in the ember light, the white forest rising like dough under its cloth of sky. That's not confusion. That's just the depth doing what depth does, letting the walls between things go soft, because you're past the part of the night where things need to stay separate. Everything can pour gently into everything else down here. Warmth into dark, dark into breath, breath into that wide, slow white that keeps coming down, unhurried, unwindblown, covering the last few sharp things so completely that by the time you'd think to look for them, there is only smooth quiet where they were, and no footprints, because you haven't moved, because there's nowhere better than this. And your body figured that out before you did and has already stopped keeping the option open. Kept like the cabin. Covered like the bowl. Banked like the fire, low and red and lasting. The snow doesn't hurry and it doesn't stop. It just continues, the gentlest kind of always, and each flake is one less thing. Somehow, one less thing every time, though you couldn't say what they're subtracting. Only that you're lighter under all this weight, which is the night's own arithmetic and doesn't need to make sense to work. And the small lit room of you goes dimmer by choice, the ember settling deeper into its own warmth, the glow pulling inward the way sleep pulls inward, from the edges first, fingers and feet already far away and perfectly fine, then the long quiet limbs, then the slow center, everything folding in toward that patient red middle warmth where nothing has ever gone wrong. Tick. And quieter. The forest stands in its new white without effort. The roof holds its soft load. The window's amber square gets smaller in all that dark, not going out, just getting further away the way lights do when you're being carried gently in the opposite direction, and you are being carried. You've been for a while now. And there's nothing to steer and nothing to watch for, and the falling snow closes softly over the path behind you, and the path ahead is just more of this, deeper white, deeper warm. The two of them, somehow the same thing at this hour. In, barely. Out and given. And somewhere the cloth over the dough lifts by a breath's worth, rising in the dark on its own sweet time, and no one checks, and it's perfect anyway. And somewhere a branch lets go its whole soft armful and stands up light. And somewhere in you, the same thing, the exact same thing, some held white weight sliding away all at once with a hush you feel more than here, and the lightness afterward. And the night filling in the space with more slow snow, more ember warmth, more of this endless, unwatched keeping that asks nothing of you at all. Nothing at all, except what you're already doing. This, just this, the breath and the dark and the down. And under all of it, somewhere low, there is water. You may not have noticed it arriving. Deep places are like that. A slow, dark river moving through the very bottom of the night, patient as anything, and you can hear it now if you want to, or not hear it and just know it's there. A long, soft syllable that never finishes, going by, going by. It doesn't ask you to follow. Rivers at this hour don't ask anything. They just offer the one thing they have, which is a way. A gentle, continuous away. And you can lie exactly where you are and let the away do its work without you. There's a wooden dock in the dark, old and gray and warm from some daylight it still remembers, and you might find yourself resting there. Not sitting, not watching, just resting, the way a coat rests over the back of a chair. The boards hold you the way the bed holds you. The same holding, really. Wood that has held so many tired things it doesn't even shift anymore. It just receives. And below the boards the water passes, unhurried, black and smooth as poured sleep, carrying its small lights from somewhere upstream you'll never need to visit. Little blurred lanterns of reflection, stretching and folding, stretching and folding. And every one of them is on its way somewhere else, and none of them needs you to see it off. And if there's anything still resting on your chest tonight, any last soft remainder, you might let the river have it, not throw it. Nothing here gets thrown. You just let your hand open above the water, the way a hand opens in sleep anyway, all by itself, and whatever was in it touches down onto that slow black surface and is taken. Gently, immediately, without ceremony. The current receiving it the way the ground receives rain, as if it had always been meant to arrive there. And you watch it go for a moment, or you don't. It gets smaller either way. It rounds the dark bend either way. The river is very good at this. It has been practicing longer than anyone. In, slow, out, and the water takes another few feet of the night downstream. You might notice mist beginning low over the surface, pale, unhurried breath of the river itself, rising in soft ropes that never quite become shapes, and that's a kindness at this hour, things that never quite become shapes. Nothing to name, nothing to recognize, just softness practicing softness out over the water. It drifts against the dock posts and doesn't cling. It moves through the dark and leaves it darker somehow, velveted. And where the mist passes over those small drifting lights, they blur into halos, and the halos blur into glow, and the glow forgets which lantern it came from. And none of this is your job. You're just near it, near enough to be included in the hush. And there is a rowboat tied to the dock, and this may be the gentlest thing on the whole river, because it is tied loosely, and it knows it, and it has stopped testing the rope. It just rocks, barely, a slow, small yes. Yes, yes, against the dark water, going nowhere, held without being gripped. And maybe that's the whole instruction of this hour, if a night this soft can be said to have one, held without being gripped. The knot has enough given it for the boat to breathe. Your body has enough given it now for the night to breathe through you. Nothing is clenched down here. The rope holds because it doesn't have to try. You can allow your breathing to fall in with the boat's slow rocking if it wants to, or with the river's long syllable, or with nothing at all. Breath doesn't need a partner at this depth. It dances alone perfectly well, and it has already chosen its own tempo without consulting you, which is exactly how it should be. Notice, if you like, how far down the breath sits now, how it barely lifts anything, how it moves in you the way the current moves under the mist, felt more than seen, a warm, dark circulation that has taken over the whole business of the night and left you nothing to do but be its address. And the reeds along the bank, you can hear them if the river quiets, a dry, papery whisper, thousands of thin green sentences that never mean anything and never need to. Reeds are the softest talkers in the world. They lean when the air leans. They straighten when it passes. They hold no opinion about any of it. And there's something in you that could learn from reeds tonight, or has already learned. That part of you that used to brace against every small wind of the day, it's leaning now. It leans and straightens, and nothing breaks, because leaning was always allowed. It just took the dark and the water and this hour to prove it. Somewhere far downstream a bell sounds. Once, low and round and unhurried, a harbor bell maybe, or a buoy rocking on some wider water you'll never have to reach. And the sound comes up the river all softened by distance, wearing the mist like a coat, and it says nothing except here. Still here, all's well. The way bells have said it over dark water for hundreds of years to thousands of sleepers, and every one of those sleepers slept, and you are simply the newest of them, joining an old lineage of people who let a distant bell mean everything is fine because it was. Out, long, and the reeds settle, and the bell's last roundness dissolves into the water sound and is gone, the way everything down here is eventually water sound. And you might let the river carry the faces now. Gently, gently. Not away from your life, just away from your night. The people you love, the people who puzzle you, the ones you're worried about, the ones you wish would call. Each of them can be a small paper boat, if you like, folded soft, set down onto the current with a lantern's worth of warmth inside. And the river takes each one with the same unhurried courtesy, and they glow as they go, little warm coins of light on the black water. And here is the thing the river knows that the daytime forgets. Letting them drift for the night doesn't send them anywhere. Morning gathers all boats. Every face you set on this water will be exactly where it belongs when the light comes back. Love doesn't require a night watchman. It never did. It keeps itself, the way the river keeps moving effortlessly without being tended. So, one boat, and another. You don't even need to know whose they are anymore. The folding happens by itself now, somewhere below thought, and the setting down happens by itself, and the drifting. And each little light rounds the bend, and the river is dark again and somehow fuller for it, and your chest is somehow lighter for it, and this exchange can go on as long as it likes without you counting. The night is doing its own bookkeeping in a ledger made of water, and every entry says the same thing. Received, received, received. And your body on the dock, on the bed, in the dark. They're the same place now, and that's fine. Your body has gone the temperature of sleep, that particular deep wool warmth that doesn't come from blankets alone. It comes from surrender, from circulation slowing into its night rhythm, from muscles that have finally believed the news that nothing is coming. And you can feel it as a kind of thickness now, can't you? A sweet heaviness in the forearms, a settledness in the hips. The face gone completely neutral, brow smooth as the water between boats, jaw loose, tongue resting low, eyes so still beneath their lids that even the darkness they look at has stopped moving. Tick, and the river. And maybe the mist has thickened into real fog now, the generous kind, and the far bank is gone, and the bend is gone, and even the dock only exists for a few boards in either direction. And instead of smaller, the night feels bigger for it. Because fog doesn't erase the world, it just excuses you from it. Everything beyond arm's reach has been formally excused. The world will be there in the morning with all its edges back, sharp and manageable in the light. But tonight it has agreed to be soft, gray nothing. And you have agreed to be a warm point of breath inside the soft, gray nothing. And both of you are keeping the agreement beautifully. You may find that thoughts still surface now and then, even this deep. A stray plan, a half sentence, a face without a boat. And that's all right, that's just the river turning over the way rivers do. You don't need to push anything under. Thoughts that surface at this hour are already wet, already heavy, already halfway back down. You can just watch the ripple where they were, and the ripple smooths, and the smoothing is the whole event. No follow-up required. The night takes minutes, not attendance. In, small out, smaller, and given to the fog. And somewhere on the bank behind you, though you'll never turn to look, there might be a low stone wall, very old, running along through the reeds. The kind of wall that was built one stone at a time by hands that are long gone, and it still stands, holding nothing back, marking nothing anymore, just persisting sweetly in the dark. And it occurs to the deep of you, wordlessly, that most of what you carry could be set along the top of a wall like that. One stone-shaped worry at a time, placed, not dropped. Each one finding its own flat spot, its own balance, settling in among all the weathered others as if it had been quarried for exactly that gap. And the wall doesn't mind. Walls are made of accepted weight. That's their whole nature. And your worries look different sitting out there in the fog, don't they? Smaller, more mineral, just shapes among shapes. Things that can hold their own position all night without a single glance from you. One placed, and your shoulders come down another degree you didn't know they had. Another placed, and the breath widens at the very bottom, that low quiet fullness like a tide finding its mark. Another, and you honestly could not say what it was. Just that your hands did the placing, somewhere in the dark, and came back to you empty, and empty hands at night are the richest hands there are. And the fog carries a smell now, if you want one. River cold and green, with something faintly sweet underneath, cut grass from a whole season ago, or rain on warm stone remembered from some afternoon your body kept without telling you. The smells of nothing wrong. That's what they are. The whole nose-deep library of nothing wrong, and your oldest animal self reads it fluently and relaxes in ways that words never reach. The base of the skull, the small of the back. the soles of the feet, unfurling their last quiet inch. And the water goes by, and there's a moment, and maybe it's now, when you stop being someone beside a river and the river simply continues through the place where the difference was. Not dramatically. Nothing down here is dramatic, just the way fog takes a far bank, the boundary getting optional, your breath and the current agreeing they were always roughly the same idea. Slow volume, moving darkly, carrying lights. Yes, like that. And if a last little vigilance is still standing somewhere in you, some small inner sentry on some small inner dock, lantern raised, peering dutifully into fog it cannot see through, you can thank it now. Really, it has been so loyal. It stood through the whole loud day and half the night, and you can tell it what sentries most need to hear, which is not stand down, but I have it from here. The night has it from here, and watch it believe you at last. Watch the lantern lower. The shoulders of it going round and human and tired. And it walks back along the boards and lies down somewhere warm inside you and is asleep before you finish being grateful, because it was always the most tired part of you, and it earned this the most. And now the dock holds no one, and the boat rocks its slow yes to nobody, and the river doesn't notice the difference, and the fog doesn't, and the reeds go on with their meaningless silver whispering, and the whole soft apparatus of the night continues perfectly without a single watcher, which was the secret the entire time. It never needed watching. None of it ever needed watching. The boats arrive, the wall holds, the bell says still here to no one at all and means it just as much. Out and further down. The words are getting heavier now, you might notice. They come slower off the surface of things. They sink sooner. And that's right, that's the hour working. Language is a daylight boat, and it takes on water beautifully at this depth, and you can let whole sentences go under without missing them. Meaning travels differently down here, warmth to warmth, weight to weight. You understand the river without a word in you. You understand the dark the way the dark understands you, which is completely and quietly and without a single question. Warm and going. The fog and the slow lights in it, fewer now, further between. Each one a long time coming and a long time gone, and the gaps between them are not empty. The gaps are the river too. The dark parts carry just as much. More, maybe. The dark parts are where the taking happens. And you, lighter than the mist now, heavier than the water, both at once the way sleepers are, resting on the surface of something enormous and kind that has decided, without being asked, to hold you all night. It decided long ago, before the dock, before the wall, before you lay down. This was always going to hold you. You were never once in danger of being dropped. In, a thread. Out, the thread given to the current. And the river turns its long dark shoulder somewhere below the fog and takes the night around the bend a little at a time. And you go quiet in the middle of yourself, that last middle place, the one that stays lit latest. And even it is dimming sweetly now, not going out, just going deep, the glow of it sinking down through warm layer after warm layer like a coin of light falling slowly through still water, getting rounder, getting softer, getting further, and there's no bottom to reach, only more held, only more dark, only more of this slow being carried that asks nothing. And the reeds hush, and the boat nods, and the water says the one long word it knows. And you don't listen anymore. You just belong to the sound. Down. Send down, and gently, down. And somewhere far above all of this, without announcement, it has begun to snow. You don't have to see it to know. You can feel it in the way the air changes its mind about hurrying. A hush arriving before the snow itself arrives. The way kindness sometimes enters a room before the kind person does. High up, in the black, the first flakes are turning over and over in their long, unhurried falling, each one taking its whole life to come down. And none of them worried about where they'll land, because every landing is soft when everything below you is already asleep. In, slow, out, slower. And the snow comes down over the hills the way sleep comes down over a body. Not all at once, not anywhere first. Everywhere gently, and at the same time, a settling with no edge to it. It lands on the high stones and doesn't ask them to be anything but stones. It lands on the bent grass, and the grass bends a little more and finds that it can. It lands on the roofs of houses where other tired people are sleeping, rooms and rooms of them, strangers breathing in the dark under their own warm weight of blankets, and the snow tucks the whole valley in without waking a single one. And you're one of them now. One of the sleeping ones the night is quietly covering. Nothing separate about you anymore. Just another warm breathing place under the same wide white patience. And you might notice how the snow makes no sound and yet changes every sound. How the world goes wrapped, padded. How even your own heartbeat seems to come from further inside you now, from some deeper room, muffled and steady, a small drum heard through many soft walls. Everything at one remove, everything gentled by distance. The night handles you through thick gloves of snow and wool and dark, and nothing sharp can reach you through all that softness. Nothing sharp even tries. Sharp things don't travel in this weather. They lie down where they are, out in the fields somewhere, and the snow finds them too and rounds them over, and by morning they're only shapes. Only soft white shapes that could be anything. That don't have to be anything tonight. Down and covered and down. Somewhere in the valley there's a house with one window still faintly gold. Not because anyone is awake in it, just embers. Just a fire that was banked hours ago doing its slow ember work in an empty hearth, keeping the room warm for the sleepers upstairs without being asked. And you can go there if you like, the way the drifting mind goes places, without moving, without deciding. You can be in that room. Low ceiling, old beams, the smell of wood smoke gone soft and sweet. A chair nobody's sitting in, a folded blanket nobody needs. And the embers breathing their small orange, breathing under a coat of gray ash, dimming and brightening, slow as anything, slower than you. And it's good to watch a fire that wants nothing from you. It doesn't need feeding tonight. It doesn't need tending. It's doing what you're doing, letting itself go down by degrees, keeping just enough warmth to be found again in the morning. And there's no anxiety anywhere in that. The fire has done this 10,000 nights. It knows the shape of going out is the same as the shape of resting. And it settles and sighs a little heap of ash inward and glows on, quieter, and the room stays warm, and the snow keeps coming down outside the gold window, and nothing in any of it needs you. And you may find your hands have gone very heavy now, heavy the way full sleeves are heavy, warm sand in the fingers, and you couldn't lift them and you don't want to, and there's nothing to lift them for. The hands are done. The hands did everything they were going to do this day. They carried and typed and held and let go. And now they're just warm weights at the ends of resting arms, and the arms are just warm weights hung from sleeping shoulders, and the shoulders have finally stopped waiting to be needed. Nobody will need you before morning. That's not a hope. That's just the hour. This is the hour when the whole world agrees to need nobody. And you can feel that agreement holding, wide as the snow, holding over every roof and every field and every dark mile of it. Nobody needed. Nobody summoned. Every debt of attention, suspended until light. Out and let the bed take one more of you. Because it will keep taking, you know. The bed. There's no floor to its generosity. Every time you think you've given it all your weight, another layer of you unclenches and there's more weight to give, weight you didn't know you were still holding in the small of the back, behind the knees, and the roots of the tongue. And the bed says yes to each one. Yes, and that too. Yes, and that. An old soft yes with no end to it. You could sink an inch an hour all night and never reach the bottom of being held. So sink. There's nothing under you but more yes. And under the houses, under the snow, under the frozen skin of the fields, the ground is doing its winter thing, which is nothing, which is the most productive nothing there is. The seeds are down there in the dark, and they're not striving. Not one seed in all those miles of soil is trying. They're just lying in the cold cupboards of the earth with everything they'll ever need already folded inside them. Whole meadows folded small, entire summers asleep in cases the size of a grain. And they don't rehearse the summer. They don't worry the green up early. They just wait without waiting, the way you're breathing now without breathing on purpose. And the earth holds them the way the night is holding you, at exactly the right depth, at exactly the right darkness, and everything that's supposed to happen later will happen later, and none of it is asked to begin tonight. You're allowed to be a seed until morning. Folded. Complete. Not yet, and perfectly so. Warm. Down. Not yet. Good. And the snow keeps falling on the surface of all that patience. Layer over layer, hour over hour. And you might feel your thoughts falling the same way now. Each one drifting down slow, turning over, landing without sound on the ones already fallen. None of them melting into worry. Just accumulating softly somewhere below your attention. A white drift of everything you were going to think about. Smooth now, contourless, beautiful the way covered things are beautiful. And by the deepest part of the night, the drift will be so smooth you won't remember what shapes are under it, and you don't need to. Morning knows how to find things. Morning is very good at that, and it's morning's job, not yours. Yours is only this. Only the warm dark. Only the falling. Only the long white hush laying itself down over the whole interior country of you. In, a small warm cup of air. Out, poured away. There's an old kind of tiredness that lives deeper than the day's tiredness. You might feel it surfacing now, the way deep things surface only in stillness. A tiredness from further back, older weeks, older seasons, the long accumulation of holding yourself upright and answerable. And it comes up not to trouble you, but to be included. It heard there was rest happening, and it wants some too. And there's enough. That's the thing about a night this size. There's enough rest in it for every age of your tiredness. The recent kind and the old kind and the kind with no story attached. Let them all lie down in you like travelers finding beds in a big dark inn. Room after room going quiet, doors closing softly all along the corridors of you and the innkeeper. Whoever that is in you, whatever gentle keeper is last awake, walks the halls once, slow, satisfied, hearing only breathing behind every door, and puts out the last lamp. And goes to bed too. And down. Snowlight is a strange, soft light. You'd know it if you opened your eyes in that valley. The way a snowed world is never fully dark. The ground faintly luminous, giving back to the sky some pale memory of day, so the night glows dimly from below. And that's the kind of lit you are now. Not lit for seeing. Not lit for doing. Just a low, ambient gentleness in the body, the pilot glow of a person, everything else off. And it costs nothing to keep, and it asks nothing to run, and it will hold all night on its own, the way snowfields hold their dim shine till dawn without a single lamp among them. You can trust a glow like that. It doesn't flicker. It has no switch to fail. It's just what warm things do in the cold dark. They persist softly. You persist softly, and everything else about you can be snow. Heavier now, the face heavy, the thoughts arriving pre-melted, half water before they land. And if a flake of worry does drift by, some small cold this or that turning in the air of you, you don't have to catch it. Watch how it behaves when nothing reaches for it. It just keeps falling. It lands on the great soft drift of everything already set down, and it's indistinguishable in a moment. One more softness on the softness. That's all any of them are at this hour. Weather. Passing interior weather over a sleeping country, and the country doesn't stir, and you are the country, and you don't stir. Out, and the valley one shade darker, one shade warmer. Yes. Far off, if there were anyone to hear it, a branch lets it snow down in a soft collapse. A whole armful of white sliding off a pine with a sound like a sigh, and the branch rising slowly after, lighter, relieved of what it never agreed to carry. And this is happening all over the dark woods all night. Branch after branch reaching its own moment of enough, and letting go without ceremony and rising. Nothing decides it. The letting go just ripens. And yours is ripening too, has been all this hour, the last few held grams of the day sliding off you somewhere you can't name, in that soft interior collapse that isn't falling but release. And you rise a little inside even as you sink, lighter and deeper at once. The way the pines are, the way everything true about rest turns out to be two gentle things at the same time. And the snow doesn't hurry, and neither do you, and neither does the night, which is nowhere near its end. There is so much dark left, hours of it, thick and stocked and paid for. You couldn't use it up if you tried, and you're not trying. You're not doing anything now. Even the listening has gone soft. These words landing on you like flakes on a sleeper's coat, unfelt, uncounted, just gathering their small, warm weight. You don't need to follow them. They know the way down without you. They've been going where you're going all along. In, barely out, and gone a while, and that's right. Somewhere the embers shift again. Somewhere a sleeper in one of those houses turns over without waking, gathers the blanket closer, and settles deeper, and the house holds its warm dark around them like a hand around a match. And you turn too, or you don't, and it doesn't matter. Whatever the body wants to do now, it does on its own authority. It stopped consulting you a while back, blessedly. It runs its warm, quiet night shift of small adjustments and slow chemistry and everything men's adjacent that bodies do in the dark, and it needs no supervisor, and it has none. You resigned. Hours ago. The resignation was accepted with gratitude. And the work goes on better without you, the way snow falls better with no one watching. Deeper, the dark has a nap of softness on it now, like felt. You could stroke it if stroking were a thing you still did. Instead, you just rest against it, cheek to the enormous velvet of 3 a.m, and it holds the shape of you the way plush holds a shape, unhurried to spring back, content to be pressed. And maybe the last thin watcher in you, not the sentry's long asleep, just that final filament of noticing, the one that notices even sleep coming. Even that one is dimming now, and it's allowed. Noticing was lovely, noticing served all day, and now the shop of noticing is shuttered, snow banking up soft against its door. And what remains when even noticing lies down is not nothing. It's this, the warm, unwatched continuing, breath without a witness, weight without a scale. The valley going on under the snow, the seeds going on under the valley, you going on under the blankets, all of it going on and none of it observed, and all of it, every unwatched bit of it, completely safe. Out, and out is longer than in now. Out is most of everything now. The snow will fall for hours yet, let it. It falls in you and on you and for you, every flake a small permission. You may, you may, you may, thousands of them an hour, landing soft, saying nothing else. And the drifts of permission deepen around the house of you, up past the windows of the day, up over every entrance worry might have used, sealing you kindly in with the embers and the warmth and the slow-breathing dark. Snowed in until morning. Nowhere to go and no way to go there and no wish to. Just this, just held. Just white silence stacked to the eaves and the long hours ahead all soft, all yours, all already given. And down. Warm. And the snow, and the slow gold window, dimming. And you going with it, gently, under, down. And somewhere in the going down, the scene changes the way scenes change for sleepers. No seam, no announcement. The white simply becomes water, the hush becomes a different hush. And you find yourself without ever having traveled near a small harbor in the dark. And this too is right. The sleeping mind moves house without packing, and every house it moves to was already made up for you, bed turned down, lamp already out. It is slack tide, that short sacred hour when the sea stops deciding, not coming in, not going out, just lying full and still in the arms of the land, the way you are lying full and still in the arms of the bed. The water barely moves, a long, slow lift, a long, slow settle, slower than breathing, slower than anything with a pulse. And you may find your own breath wanting to keep it company, wanting to lie down beside that enormous patience and match it. And if it does, let it. And if it doesn't, the water keeps its rhythm anyway, and holds yours inside it like a small boat inside a harbor. And there are boats, a handful of them, dark shapes on darker water, each one tied to its mooring. And this is the thing about a moored boat at night. It does no work. It holds nothing up. The rope holds it. The water holds the ropes slack. The harbor holds the water. The land holds the harbor. Everything is held by something larger and quieter than itself, all the way out and all the way down. And the boat just floats there in the middle of all that holding, lifting a little, settling a little, asked for nothing. And you might notice how much of you is boat right now, how much of you is just floating on things that hold. The mattress under you, the frame under the mattress, the floor, the ground, the slow turning patience of the whole dark earth. You are moored. You've been moored for hours. Nothing about you is drifting anywhere it shouldn't. In, the small lift. Out, the long settle, and the rope creaks once, softly, somewhere out on the water. Not a warning. Just the sound holding makes when it's working. The sound of something staying exactly where it was left. And whatever you carried into this night, you may notice it isn't in the boat with you. Somewhere back along the way it was set on the dock. You don't even remember doing it, and you don't need to. It sits there on the worn planks in the dark, patient as luggage, and the tide won't take it and the night won't spoil it, and it requires no watching. It will keep. Everything on that dock will keep. And the boat of you rides light because of it, higher in the water than you've floated in a long time. And light is allowed. Light is what boats are for. The water under you is deep and it is calm, and it is doing all its living far below, where you don't have to attend to any of it. Down there, the currents move like slow thoughts that belong to someone else. Down there, fish hang drowsing in the dark with their fins barely stirring, asleep the way fish sleep, which is to say without ceremony, without a bed, without permission, just slowing until slow becomes still. And there's something you could learn from that, except learning is over for tonight. So instead you just do it, slow until slow becomes still. No ceremony, none needed. Out, and the harbor exhales with you. And far off at the mouth of all this stillness, a lighthouse turns. You can't see the tower, only the beam, a long, soft arm of light that sweeps the dark once, and is gone, and comes again a while later unhurried. And here is what's true about that light, and you can take it down into sleep with you. It is not searching. Nothing is lost tonight. It sweeps because sweeping is its nature, the way breathing is yours. A slow, bright metronome with all the urgency of a grandfather clock in an empty house. And every pass says the same one thing over and over in light instead of words. All's well, all's well, all's well. And you don't have to believe it with your mind because your body already believes it. Your body believed it an hour ago. Your shoulders believed it. Your jaw believed it. The small muscles around your eyes believed it and let go of the last of their day. And now the beam just confirms every slow pass what everything soft in you has already signed. You might feel the pass of it behind your closed eyes, a faint warmth crossing. Gone, the dark again, kinder for the contrast. Then in its own time, the warmth again. And between passes there is nothing to do, and during passes there is nothing to do, and this is the whole schedule of the night. Nothing, then nothing. Then, for variety, nothing. In, barely a lift now. Out, and the water takes it, adds it to itself, one more soft measure of you dissolved into the general calm. And the tide when it finally moves again, and it will in its own hour long after you're gone under. The tide will go out carrying nothing of yours. That's the arrangement. It takes only what's finished. Rinse water of the day, the salt of it, the small grit. It draws all that out to the deep where the deep unmakes it without effort, the way dark unmakes a candle flame. And it leaves behind the smooth, packed, gleaming sand of you, clean swept, firm, new. Ready for no footprints at all because no one is coming to walk on you tonight. The beach of you is closed. The sign is out. The sea itself respects it. And maybe now even the harbor thins. The boat's going vague, the beam stretching longer and softer between passes. Because you are going down below the waterline of noticing into the hull dark, the hold. And the hold of a ship is a good place for a sleeper. Low and warm and curved around you like two hands cupped. And everything down here rocks, but barely. A tilt so slight it might just be your blood. And the wood ticks and settles around you with small contented sounds, the ship talking in its sleep, saying nothing, meaning safe. And you are cargo now, the gentlest kind. Something wrapped soft and stowed with care and labeled in a hand you'll never read. Not to be opened until morning, handled tenderly, this side up toward the dark. And cargo does not steer. Cargo does not check the weather. Cargo has never once in the history of ships been asked its opinion on the route. It just rides, held in the deep, warm center of gravity where the rocking is smallest, and arrives. It always arrives. Morning is a port that has never been missed by anyone who slept the whole way there. You could not miss it if you tried, and you are so far past trying. Trying was cargo too, and it was stowed in some other hold, on some other ship, bound somewhere you're not going. Out, long, the hull size. In, hardly anything, a cupful. Out again, and more of you gone soft into the dark between the ribs of the night. And listen, under everything, there's the oldest sound there is, not the sea exactly, deeper than the sea, the slow double knock, muffled and faithful, your own heart doing what it has done since before you had a name, and it never once asked you for help. Think of that, or rather don't think of it, just let it be true near you. Billions of beats, every single one of them managed without you. Through every night you ever slept and every day you ever worried, it kept its own counsel and its own count. And it is keeping them now. A soft engine in the hold of you, fueled for a lifetime, tended by no one, missing nothing. And if that engine needs no watchman, and it needs none, then nothing in you needs a watchman. The last lantern can go out. The last round has been walked. The keys hang on their nail till morning. And the heart slows the way tired bells slow, each beat arriving a shade later than the last would have guessed, unworried about the gap, resting inside its own rhythm the way you are resting inside the night. And the gaps are where the sleep is. The gaps between beats, between breaths, between these words. The gaps are widening now, all of them everywhere, like doorways letting out into a dark field. And through every gap, a little more of you wanders out into that field and lies down in the deep grass of it and does not come back, and does not need to come back, because the field is also you. It's all you. The harbor and the hold and the field and the dark. You are only ever settling deeper into your own keeping. Deeper. And the field, since you're in it now, the field is night warm the way summer ground stays warm after a hot day, giving its heat back up slowly through the dark. And the grass is tall enough to close over a resting shape and make of it a nest without being asked. And there are crickets, but far off, and fewer by the hour, each one winding down like a small watch nobody rewinds. And the spaces between their sounds grow long and longer. And in the long spaces, the field just breathes its green breath upward at the stars and asks nothing. And the stars breathe their old light downward and ask nothing. And between those two enormous askings of nothing, you lie. Exactly nothing being asked of you from above or below. A rest so complete it has weather. It has seasons. You could live here. You do live here tonight. This is the address sleep keeps for you, and the door was never locked, and the grass has already closed over. In, the field lifts a little with you. Out, and it settles, and holds the print of you like memory foam made of summer. And should any small far-off thing cross the dark, a late bird, a car on some road a mile of grass away, the house ticking through its own slow cooling, your sleeping mind will do with it what the field does with a breeze, bend once softly, and stand back up unchanged. Sounds pass over a sleeper like wind over grass, combing, never uprooting. They may even comb you deeper. Every small noise of the ordinary world just proof, arriving on schedule, that the ordinary world is out there running fine without you. Each one a little postcard from wakefulness saying all handled, sleep on. And you don't answer postcards. You let them pile softly on the mat of hearing unread, and you sleep on. Sleep on. The night is not even half spent, and all of what remains is downhill. A long, mild, grassy downhill with nothing at the bottom but more softness. You couldn't fall here if you wanted to. Falling requires an edge, and there are no edges left. You've gone somewhere entirely upholstered, rounded and dim and continuous, where every direction is down, and every down is gentle, and every gentle is yours. And the body, the good animal of you, has curled or sprawled or arranged itself in that final honest shape it only takes when nobody's watching, the shape it's taken since you were small. And there's a tenderness in that, if anything in you were still awake enough for tenderness. The same creature, all these years, folding itself the same trusting way into the dark. And the dark has never once dropped it. Not once. Every single night of your entire life, however it went, however heavy, ended with you held. An unbroken record, thousands of nights long. And tonight goes on the same ledger, another held night among the held nights. Nothing special, and that's the mercy of it. This is routine for the dark. You are in the hands of something that has literally never failed you at this, and it is not going to begin failing now at 3 whatever in the morning, mid-hold. Out and let the ledger close. In, a thread. Out, the thread lets go. And now even the field is dimming at its edges, becoming less a place than a temperature. Warm, becoming less a temperature than a fact. Held, becoming less a fact than a feeling with no name that lives just below where names can reach. And you're below that line now, in the country under language, where these words arrive only as weather. A warm front of syllables moving through, raining meaning somewhere over the hills where the waking people live. Here it just sounds like far-off water. Like someone humming in another room of a house you trust, and you don't listen anymore. You haven't listened in a long while. You just let the hum confirm that you're not alone in the dark and never were. Someone is up, keeping the small fire of the voice. You can sleep. Someone's up. That's all any of this ever meant. Someone's up, and it isn't you, and it doesn't have to be you, and it won't be you till morning. So low now. The crickets have all but stopped. One somewhere, then a long dark. Then perhaps one more, or perhaps that was memory. And the stars go on with their slow, cold shining that warms nothing and disturbs nothing. Night lights for no one, left on out of habit, out of kindness. And the grass breathes. And the ground gives up its last saved heat right into you, a stored warmth from a sun you don't have to remember. And everything generous is downward flowing tonight. Heat and heaviness and rest and you. All of it flowing down into the same soft-bottomed dark and pooling there and staying. You may sink with it. You are sinking with it. There was never a moment you decided to. It's just what warmth does, what weight does, what you do. The native motion of tired things, downward and slower and dimmer and safer. And no floor comes and no floor is needed. The sinking itself is the bed. The going down itself is the arrival. You arrive continuously now, every second a soft landing on the next second, each one a shade darker and warmer than the last, an endless staircase of pillows descending into the middle of the night, and you take it without feet, without steps, without count. In, if that was in. Out and long and gone. And the field keeps you, and the deep keeps the field, and the dark keeps the deep, and something kind and nameless keeps the dark, and it goes on like that. Keeping within keeping, all the way out past the stars and all the way in past your slow heart. Everything folded in something gentler than itself. No bottom to it, no top, just held and held and held. And you, small and warm and finished with the day, right in the middle of all of it. The most kept thing in the whole soft, nested night. And the grass closes. And the hum goes low. Warm. Lower. And down through the warm. Further, easily, nothing to hold, nothing held back. And the night goes on pouring itself slowly over you, hour after velvet hour, and every hour says the same soft thing more quietly than the hour before. Stay down. You're safe. Sleep on. Sleep on. And somewhere the tide, when it turns gently so as not to wake you, and the light sweeps its slow all's well over the water for no one. And the field breathes, and you breathe, barely, beautifully. Down, and further, soft. And while you rest, the night changes rooms, not louder, not brighter, just elsewhere in itself, the way a house settles from 1 hour into the next without anyone walking through it. Somewhere far from here, in a place your sleep can hold without visiting, snow has begun. First snow, slow snow. Flakes so unhurried they seem to be deciding, all the way down, whether to fall at all. And each one lands without a sound on the shoulder of a hill, on the black branch of a bare tree, on the roof of a house where everyone is already asleep, the way you are already asleep. And the snow doesn't wake them. Snow never does. It's the one weather made entirely of quiet, quiet stacked on quiet, an inch of hush, then two. And the whole world under it grows rounder and softer, its corners disappearing one by one, its edges given up gladly. And whatever was sharp yesterday is only a white curve tonight, and whatever was unfinished is only a smooth place under the smoothness, waiting without worry, blanketed. The way you are blanketed. The way even your unfinished things are blanketed now, snowed under, soft-shaped, harmless till spring. And it keeps falling. That's the mercy of it. It doesn't fall once and stop. It falls and falls, patient as breathing, each flake a small permission. You may rest. You may rest. You may rest. Millions of them, and not one of them in a hurry, and not one of them asking anything of the ground. They only give. Down they come through the dark like a slow applause with the sound turned off, the sky's long, soft agreement with everything that wants to lie still. And you want to lie still. And the sky agrees. And so it is settled, flake by flake, that you will stay exactly where you are, warm inside the falling, deep inside the white hush that covers even itself. Under the snow, under the hill, there is a river that never sees weather. It moves through stone in the dark, slow as syrup, older than any name for it. And it has been going all your life without once needing you to know. That's where you are now in the going of underground water. Carried without current, moved without effort, a warmth traveling through the sleeping rock of the world. And the rock is not cold where you are. It holds the heat of centuries the way a hand holds another hand, without gripping, without letting go. And the water finds its way not by trying, but by yielding, always the lower path, always the easier turn, and every easier turn is the right one. The way every softer breath you take is the right one. The way every further down is the right one tonight for you. There is nothing to see down here, and that is not a lack. The dark underground is a finished dark, complete, needing no light to be whole. And your eyes, closed so long now they've forgotten their eyes, rest in it like two small stones polished smooth, done with looking, done for hours yet, done till a morning that is nowhere near. And the river goes on. And you go on with it, or it goes on with you, and there's no telling the difference anymore and no one asking. Somewhere above, in the snowed over world, a candle is burning down in a window. Nobody watches it. It was lit for the general kindness of it, a small yellow patience against the white and the black. And it does its slow work of turning itself into warmth and light and a soft column of rising air, giving itself away by the hour, unbothered. And the wax pools and shines and holds the flame like a cupped palm. And every minute the candle is a little shorter and no less bright, a little less and no less itself. And there is something in that for the deep part of you that is still listening, something about how giving the day away has made you no less you. Shorter, maybe, softer at the base, but the same warm light, the same steady small flame, banked now, low now, kept safe in the cup of sleep till it's wanted again. And it is not wanted again for a long, long time. The candle burns for you so you don't have to burn. The window holds the light so you can hold nothing. That is the arrangement, old as windows, old as wax. The lit keep watch, the tired lie down. And tonight you are the tired, wholly, officially, beautifully the tired, and the watch is kept. Let the snow have the roof. Let the candle have the window. Let the river have the dark, and the dark have you. In the house of your body, the last small doors are being closed for the night. Not locked, only closed, the way you close a door on a room you love, gently so the hinge barely speaks. The door of the hands closed. The door of the shoulders closed and curtained. The long hallway of the spine dimmed to a single warmth, lamp after lamp gone gold and then gone. The door of the jaw ajar and easy, the way doors are left in trusting houses. The door of the forehead, that busy front room where all the visitors of the day were received. Swept now, chairs against the wall, quiet as a room after a party ends well. Closed. And the deep rooms, the heart's room, the breath's room, those stay open all night with their small necessary fires, tended by someone who is not you, who has never needed you, who does this work in the dark with a skill older than your name. And you can hear, if hearing is even the word anymore, the soft continuing of it. Thub and thub. Unhurried, sure of the hours ahead, a fire settling in a grate, coal by warm coal. And further down than the house, further down than the river, there is wool. There is a place at the bottom of the night that is only wool, only softness with no shape. The raw stuff blankets are made of before anyone decides what they'll be. And you have reached it, or it has reached up and received you, and now the wool of the deep is around you the way warmth is around a coal, indistinguishable from your own edges, so that where you end and the softness begins is a question with no answer and no asker. And it breathes when you breathe. That's the only motion left. A wide, slow swell of soft, rising a little. A wide, slow settling, going a little further down. And the wool remembers every sleeper it has ever held, and it has never dropped one, and it will not begin with you. If a thought comes now, and one may, let it come the way a moth comes to a dark window, bumping softly once, twice, finding no way in and turning back to the night. You are not the light it's looking for. You have no light out. The moth of the thought circles and drifts and finds some other window in some other house where somebody's still up. And your window stays dark and whole and cool, and the room behind it stays yours, and nothing enters and nothing needs to. And this happens without you, thought after stray thought, all night, the dark glass doing its one quiet job while you sleep on behind it. Sleep on, yes, like that. And in that other country where the snow is falling, a train is crossing the long white distance with its windows glowing amber, slow over the sleeping land. And everyone aboard is asleep too, folded into their seats and berths, rocked by the mild sway of it, mile after mile. And the train knows the way. Nobody aboard is steering, nobody aboard is needed. The rails were laid long ago by people who thought of everything, every curve gentled, every grade made easy. And the sleepers ride through the night trusting the old work of strangers, the way you ride this night trusting the old work of your own body, the rails of breath laid down before you could speak, the gentle grade of every outbreath descending. And the train hums, and the snow parts before it and closes behind it, and it carries its cargo of dreamers on and on toward a morning that will arrive on time without a single one of them watching for it. And you are one of them now, birth-warm, window-dark, rocked. The countryside of the deep night streaming past unseen. And nothing to miss, because everything worth seeing at this hour is the inside of rest itself. And you have a window seat on that, the best one, eyes closed, facing the soft interior weather, the slow amber of being carried. Carried, that's the word for this hour. Not walking, not even sinking anymore. Carried, the way full-grain sacks are carried into a barn at dusk by someone strong who doesn't strain. The way a sleeping child is carried in from the car and doesn't wake even on the stairs, even at the turning of the landing, even as the blankets come up. Limp with trust, heavy with it, heavier the more they're held. And you may be that heavy now. You are allowed all of that weight. Whoever carries the sleeping world can bear you easily, has borne heavier, has never once set anyone down before morning. And the night pours on. Third hour going on fourth, or fourth going on nothing, hours having quietly stopped being the point. Time down here is not a line but a temperature, and the temperature is perfect and it holds. And the snow above has deepened past the doorsteps now, and the candle is half itself and still giving, and the river hasn't hurried once in 10,000 years. And your breath. Your breath is the smallest tide in the world and the only one you'll ever own, and look how well it goes without you. In by itself, out by itself longer. A pause with no anxiety in it, just the body enjoying the stillness between. Then in again when it's ready, never before. And you could not do it this beautifully on purpose. No one can. It is only ever done this well asleep, and it is being done this well, so you know, even without knowing, that you are asleep, or so near it that the difference has dissolved like sugar in warm milk, sweet all the way through, no grains left, nothing to find. Down in the wool, a last image rises, soft as everything here. An orchard at night under the first of that far snow, old trees standing easy in their rows, their work done months ago, their fruit long gathered and stored somewhere warm. And they sleep standing up, the way trees do, sap gone slow and low, drawn down into the roots for the cold months, everything essential brought inward and downward and kept. And not one tree in the whole orchard is worried about spring. Spring is not their job. Their job is this: the standing rest, the long dark patience, the trusting of the roots. And they are magnificent at it, better at winter than they ever were at summer, and nobody thinks less of them for sleeping, and nothing is lost while they do. And you, rooted in this warm bed with everything essential drawn down and in and kept. You are in your winter hours now, your sap gone low and golden. And spring is not your job tonight. Morning is not your job. Even dreaming is not your job. It will do itself if it wants to, quiet films playing in a theater you don't have to attend. Your only job was to be this heavy, and you've done it, and the doing is over, and now there's only the being. Heavy, held, orchard still. The snow settles on the branches without weight. The branches accept it without bending. Everything tonight accepts everything. The ground, the snow, the dark, the river, the wool, the sleeper, the sleeper, the sleep. A long chain of soft acceptances with you at the warm end of it, accepted last and best and most completely. Nothing about you refused, nothing about you returned, nothing about you needing to be otherwise than exactly this. Breathing slow, sunk deep, far from your own name. And if the voice grows quieter now, it's only because you need less of it. The way a hand on a cradle stills as the rocking finishes itself. The way a hum drops to breath when the child is finally down. You are finally down. Anyone could see it. The night can see it and eases its own voice too. Wind lower, snow slower. Even the far train only a felt thing now, a faint sweet trembling in the rails of the earth, miles off, going, gone. Warm, and the wool rises, and the wool settles. Everything above you is taken care of. The candle will see itself out gently, into the wax, into the dark, no smoke worth mentioning. The snow will finish its long, kind sentence sometime before dawn and lie there glowing faintly, holding the little light of the sky the way you hold this rest, evenly, all over, without effort. The river will still be going when you wake, will still be going long after, and requires nothing of you now and never did. It was only ever an example of how to move without trying, of how the deep things of the world get where they're going by giving in, and arrive without arriving, and are held the whole way. You are held the whole way. Deeper now, the words come apart a little, and that's right. They were only ever a raft, and you don't need a raft where the water holds you by itself. So let them loosen. Let them drift off board by board, soft plank after soft plank, each one floating away with a small piece of the day still on it, carried off downstream to wherever spent days go, that mild warehouse of finished time where everything is folded and nothing is judged. And you stay. You are not the raft. You were never the raft. You are the held thing, the warm weight, the sleeper the whole apparatus was for. And the apparatus dissolves now, having worked. Words into water, water into warmth, warmth into you. In, barely a lift. Out, barely and long and lower. And the orchard stands in the snow, and no branch stirs. And the deep river turns its slow, dark shoulder under the hill. And the candle leans its small light against the cold glass, patient, for no one, for everyone, for you. And the night, wide as it is, with all its snows and trains and sleeping houses, bends its whole soft attention down to this one bed, this one breath, this one heavy, trusting body, and finds everything in order, and lets you be. Be just that, the whole instruction if it was ever an instruction. Be and be warm and be down and be kept. And the keeping asks nothing back, tonight or ever. It is the free thing, the given thing, the snow-like thing, falling on you slowly, covering you kindly, rounding every last edge of you into rest. So soft now, so far down. The snow on the sill, the hush on the snow. And your breath under all of it, small and slow and sure, the one warm animal thing in the white quiet, doing its perfect sleeping work. And further, and easier. And the night holds, and holds. And somewhere the wool deepens without moving, and you deepen with it, and there is nothing else to do, and there is nothing else, and that is the softest sentence in any language. Nothing else. Only this. only down, only warm. And the hours to come are already gentle, lined up in the dark like quiet rooms, each one made for sleeping through, each one already yours. You will pass through them without footsteps, without doors, carried room to room by nothing but breath. And every room will be a little softer than the last, though the last was softest, though softness has stopped having degrees and become the whole of the weather. And the voice thins to what a voice is before its words. A warmth in the air of the room. A hand's width of hum. Near you, for you, needing nothing. Sleep on, deep one. The snow has the world tonight. And the dark has the snow. And you have only this, the slow warm nothing, the held and holding dark. Down. Still further. Soft. And the softness has its own country now, and you are somewhere in the middle of it, past all the borders, past the last small fence of thinking. And no one will ask you for anything here. No one keeps the gate. You walked in without knowing you were walking, the way you always cross into sleep, one breath on this side and the next breath already on the other, and never a seam between them. Never a moment you could point to and say, there, that was the edge, because there is no edge. There is only softer, and then softer than that. And I'll tell you something the body already knows. In the low, quiet way it knows things without words. It knows how to sink. All night it will do this, without you steering, without you spending a single thought on it. The shoulders will keep finding the lower place, and then the lower place under that. The jaw will go on loosening long after you've stopped noticing a jaw at all. The hands, wherever they've come to rest, will open by a hair, and open again the way a flower does in slow footage, too slow to watch, unmistakable when you look away and look back. And none of it needs you. That's the mercy of it. You can be the one who is carried and let the carrying happen in the dark below your knowing. Somewhere out past the walls, the ground itself is cooling, giving back its warmth to the wide black air, breath by breath, the way it does at the deep middle of every night. And the fields lie there under it, turned and dark and resting, all their work done for the season, nothing asked of them until a light that is still a long way off. And they don't wait for that light. They don't count the hours till morning. They simply lie in their own dark wait and let the cold come and go over them, unhurried, unbothered, held to the round turning back of the earth by a pull so old and so patient it has never once let anything fall. That same pull has you. The same low, steady holding that keeps the fields on the world keeps you on the bed. You are not floating in some effort of your own. You are set down, laid along the mattress, given fully to the ground the way a stone is given, the way a fallen apple is given, the way the last leaf is given when it finally lets the branch forget it. And the ground takes you without a word, without a question, the way it takes everything that finally stops holding itself up. Let it take a little more. There's always a little more to give it. A held place you didn't know you were still holding, somewhere behind the eyes, maybe, or low in the back, or in the small muscles around the mouth that spend all day arranging a face for other people. You can hand those over now. No face is needed here. No one is reading you. You can let the whole arrangement go slack and untended, the features settling however gravity wants them, and it will only ever look like peace, because that is what a face does when at last it isn't performing anything. So slow now, the breath so slow you could almost mistake it for the room breathing, and you the still thing inside the room's breath. And that would be a fine mistake to make, to lose the line between your slow breathing and the slow breathing of everything, to be one more soft rise and fall among all the rising and falling of the sleeping world. The sea somewhere doing it against a shore. The tide walking out across the flats so gently that the small pooled water it leaves behind never even ripples, just goes glassy and still and mirrors the dark, holding a scatter of faint stars and an inch of warm salt water, patient in the sand, going nowhere, wanting nothing, until the sea remembers it and comes back. You are like that pooled water now, left behind by the busy tide of the day, perfectly still, holding a little light in you, asked for nothing, going nowhere at all. And the day's tide has truly gone out. Feel how far. All that pull and drag of it, all the small currents of it tugging at you. Where to be, what to answer, who to be gentle with, what you forgot, what you'll have to face. All of it has drawn back down the long, flat sand and left you here, high and dry and safe above the waterline, in the soft, warm dune of the bed, where no wave reaches, where the tide only sounds now as a hush a long way off. A folding and unfolding you can barely hear. So far down the beach it's more felt than heard. More like the memory of the sea than the sea. And it will fold and unfold like that all night, keeping its own slow time, needing nothing from you. And you can lie above it in the dry, warm dark and let its far-off folding rock you the way it rocks the whole coast, without hands, without a cradle. Just the oldest sound there is, going out and coming in, out and in, and always, always coming in. Good, that's the whole of it. Nothing to do but be rocked. I want you to notice, in the softest way, without lifting toward it, how warm the small space around you has become. The air just over the blanket, held there by your own slow heat, gone mild and close and yours. You've made a pocket of warmth in the cold, wide night, the way every sleeping creature does, the way the small ones do down in the leaf dark and the burrow dark, curled into their own gathered heat while the frost writes on everything outside. And there is nothing in the whole night more right than that. A warm thing, sleeping in a cold world, keeping its one small ember lit without effort, without watching it, just by being alive and lying still. You are that ember tonight. You don't have to feed it. It burns low and steady on its own, all the way to morning, the way it always has, the way it did when you were far too small to know the word for warm and were kept warm anyway. Kept and carried and set down sleeping. The same as now. Nothing has changed about that. Nothing ever will. So far down now. The words reaching you softened, the way sound reaches you through deep water, rounded and slow and losing their corners before they arrive, so that you're not really hearing meanings anymore, just a low, warm current moving past, a warmth with a shape to it, and you can let the shapes go and keep only the warmth. Only the low tide of the voice going out, coming in, asking nothing. Covering you the way warm water covers you when you slip all the way under in a still pool, and the surface closes soft and unbroken over the last of you and everything up there. The light, the air, the edges goes muffled and gold and far. And down here it is only pressure and warmth and the slow, enormous quiet, holding you evenly on every side, so that there is no up to swim toward and no reason to, and you simply hang in the held dark, weightless, kept, breathing some deeper way that needs no surface. Down there the light comes apart. It doesn't go out, it comes apart into soft grains, into a slow gold dust that drifts and settles, never landing, filling the dark water with a dim warm shimmer that isn't bright enough to see by and isn't trying to be. It's just the light resting too, letting itself scatter, letting itself be carried by the slow deep currents that fold through the low places of the sea. And you drift among the grains of it, one more slow warm mote, sinking so gently you'd never call it sinking, just being taken lower by the patient weight of the quiet, down past where the currents run, down to the still floor of everything, the soft dark silt of it, older than any trouble, older than any name, where the last of the light lies down at last in a fine warm dust and sleeps. Lie down in that silt. Let it take the shape of you, warm and fine and endlessly deep, folding up soft around your sides, around your back, around the backs of your legs, filling every hollow the way warm sand does when you press into it, and let it hold you, so that you couldn't say where you stop and the softness starts. The boundary going quiet. The outline of you no longer needing to be kept. Just a warm blur of held weight in a warm dark hold, and no distance anywhere between the two. So quiet down here, so far from anything sharp. This is where the night keeps the deepest sleepers, this low, soft country under the current, and you have found your way to it the way you always could, without a map, without trying, drawn down by nothing but the tiredness that was always going to bring you here in the end. Good tiredness, honest weight. The whole day's worth of it turned now into ballast, into the gentle heaviness that carries you down and keeps you down and holds you steady on the still floor of the night, where nothing rocks too hard, where the far tide is only the softest pulse, where the gold dust settles over you a grain at a time, hour after hour. A slow, warm covering that no one has to shake off in the morning, that will simply lift on its own when the light comes far up above and remembers to reach for the world again. But that is hours off, whole soft leagues of dark off, and not for you to think about, not tonight, not down here. Here there is only the next slow breath, arriving on its own, unbidden, the body drawing it the way the deep sea draws its slow tides, without deciding, without counting. In, and the warm dust lifts a little. Out, and it settles again over you, a shade thicker, a shade softer. In, lift. Out, settle. And each settling leaves you covered a little more kindly, weighted a little more gently, kept a little further down. And you don't track it. You couldn't if you tried. The tracking part of you has laid itself down in the silt as well and gone still. Gone gold, gone quiet. One more warm grain among all the warm grains, done with its watching. Off its post at last, sleeping like the rest of you sleeps. And I'll stay up here at the surface a while, where the words still are, and let them fall to you softly, the way light falls through the deep water, losing itself on the long way down, arriving as almost nothing, as warmth without edges, as company you don't have to answer. You never had to answer. You can let each one land and dissolve, a slow fall of soft syllables sifting down through the dark to settle over you with all the rest, meaning less and less, mattering less and less, until they're only more of the warm covering, more of the gold quiet, and you can't tell the words from the silt from the sleep. Which is exactly as it should be, exactly where the night was always taking you. Down under the last of the light, into the still, warm floor of the dark, kept and covered and needing nothing, breathing your slow, deep tide alone in the enormous, gentle quiet. So let it be enormous. Let the quiet be as big as it wants. It doesn't crowd you. It opens around you, room past room of soft, dark water, more of it than you could ever swim, more than you would ever need, and all of it still, all of it warm, all of it on your side. You are not lost in it. You are held in it, the way a single grain is held in a whole deep sea, cradled by the sheer weight of all that gentle around it, unable to fall because there is no falling left, only more holding, deeper holding, the dark closing kind, and even over every side of you and asking still for nothing. Nothing. The softest word there is, and you can lie in it now like a bed inside the bed. Nothing to hold, nothing to fix, nothing to be, only down and warm and kept. Further, the current so slow now it has nearly stopped being a current, become instead just a lean in the water, a barely there tilt of everything toward rest, and you tilt with it, given over, sliding by degrees too small to feel into the deepest still of the whole long night, where even the far tide can't reach, where even the gold dust has finished falling and lies over you complete, a soft whole weight, seamless, warm, done. And under it your slow breath goes on, small and certain, the one moving thing in all that stillness, and it needs no watching, and it will not stop, and it is doing, right now in the dark, the oldest and easiest and most faithful work there is, the work you were made to be good at, the work that asks nothing but that you get out of its way. And you have. You've gotten all the way out of its way. You've laid down every last thing that was standing between you and this. And it thanks you the only way breath can, by carrying you on, soft and deep and sure, into the warm floor of the hours. And the hours don't count themselves down here. They pool. They gather soft and slow like the silt, layer on warm layer, and you rest in the thick of them, unhurried, unwaiting, with nowhere in any of them you have to be. The whole dark ahead of you is only more of this. More warm, more down, more kept. A long, slow country of it, laid out gentle in the black, and you already deep inside the first soft mile with all the rest still folded quiet up ahead, made for you, holding for you, in no hurry at all to arrive. So stay down, stay warm, let the far tide fold, let the gold dust lie, let the slow breath do its faithful work without a single hand from you. There is nothing else. There was never going to be anything else. Only this warm held dark, and you inside it, sinking so softly it isn't even sinking anymore, only being kept, only being carried, only going on and on into the deep still floor of the night where the quiet has you and the warmth has you and the dark, gentle as anything, holds and keeps on holding, soft and slow and further down. And somewhere far above all that deep, without you having to rise to meet it, the night has been quietly changing its work. The water has done what water does, and now something new has come to keep you, something that arrives from the sky instead of the depths, something slow and white and weightless. Snow, if you like. The first of it just beginning, high up in the dark, each flake taking its own long, unhurried time to come down, in no rush to reach anything, drifting sideways as much as down, turning slowly as it falls the way a thing falls when it has all the night in the world to land. And you don't have to watch it either. You can just know it's up there, that soft descending, the whole quiet sky letting go of itself a little at a time, gentle past telling, every flake so small and so light that not one of them makes a sound when it finally lands. A whole storm of them and silence. The loudest snow is quieter than a held breath. And it is settling now, everywhere, over everything, over the roofs and the roads and the bare dark branches, laying itself down like the softest possible answer to a long, hard question, covering, rounding every sharp edge the day left standing, filling in every hollow, making one smooth, kind whiteness of a world that only hours ago was all corners. And you under all of it, or as good as under it, tucked so far down and so warm that the cold can't find you. Only the hush can, only the deep, muffled quiet that a snowfall lays across a place. You know that quiet. The way the whole world goes soft and close when the snow is coming down. The way sound itself seems to sink into it and rest. The way even your own thoughts go slower and lower when the flakes are falling, as though the snow were falling inside you too, settling white and soft over everything that was loud in there, and covering it, and letting it be still. Let it fall inside you then. There's room. Let it come down slow through all the high, dark rooms of you and land without a sound and lie there, cool and clean and quiet, over every last thing that spent today being sharp. You don't have to sweep it away. You don't have to clear a single path through it tonight. Let it drift up soft against the doors. Let it round off the hard shape of the hours. Let it lie as deep as it wants to lie, and let the whole loud shape of your day disappear under it, gentle, complete, gone white and smooth and silent beneath the falling. There is nowhere you have to walk out into it. No cold morning errand waiting at the far side of the snow. It falls only to cover, only to quiet, only to lay one more soft weight over the warm one already holding you. And you can feel it settling on top of the dark like a second blanket drawn up over the first, and then a third over that, weightless every one, and yet somehow heavier and warmer altogether, the way many small, soft things become one great kindness when they gather. And they are gathering, over you, layer on quiet layer, deeper and deeper into the still white heart of the night. And the house, because there is a house, there is always a house somewhere around a sleeping person, walls that hold the warm in and the weather out. The house has gone quiet too, the way a house does long after everyone in it has stopped moving. You know these sounds, or rather you know this after sound, this settling, the small tick of something cooling in the walls, the low, steady breath of the warm air moving slow through the rooms. A beam somewhere easing itself by a hair against another beam, the way old timber does at night. A soft wooden sigh that means only that the house is resting its own long weight, same as you, letting go by tiny degrees of the day's warmth and standing loose and easy in the dark. And the house is on your side too. It has been holding its shape all day around you without being thanked, keeping the wind off, keeping the dark out there where it belongs and the warm in here where you are. And now in the night it can slacken a little, the way you have, the way everything faithful gets to slacken once the watching is done. And you can lie inside it and feel it around you, that patient keeping, walls and roof and the good dark under the roof, and know that it will go on standing quiet around your sleep for every hour of it, asking nothing, needing nothing from you. Only there, only holding, only home. And outside those walls, the snow keeps coming down, and the two things hold you between them, the warm dark inside and the soft white falling out, and you in the seam of them, in the exact kept middle, further in than the cold can reach and further down than the day can follow. You could not be more held if the whole night had been built for it, and maybe it was. Maybe that is all the night is, this great patient machinery of dark and warmth and falling quiet, turning slow above you and around you for no reason, but to bring you here, to this, to down, to safe, to done. Breathe and let even the snow blur. Let the falling go soft at its edges the way far things do when sleep is close, the flakes losing their separate shapes, becoming just a slow, pale drift in the dark, a gentleness with no parts to it anymore, a single quiet coming down that asks nothing and means nothing but rest. And you needn't follow even that. You can let it fall on without you now, out there past the edge of everything, while you stay in here, deep in the warm, deep in the kept, with your slow breath going on beneath it all, small and sure, doing its old, soft, faithful work, needing no watching, wanting no help. And time down here has gone as soft as the snow. It doesn't march anymore, it drifts. The hours don't strike, they settle, one over the other, weightless, the way the flakes settle, until you couldn't say how deep the night has grown any more than you could count the snow by looking at it. And you don't need to. You were never the one meant to keep that count. Let the hours drift down and gather. Let them lie as thick as they like over the long, dark floor of your sleep. There is no bottom you can reach too soon. No morning pressing up against the underside of any of this. Only more night. Only more falling quiet. Only more of this warm, kept dark laid out ahead of you, soft and endless and entirely yours. And if some small thought should come drifting up through all that white, and one might, even now, even this deep, a stray bright thing rising slow from somewhere below, you don't have to catch it. You don't have to open a single door to it. Let it drift up like one dark flake going the wrong way through the snow. Let it turn once in the quiet and lose its heat and its hurry, and let it settle back down soft and cool with all the rest, covered over, quieted, gone white, and still beneath the falling before it ever quite became a thought at all. That's all any of them can do down here. Rise a little, and cool, and settle, and sleep. The snow takes them the way it takes everything, gently, completely, without a sound. So let them come if they come, and let them go as they will, and stay yourself exactly where you are, low and warm and kept, in no danger of any of them, in the deep, soft floor of the hush where nothing sharp survives the falling. You are further in than thinking now. You are down where only the breath still moves, and the slow, warm settling, and the snow that isn't even quite snow anymore, only softness, only quiet, only the night laying itself down over you kind and thick and endless. And I'll go quieter now too, the way the snow goes quieter the deeper the night gets, until it's less a voice than a warmth at the edge of the dark, a something, there that you don't have to listen to, that you can let blur into the hush with everything else. You don't need the words anymore. You never really needed them. They were only ever a hand to hold on the way down, and you're down now, all the way down, past where any hand is needed. So let mine go soft too. Let it thin into the quiet. Let it become just one more gentle weight settling over your sleep, warm, wordless there. Just the breath now, just the warm, just the soft white falling that has no sound, and under it all of it kept and held and going on. And further in still, past even the house, past even the snow, there is a smaller warmth I want you to have, the oldest one, the plainest one, the simple animal fact of your own heat, the warmth your own body makes and has made every hour of your whole life without your once asking it to. Feel it low and steady, gathered under the blankets, pooled soft around you, a heat that is entirely your own and costs you nothing, that rises off your slow chest and your loose, heavy limbs and fills the small cave of the covers with a warmth no cold night could ever take. You are the fire in here. You always were. The warm was never something you had to find out in the world and carry home. It was here all along, made fresh in you with every breath, banked low and safe in the deep of you, glowing on through the whole long dark whether you tend it or not. And it will tend itself tonight. You can put down even that. You don't have to keep yourself warm the way you spend the days keeping yourself so many things, awake, upright, ready, kind. The warmth needs no keeping. It simply is the way your heartbeat is, the way the slow tide of your breath is, one more faithful thing your body does in the dark without a word of thanks or a moment's help. Let it glow on. Let it fill the covers. Let it hold you from the inside the way the snow holds you from the outside, and lie there in the middle of your own quiet heat like a coal banked warm under soft gray ash, giving off its steady low glow into the night, asking nothing, needing nothing, only burning slow and safe and low, all the way to morning. And there is a kindness in that I want you to feel just once, softly, before you drift the last of the way down, that the warmth in you is the same warmth that has been in you every night you have ever slept, the child you were and the tired one you are now, all of it the same low, faithful fire, carried unbroken through every dark you've ever come through, never once going out, not on the hardest night, not on the coldest, not on the ones you thought you wouldn't make it warm through. And here you still are, still glowing, still burning soft and low in the dark, proof of nothing you have to prove, just warm, just here, just alive and resting, which on a night like this is enough, is more than enough, is everything. So rest in that. Rest in your own kept warmth and the snow's soft covering and the house's patient walls and the deep still water underneath it all. Layer on layer of holding, more than you could ever have asked for, all of it around you now, all of it on your side, all of it asking only that you stay and sink and let go the last small handful of yourself you might still be holding. Let it go. There's nothing under it but more warm. There's nothing past it but more night. And the night is long and kind and nowhere near done with keeping you. Soft now, soft as the falling, let the last words blur. Let the warm have you. Let the snow come down over everything, slow and white and silent. And stay down there in the deep of your own quiet heat, kept and held and carried on. And the snow keeps falling, and the house keeps its shape around you, and the water lies still and deep beneath it all. And your breath goes on, small and warm and certain, the one soft moving thing in all that gathered quiet. And it needs no watching, and it will not stop. And it is doing, right now in the dark, the oldest easy faithful work there is. So let it carry you. Let the warm and the white and the deep all fold together into one soft weight over your sleep, and lie there under the whole of it, unhurried, unwaiting, with nowhere in any of the long hours you have to be. It's only down, only warm, only kept. And the snow, coming down, soft and slow over all of it, and over you, and holding, and keeping on. Further, into the quiet, where the hush has you now, where the warmth has you now, where the long white night, gentle as anything, lays itself down, and further down. And somewhere down here, deeper than the warmth, deeper than the falling, there is a stillness that was never yours to make and is not yours to keep going. It goes on by itself. It was going on long before you lay down tonight, and it will go on long after. And all you are doing now is joining it, slipping in among it. One small resting weight added to the great settled quiet of everything that is, at this hour, asleep. Because it is that hour now, the deep one, the one the world tips into without asking anyone's leave. The hour when the last late window has gone dark and the roads have emptied and even the restless ones have finally slid under. The whole tired world lying down together, all at once in every house and every country, more sleeping breath than you could ever count, rising and falling in the dark like a single slow tide. And you are part of that now. You are one of the many. Not alone in it, never alone in it, just one more quiet body let down softly into the same wide rest that holds them all. And you may feel, if you feel anything at all now, how little is being asked of you, how the whole enormous turning of the night is happening entirely without your help. The dark does not need you to hold it up. The hours do not need you to move them along. They turn on their own, slow and sure, the way they have turned through every night there has ever been, carrying the morning toward you at their own unhurried pace, and you have nothing to do with any of it. Nothing to carry, nothing to steer. You may simply be carried, the way a leaf on deep water is carried, not swimming, not steering, only resting on a thing far larger than itself and letting it do the moving. Let it do the moving now. And far off, past the walls, past the last of the falling, the land itself is lying down. The fields folded under their own dark. The hills settled low against the sky. The small folded creatures tucked into hedge and hollow, breathing their small quick breaths, safe in the places they have made. Birds gone still in the black shapes of the trees, each one a soft, warm weight on a branch that holds it without being asked. Nothing out there awake that means you any harm. Nothing out there at all but the slow, patient dark, going about its old work of covering things over, letting the day's edges soften, letting the whole worn world go quiet and blunt and easy under the deep of the night. And you belong to that. You always have. You are not a thing set apart from the sleeping land, watching it from behind glass. You are of it, made of the same settling, prone to the same rest. And your body, lying here, knows how to fold down into the dark as surely as any folded creature in any far field, because it is the same knowing, the same old animal quiet, the same sinking toward morning that the whole living dark is doing all around you, all at once, without a single one of them trying. So you needn't try either. There is no trying left to do. You have set so much down already tonight, more than you know. It has been slipping from your open hands this whole long while, quietly, the way sand slips, the way you don't feel the last of it go. And whatever is still there, still faintly held, may go the same soft way now. Not thrown down, not wrenched loose, just loosened, just allowed to slide from fingers that have finally stopped closing. And you will not even feel the moment it leaves you. You will only notice, somewhere far down, that your hands are lighter, that there is nothing in them now but the dark and the warmth and the slow turning night. Open hands, resting on the covers, or curled soft and empty against the pillow, doing nothing, holding nothing, asking nothing of themselves. Just two warm, quiet weights at the ends of two heavy arms, gone loose, gone still, gone wherever the rest of you is going, down under the layers, down under the hours, down where the deep of the night keeps the sleeping safe. And if a thought should drift across you here, some small late piece of the day, some name, some worry, some thread you thought you'd finished with, you needn't chase it and you needn't push it away. Let it drift the way a slow cloud drifts across a dark field, throwing a little more shadow over the ground for a moment and then gone on past, out of sight, the field no different underneath, still there, still resting, still whole. Your rest is the field. The thought is only the passing shadow. And shadows have never once, in all the history of fields, kept the ground from lying still. So let them pass, all of them, the whole slow procession of small thoughts, drifting over you and off the far edge of you, one after another, growing farther apart, growing dimmer, until between them there is only more field, more dark, more quiet ground, and the spaces between the passing get longer and softer and easier to sink through. Longer and softer. And now, this deep in the night, even the passing has mostly stopped. Even the shadows have run out. And there is only the wide, dark field of you, lying still under a sky with no more clouds in it. Nothing crossing, nothing to watch, nothing left to let go because it has already gone, all of it quietly, while you weren't holding on. How good the empty is. How much room there is in it. No edges pressing. No next thing waiting. Just the wide, soft dark, stretching out in every direction around your resting weight, with all the time in the world folded into it, hour on hour of night still ahead, more than you could use, more than you could ever fill, and none of it asking to be filled. You may spread out into all that room. Let the held-in shape of you ease wider. Let the shoulders drift down from where they've spent so long climbing. Let the jaw hang soft. Let the long muscles of the back give up the last of their holding and melt down flat and heavy into whatever holds you. There is room for all of it to let go now. Room and time and dark enough for every last clenched thread of you to come undone at its own slow pace, one after another, in no hurry, with the whole night waiting patiently for each one. And as they loosen, as the holding leaves you a little more with every slow breath, you may notice the strange, soft heaviness that comes, the good weight, the weight of a body that has finally stopped bracing. A warm, dense settling that presses you down gently into the dark like a stone easing into deep, still water, sinking not because it is pushed, but because it is done being held up, because down is where it has always wanted to go, because the depths are patient, and the depths are kind, and the depths have been waiting all this while with open arms to take its whole weight and ask nothing back. Down where it's quiet, down where it's dark and even, down where the small troubles of the surface can't reach, where the wind doesn't blow, where the light doesn't flicker, where everything is slow and deep and undisturbed, and has been forever, and will be long after this night. A stillness so old and so complete that your own small sinking barely stirs it. Just one soft weight settling into a vastness of rest, one more quiet thing come home to the deep. And you are so far down now, so far under the day, so far under the words, so far under the whole thin, busy skin of things that seemed, only hours ago, to matter so much. They are up there still, somewhere tiny and far, but they cannot follow you here. They were never able to follow you here. This deep place has always been beneath them, waiting, yours, the one room the day was never allowed into. Rest in the one room the day can't enter. And it's all right, more than all right. It is exactly, quietly right that you should be here now, down at the still bottom of the night, doing nothing, being no one, holding nothing up. This is not the giving up you were always half afraid it would be. This is the oldest, safest, most ordinary thing a living thing can do. It is only rest, only the deep and the dark and the long, slow keeping. And you were always going to arrive here, tonight and every night, because the body bends toward it the way water bends toward low ground, the way the whole tired world you belong to bends toward it now, all together, all at once, in the deep of the same wide night. And the night will keep turning while you lie here, slow and sure, and not needing you. The hours will pass over you like deep water passing over a stone on the bottom, moving, always moving, and never once disturbing the stone, never once asking it to move too. You may lie perfectly still while the whole night flows over and around you, taking itself toward the morning, doing the long, dark work of carrying you there without any effort of yours at all. You have only to lie on the bottom and let it flow. Let the hours pass. Let them take their time. There is nowhere the morning has to be either, and it will come when it comes, soft and gray at the far edge, and find you exactly here, exactly kept, exactly as safe as you are now. But that is hours off yet, whole slow hours, and none of them are yours to think about. They belong to the night, and the night knows what to do with them. You may set even the morning down. You may stop waiting for it. There is nothing to wait for when you are already held, already down, already exactly where the whole long night has been trying to bring you. So stop waiting. There is nothing coming that you need to be ready for. There is only this, the deep, the dark, the even quiet, the slow water passing over, the warmth still folded somewhere far up inside you, faithful, low, unwatched, and the breath, small and certain, going on in the still of you like the one soft sound at the bottom of a deep well, patient, unhurried, needing nothing, doing the old work all by itself. And it will go on doing it. All the way down here, all the way through the hours, all the way to the gray, soft edge of morning that you do not have to reach for and do not have to meet. The breath will carry you the whole distance, the way it always has, the way it did on every night before this one, all the nights you can't remember, all the ordinary, faithful nights your body breathed you safely through while the rest of you slept and never knew. It knew. It always knew. And it knows now. So trust it now. The way you trust the ground to hold when you lie down on it. The way you trust the dark to give back the light in its own time. Let the breath keep you. Let the deep keep you. Let the whole slow turning night keep you. Layer under layer under layer. Down past the words. Down past the last of the drifting. Down into the quiet that was here before you and will be here after. And has all along been keeping a soft, dark place at the bottom of itself, just your shape. Just your size. Just for you. Just for now. For all the long hours of now. And you are in it. Is settled. And kept. And going nowhere but further down. Slower and softer. And deeper into the good dark still. Where the water passes over. And the night goes on. And nothing at all is asked. Just rest. Just the deep. Just the slow. Just the breath going on, small and warm at the bottom of everything. And down. And further down. And the hours turning over you, soft and dark and slow, like deep still water that has all the time there is. And no reason left to rise. Only to stay. And sink. And be kept. Quiet now, so quiet. Quieter than the falling. Quieter than the field, quieter than the deep water itself, down where even the quiet goes still, where there is nothing left to hear but the slow, warm going of your own untended breath, and nothing left to do but let it go on without you, on and on, into the long, dark middle of the night. It's on and on. And you, down under it all at the still bottom of the kept and quiet dark, needing nothing, holding nothing, waiting for nothing. Just here. Just warm. Just carried. And further. And softer. And further down still, into the deep of the long night that is nowhere near done with keeping you. And somewhere in the house, far off, a clock is keeping a time you no longer have to keep with it. Let it count the hours by itself. It does not need you to listen. It never did. You may notice how little of you is awake now. Just a thin, bright thread way up near the surface, and even that is loosening. Even that is letting the water close over it. You don't have to hold it open. You don't have to keep the thread. Let it slip under with the rest of you. There is a kind of dark that is not empty. You may be beginning to feel it. A dark that is full the way warm earth is full, the way a covered garden in the deep of winter is full, holding everything quiet under the soft, dark ground, asking nothing of any of it, only keeping it, only letting it be still and slow and unhurried through the long, cold turning of the season. You are held like that now, covered like that. Kept warm in the dark like a small held seed that has nothing to do but wait out the night, and does not even have to wait, only to be. Nothing is growing that you have to tend. Nothing is due. The ground does its slow work in the dark without ever once being watched, and you may leave your own slow work to itself in just the same way. Down here, under the soft, dark cover of the hours, where the deep does the keeping and you do nothing at all. Just rest in the covered dark. Just be the kept thing under the ground of the night. And further down. You may find, if you drift a little lower, that the dark begins to feel less like a room around you and more like water you are settled in. Warm and thick and slow. Holding every part of you at once, the way water does, so that there is no one place you have to hold yourself up from, no edge pressing, no weight resting on any single point. The whole of you buoyed and the whole of you sinking both at once, the gentle way a leaf lets down through still deep water, turning so slowly it can hardly be called falling, over the long minutes, down through the layers where the light gives out, and past them, into the warmer dark below. And you don't have to steer. A leaf doesn't steer. It only lets the water decide, and the water is patient, and the water has all night. Let the dark decide where you settle. Let it turn you slowly as you go. You will come to rest wherever the deep means you to, and it will be soft there, and it will be still. Down. And the last small currents of the day, The ones that were still moving somewhere in you when you first lay down. The little tug of a thing left unfinished. The faint pull of a word you wish you'd said differently. The slow eddy of tomorrow's circling. You may feel how they have gone quiet too, down here, the way all water goes still when it sinks deep enough. Up near the surface, it can chop and turn all it likes. But you are not up there anymore. You are down where the water does not move, where nothing that stirred the top of the day can reach, where even the biggest wave up above arrives only as the faintest far softening, a hush of a hush, nothing you need to answer. Let the top of the water do what it does. You have gone under the weather of yourself, down into the part that is always calm. Always calm. It was always down here, this calm, under everything. On the worst of the days, it was still here, this deep, still layer, untouched, waiting, keeping its stillness for you whether you could reach it or not. And tonight you have reached it. Tonight you have sunk all the way down to where it lives, and it is holding you, and it will hold you the whole night through. Just be in the calm that was always there. And softer. And lower. There is warmth coming up from somewhere beneath you now. You may only half feel it. A low, steady warmth, like the warmth that stays in stone long after the sun has gone, held deep in the body of the rock, given back so slowly through the dark that it is still there at dawn, faithful, unhurried, asking nothing. You are lying on warmth like that, resting on the kept heat at the bottom of the night. And it rises into you as slow as anything has ever risen, filling you from underneath, loosening the last held places one at a time. So gently you will not notice each one go, only that you are warmer and heavier and further down than you were a breath ago. Let the warmth come up. You don't have to reach for it. It knows the way. It has always known the way into you. Let it fill the low places. Let it settle in the hollows. Let it make you heavy and warm from the bottom up. As heavy and warm and kept. And if some small part of you is still up near the light, still faintly turning something over, still not quite willing to let the last thread go, that's all right too. It can stay up there as long as it needs. It can keep its small vigil at the surface while the rest of you sleeps. You do not have to make it come down. The warmth will reach it eventually, in its own slow time, the way warmth always reaches even the last cold corner of a room, without hurry, without being asked. And when it does, that small waking part will loosen too, and let go too, and sink to join the rest of you in the deep. And until then, let it be. It is not keeping you from anything. You are already down. You are already kept. One small light left on, far up, changes nothing of the dark you are resting in. Let it burn low up there. Let it gutter. Let it go whenever it goes. You have no need of it down here. Down here where the warmth is. Down here where the water is still. And slower now. You may feel how the breath has changed without your ever deciding it. How it has grown long and low and even all on its own. You did not smooth it. It smoothed itself, the way a tide going out smooths the sand behind it, passing over and over the same soft ground until there is not a mark left standing. Only the long, clean quiet of the flat, wet shore under the dark. Your breath has done that to you. Passed over and over the length of you through all these hours until every ridge is gone soft, every held thing worn low, and there is only the long, even quiet left, and the slow water still going out, still smoothing, still passing. In, and the sand goes flatter. Out, and the shore goes stiller. And the tide has all night to keep passing over you, and it will, without your asking, without your knowing, drawing the quiet out longer and longer with every slow return, until there is nothing left in you that is not smooth, nothing left that is not level and still and softly wet and dark under the going out of the night. Let it pass over. Let it take the last marks. Let it leave you flat and clean and quiet as the long, dark shore. And out. And stiller. Far off if you listen, and you don't have to listen. The night has its own small sounds, and none of them want anything from you. The settle of the house easing in the cool. The thin, far sound of the wind finding the corners of the roof and letting go of them again. The deep no sound underneath it all, the great soft silence the whole dark is made of, that the little sounds only float on, the way small lights float on a wide black water. You are floating on that silence too. Resting on the deep no sound at the bottom of the world's night. And it holds you the way it holds everything, without effort, without end, the same silence that was under the day and will be under the morning, the long, patient quiet that all the sounds come out of and go back into. You came out of a quiet like that, and you are sinking back toward it now, down under the little sounds, down under the wind and the settling house, down into the deep no sound that needs nothing and keeps everything and has been keeping you all along. Let the small sounds float above you. Let them come and go. You are below them now, in the silence they rest on, and nothing that floats on the surface can trouble the deep, still quiet where you have come to lie. And quiet, and deeper, and quieter still. There is a softness that comes over the mind, this far down, this far into the night. You may be feeling it already, a softness where the thoughts stop having edges, where they no longer arrive one after another in their sharp little lines, but drift instead, loose and formless, like slow warmth moving through water, like the last colors going out of the sky long after the sun is down. No longer this thought or that thought, only a dim, soft moving of something gentle, dimming, going. And even that is loosening. Even that soft moving is slowing towards stillness, the way the very last light does not so much leave the sky as simply deepen into the blue, and then the black, without a moment you could point to, without any edge at all between the dusk and the dark. Let the thoughts lose their edges. Let them dim into the soft blue and then the black. You don't have to follow them out. You don't have to watch the last of them go. Let them deepen into the dark all by themselves, the way the sky does, the way the day does, quietly, completely, without asking your leave. As dimmer, and softer, and gone into the blue, and gone into the black. And you, going with them, down under the last of the light in you, into the good and formless dark where there is nothing to think and no one asking you to, where the mind is allowed at last to be as still and dark and restful as the deep night pressing soft against the window. As still as that, as dark as that, as done with the day as the whole turned away half of the sleeping world. For the whole world is sleeping with you now. You may let yourself feel that. You are not the only one down here in the dark. All across the turned away side of the earth, the people are lying down as you are lying down, letting go as you are letting go, sinking one by one into the same deep dark you are sinking into. A whole hemisphere of them going quiet together, breathing slow together, kept together in the one great darkness that has come around to hold this half of the world. And you are one of them. One small kept sleeper among all the millions, none of you having to do anything. All of you carried the same soft way through the same long turning of the night. You are not keeping watch alone. No one down here is keeping watch. The whole dark side of the world has laid its watching down and let the night take it. Let yours go with theirs. Let it join the great soft heap of laid down watching that the darkness gathers up every night and keeps until morning. Yours is such a small thing to add to it. Let it go onto the pile with all the rest. And rest. Rest with the whole sleeping world. Down under the same dark. Kept by the same night. And turning, all of you slowly together, toward a morning that is still so far off it need not be thought of at all. So let it stay far. Let the morning keep its distance. There are so many soft, dark hours, yet between you and it, hours on hours, a deep, wide country of night still to be crossed. And you do not have to cross it awake. You do not have to walk any of it. You have only to lie here and let the night carry you over it while you sleep. The way a slow, dark river carries a small boat down through a country it never has to see, past the sleeping fields and the sleeping towns and the long, dark reaches between them, on and on through all the quiet hours, arriving without ever having tried to arrive. Let the river carry you. You are the small boat, and the current is the night, and it knows every turn of the way, and it is in no hurry, and it will not let you run aground. Down through the dark country, past everything sleeping. Slow on the wide, slow water, under the stars you cannot see and do not need to, held to the deep middle of the current where the going is smoothest, where nothing catches, where the water only carries and carries and carries. And you can let the boat go where the river goes. You don't have to hold the oars. There are no oars. There is only the carrying and the dark banks slipping by unseen, and the long, soft distance folding quietly away behind you as you go. On the slow, dark water, through the sleeping country, further down the night, and further. And the warmth still holds in you, low and faithful, and the breath still goes, small and even, and the deep still keeps you, layer under soft layer, and the whole turned dark of the world still cradles its half of the sleepers. And you among them, carried, kept, needing nothing, waiting for nothing, going nowhere but on, and down, and slowly further into the long, dark middle of the night that is nowhere near ready to give you up. Just carried. Just warm. Just quiet on the slow, dark water. And softer. And further still. You may feel how far you have already come. How the room you lay down in, the day you carried, the whole bright, noisy top of things has fallen so far behind and so far above that it is only the faintest pale memory now. A small, distant light on a shore you left hours ago, growing dimmer, sinking under the curve of the dark. Nothing you could go back to now even if you wished, and you do not wish. There is nothing back there for you tonight. Everything you need is here, in the deep, in the dark, in the slow, warm carrying of the hours. Let the last small light of the shore go under. Let the distance close over it. You are out in the deep of the night now, well past the sight of land, and the deep is kind, and the deep is warm, and the deep will keep you until it is time, and it is not time, and it will not be time for a long, long while. So let the shore go. Let the day go all the way under. There is only the deep now, and you far out in the middle of it, held, and it is enough, and it is more than enough, and it asks nothing of you but to stay. So stay, and sink, and let the warm dark keep you. Quiet now, so quiet. Just the slow water, just the low warmth, just the small breath going on without you, just the long night turning, soft and dark and unhurried, over a sleeper it is in no hurry at all to wake. And down, and further down, and softer still into the deep of it. And somewhere far above the deep you are drifting in, the night has begun, very softly, to snow. You cannot see it and you don't need to see it, but you may feel in some quiet way how it is coming down, how the whole dark upper air has filled, without a sound, with slow white falling, each flake taking its own long time, turning as it comes, in no hurry to land, and the world beneath it going white and hushed and rounded, one soft inch at a time. That is what is happening to the day now, the sharp edges of it going under, the hard corners rounding. Everything you carried up into the dark with you being covered, gently and gently again, by something falling that asks nothing and forgives everything and only wants to lay itself down over the tiredness and make it smooth. Let it fall. You don't have to catch any of it. You don't have to hold your hands out. It isn't yours to gather. It only falls and settles and deepens and quiets over the roofs of the sleeping town, over the long empty road, over the field that has nothing left to do this year but wait under the white and rest. And it is falling over you too. Soft on the deep you lie in, soft on the warmth you are wrapped in. A slow white settling that thickens the quiet, that muffles the last far sounds, that pulls a clean, cold hush down over the whole turning world and folds you further under it, warmer for the cold above, safer for the deep all around, kept for the falling that keeps on falling and will keep on falling long after you have stopped noticing it at all. Just let it snow. Just let it come down. Just let it cover the day and the road back and the whole hard, bright shape of everything, until there is only the smoothness, only the white, only the deep hush of a night that has laid its softest thing over you and gone on quietly laying it, hour after hour, while you sleep. And under the snow, far under it, under the white field and the frozen top of the ground and the long roots of the sleeping trees, the earth is warm. You may not have known that, but it is true. Deep down, below where the cold can reach, the earth keeps its warmth all winter long. A slow, dark, patient warmth, held in the ground the way a banked fire holds its heat under the ash. And everything that needs to sleep through the cold sleeps down there in that warmth, close to it, trusting it. The seeds are down there, small and dark and folded shut, tucked into the warm ground with nothing asked of them. Not to grow, not yet. Not to reach, not yet. Not to be anything but a small sleeping thing held in the dark, warm earth through the whole long white season of waiting. And no seed frets in the ground. No seed lies awake down there in the warm dark, straining toward a spring that isn't come yet, trying to hurry the light. It only sleeps. It only waits without waiting. It only rests in the warmth that holds it and lets the season be as long as the season is certain, without needing to be certain, that when it is time, and only when it is time, the warmth will call it up, and not one moment before. You may rest like that tonight, folded and dark, and held in something warmer than you knew was under you. Nothing asked of you, nothing to reach for, nothing to hurry. Only the long-held warmth of the deep, and the long white patience of the season above, and the whole slow turn of the cold months to sleep through before anything at all is required of you again. So be a seed in the warm ground, small and shut and kept, and let the winter be as long as it is. There is time. There is so much time. More time than you have ever been given for anything. A whole dark season of it, spread out soft and endless above you, and you sunk down under all of it in the warmth, needing to do nothing with the hours but let them pass over you like weather over a field. Let them pass. The hours. Let them come down soft as the snow and settle over you and deepen and go on. One, and then another, each one warmer and quieter and further from the morning than the last. And none of them wanting anything from you. None of them asking you to rise. All of them only passing, slow and white and kind, over a sleeper too far down in the warm to feel them go. So far down now. So warmly kept. Just a small, dark, folded thing in the deep of the ground, in the deep of the night, in the deep of the longest, gentlest season there is. And the warmth holds. And the snow falls. And the hours pass over, soft and unhurried, and none of them is the morning, and none of them is anywhere near the morning. Rest. Just rest in the warm, dark ground. Just be kept. And let the falling fall, and the season be long, and the deep hold you the way it holds every small, sleeping thing that ever trusted the dark to keep it warm, which is gently, which is completely, which is for as long as the sleeping needs to last. And it needs to last a long while yet. A long, soft, dark while yet. So stay down in the warmth. Stay folded. Stay kept. And let me tell you, very quietly, so quietly it is almost only the shape of the words in the dark, that there is nothing you have to remember to do down here, nothing you have to hold in mind for the morning, no small worried list you have to keep turning over so it isn't lost. You may set all of that down into the warm ground beside you, and the ground will keep it, the way it keeps the seeds, safe and dark and waiting, and it will still be there whole when the season turns, but not tonight, and not for you to carry tonight. The ground will hold your list. The ground will hold the things undone, and the things to answer, and the small unfinished shapes of the day, all of it, tucked down safe in the dark, warm earth where nothing is lost and nothing is asked, and you do not have to keep one single thread of it in your hands to keep it from slipping away. It cannot slip away. The ground has it now. Let the ground have it. Let your hands be empty. Let your mind lay down its keeping. There is nothing to guard here, nothing to watch over, nothing that will be lost if you stop holding it, because the warm, dark earth is holding all of it now, everything gently in the deep, and asking only that you rest. So let the last of it go down into the ground. The last small watchful thing. The last thread you were still holding without knowing you held it. Let it slip down warm into the dark and be kept. And now your hands hold nothing. And now there is nothing to keep. And now there is only the warmth and the dark and the long, soft season. And you sunk all the way down in the middle of it with empty, open, resting hands, and nothing left anywhere in you that has to stay awake to hold. So let it all sleep. The hands, the holding, the small last light of watching, let it all go down warm into the ground and sleep. And you with it. Down. And warm. And kept. And further down still, into the deep-held warmth of the sleeping earth, where the season is long, and the snow keeps falling far above, and none of it needs anything from you at all. And good. That's the way. Just down. Just warm. Just kept in the long dark ground under the long white season. And softer. And further. And let even the snow go now, and the field and the far-off falling. Let the picture itself grow dim and warm and unnecessary, the way a room grows dim as the eyes close in it, everything in it still there, still safe, but no longer needing to be seen. You don't have to keep the snow falling. You don't have to keep the field. You don't have to keep anything in your mind's eye at all now. Let the seeing go soft. Let the pictures thin. Let it all sink down into a warm, dark nothing that holds you better than any picture could. Just the warmth now. Just the dark. Just the deep, slow, held quiet with no shape to it, and no name, and nothing in it you have to look at or follow or keep. It's only warm. It's only dark. It's only kept. And the breath still going, small and low, and even all on its own, faithful as the warm, deep ground, asking nothing of you, doing its quiet work without you, in and slow out and slow in again. The oldest, quietest rhythm there is, older than any trouble you ever carried, and it will go on all night long whether you tend it or not. So you may stop tending it now, you may let it breathe itself. The way the sleeping field breathes under the snow, the way the warm ground breathes around the seeds, slow and unwatched. And sure, let it breathe itself. You don't have to help. You don't have to count or deepen or smooth it. It is already smooth. It is already deep enough. It knows the way down better than you do, and it is taking you there, breath by small breath, further into the warm than any thought could go, and it will not lose the way, and it will not stop, and it does not need you awake to keep it going. So let it carry the breathing. And you go down under even that. Down under the breath. Down under the last soft edge of noticing. Into the warm dark where there is no picture, and no rhythm to keep, and no thread to hold, and no season to wait out, and no ground to be kept in, and no you that has to do the resting. Only the rest itself, only the deep, only the warm going on of the night around a sleeper who has finally set everything down. Is everything. Is all of it. Is down. And you may feel, in the last dim warm reach of you that still feels anything, how good it is to be carrying nothing. How light the dark is when your hands are empty in it. How the whole weight you came in with has sunk away into the warm ground and left you floating, or falling, or simply held, so lightly, so completely, that there is no edge anymore between you and the keeping. No edge. It just warm. It just dark. Just kept. And the night going on, wide and slow and soft, over the field, over the ground, over the seeds, over you, in no hurry at all. Hours and hours of it still to come. All of it warm, all of it dark, all of it yours to sleep straight through. So sleep. Sleep in the warm ground. Sleep under the long white season. Sleep with your hands open and your list laid down and your breath going on without you. There is nothing else to do now. There was never really anything else to do. Only this. Only rest. Only the warm dark keeping you, and keeping you, and keeping you deeper than the cold can reach, longer than the night can last, softer than anything that ever asked you to be strong. Let it keep you. Let it. Just let it. Send down. Send warm. And further into the quiet than words can follow. So I will let the words go soft now too, and thin, and fall away like the last slow flakes at the far edge of the field, leaving only the hush behind them, only the deep, only the warm held dark that does not need a single word to go on keeping you. Quiet now. So quiet. So warm. So deep in the long kept dark. And softer. And further. Send down. And there is a stillness that comes over a field in the deepest part of a snowfall, near the middle of the night, when the wind has laid all the way down and the flakes come straight and slow, and the whole white world seems to be holding one long breath, and nothing moves, and nothing sounds. And the quiet is so complete it is almost a kind of warmth in itself. You are in that stillness now. The very middle of it. The part of the night where even the snow seems to slow, where the dark is thickest and softest and most itself, where the whole turning world has gone so still around its sleepers that you could believe, down in the warm, that the night had decided to last forever, and was glad to, and would keep you in the middle of its quiet for as long as quiet could be kept. And it is keeping you, right in the still soft middle of it, where nothing moves that you must answer, where nothing sounds that you must hear, where the snow comes down straight and slow and endless, and covers the last faint track of the day so gently you would never know a day had been there at all. Covered now, smooth now, white and still and quiet, all the way to the dark edges of the field, all the way out to where the seeing gives up and the warm dark takes over, and past that, into a stillness with no edge and no end that holds the whole sleeping country in one long soundless hush. And you in the deep warm heart of it, unkept, as still, covered soft, breathing slow, going nowhere, needing nothing, waiting for nothing, only lying in the still white middle of the longest, quietest night, under the slow, straight falling, over the warm, dark ground, folded down into a rest so deep and so complete that there is nothing left of the day in it at all. Nothing left to carry, and nothing left to smooth. Only the stillness, only the warm, only the snow coming down, and down, and down, straight and slow through the windless dark, laying its long, soft cover over a sleeper it will go on covering, gently and gently again, all through the still heart of the night. So still now, so softly kept, and further into the stillness, and softer, send down, somewhere out past the edge of all that stillness, without your needing to go there, without your needing to move at all. The ground itself goes on holding its own deep warmth, the way the earth does, far down beneath the cold of the surface, where the frost never reaches and the season never turns. A slow-held warmth in the deep of the ground that has been there all along, all through the day you have set down, all through the years, a patient warmth that asks for nothing and simply keeps, and you are resting over it now. Held from below by something warm and old and endlessly steady, held from above by the dark, and folded in between, in the narrow, warm place where a body is allowed to lie down and be kept. Just kept. Nothing to reach for down here, nothing to hold up. Only the warm of the deep ground rising slow beneath you, and the warmth of your own breath going out, and the two of them meeting somewhere in the dark and settling, the way warm things settle, low and slow and close to the earth. Lower now, and slower. And there is a kind of warmth that has no fire in it at all, the warmth of a thing that has been covered a long time, the warmth under a heavy blanket that has taken all night to gather, the warmth of your own hands folded one inside the other, the warmth a room keeps long after the lamp goes out, holding the day's small heat in its walls, giving it back to the dark so slowly you would never feel it leave. You are inside a warmth like that, gathered and kept and given back. And there is nothing you must do to earn it. It is simply yours. For the length of this night, the way the dark is yours, the way the rest is yours. All yours. And given. You may feel, if you notice anything at all, how the warmth has found the places that were cold. Not because you sent it there, only because warmth goes where it is needed, the way water finds the low ground, the way quiet fills a room once the last sound has gone. It moves on its own, into the shoulders, down along the back, into the hands that carried so much and can uncarry it now, one slow finger at a time, until even the holding has been let go and the hands lie open in the warm dark, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing, resting the way a thing rests when it has finally been set all the way down. Set down, and open, and warm. There is no weight in an open hand, nothing left in it to keep. And the arms grow heavy the way a rope grows heavy when it is finally coiled and laid aside, no longer pulled, no longer strung tight between one thing and another, only lying in its own soft loops in the warm, done with the day's long pulling, resting the way a thing rests that is not needed until morning. Not needed. Not yet. And morning is so far from here, so very far. A soft gray country on the other side of a whole night's warm dark, and you have no road to walk to reach it, and no need to walk, for the night carries its sleepers toward the morning all on its own, slowly, the way a wide, slow river carries whatever it holds without hurry, without effort, without ever once asking the water to swim. You are being carried like that. Held on the wide, slow dark and carried gently toward a morning you do not have to reach for. It will come to you. It always has. And until it does, there is only the carrying and the warm and the deep. It's only carried. It's only warm. And the river of the night runs so smooth and so wide and so slow that there is no telling from down in the warm whether it moves at all. Only the faint, deep sense of being taken somewhere kind, at a pace so gentle it feels like stillness, through a dark so soft it feels like being held. And you do not have to steer. There is nothing to steer. The current knows the whole long way through the night, every slow bend of it, every deep, quiet reach, and it has never once lost a sleeper in the dark, never once failed to bring the morning around. It will bring yours, in its own soft time. And none of it is your work tonight. None of it. Just carried. Just kept. Just slow on the wide, warm dark. And further. And down. And you might let the last of the listening go now, too. The part of you that has stayed a little awake to hear the words, the way a house stays a little awake for the last one still moving in it. You may let that part lie down as well. It has kept watch long enough. There is nothing left for it to catch, nothing it must be ready for, no sound in all the warm dark that needs answering. So it may close, gently, the way the last window closes against the cold, and leave the whole warm house of you dark and quiet and kept, with no one left awake in it, and nothing left to guard, and the long night standing watch outside so that nothing inside has to. And nothing has to. It's not anymore. And let it close. And the quiet that comes when the last window closes is a deeper quiet than any before it. The quiet of a house that has finally gone all the way to sleep, where even the small sounds have laid down, where the dark in every room is the same soft dark, unbroken from one end to the other, holding the whole still place in one long-held breath. You are that quiet now, one soft dark all the way through. No lit window, no waking room. Only the warm, still dark from edge to edge, kept and covered and complete. Complete now, and dark, and warm. And there is nothing that a house must do to be a house through the night. It does not hold itself up by trying. It simply stands and is kept standing, resting on the deep, warm ground, letting the dark move through its quiet rooms, giving back the day's small heat so slowly, asking nothing of itself until the light comes. You are like that tonight, held up by nothing you must do, resting on the deep, letting the dark move soft through all your quiet rooms, giving the day back to the warm, asking nothing of yourself, nothing at all, until the light. And the light is so far and so soft. You need not think of it. Only rest. And there is a slowness that comes into everything near the deep middle of a rest like this. The breath slows, and having slowed, slows again, each one longer and easier than the last, each one asking a little less, until the breathing is so soft and so far apart that it seems to be happening on its own, far below you, the way the slow work of the deep goes on without your minding it. And you may let it. Let the breath do its own slow, quiet work. It knows the way. It has breathed you through every night of your life without your once telling it how. It will breathe you through this one, all the way to the soft gray morning. You may leave it to its own slow knowing, and rest below even that. Below the breath. Below the small, slow work. Down where nothing is asked and nothing is held, and there is only the warm and the deep and the long-kept dark going on, and on around a sleeper it means to keep. A meaning to keep you. And keeping. There is warmth that gathers in the low places of the body the way warm air gathers under the roof of a barn on a cold night, pooling in the highest, quietest dark, still and thick and slow to move, holding the whole warm hush of the place beneath it. And there is warmth that lies along the floor of a room where a fire has burned all evening and gone at last to embers, a low, soft floor warmth that stays long after the flames, close to the ground, close to the resting. You are held between warmths like these. The high, still warm and the low, soft warm, and folded in the middle where a body is meant to lie, kept from above, kept from below, warm all the way through the long, dark hours. All the way through. And embers keep a warmth that flames never could. A slow, deep, steady warmth with no flicker in it, no leap, no crackle, only the even red glow of something burning so low and so quiet it will still be warm at the very bottom of the night, when the dark is oldest and the cold is deepest, holding its small, faithful heat against the long hours, asking nothing, giving on and on. There is a warmth like that in you tonight, low and steady and faithful. It does not need tending. It does not need feeding. It will keep through the deepest part of the dark all on its own, and keep you with it, glowing low and even and warm in the still heart of the night. Low and warm, and even, and kept. You need not tend a single thing tonight. Not the warmth, not the breath, not the slow river carrying you, not the dark that covers you, not the morning that will come around whether you watch for it or not. It is all being tended, every last quiet piece of it, by the night, by the deep, by the old warm steadiness under the ground and the soft dark held above. You may lie in the middle of all that tending and tend nothing. Be tended, be kept, be carried, and add nothing to it. For once, add nothing. Only take the rest that is being made for you and made for you and made for you all through the long, warm dark. Only take it. Only rest. And further. And down. And lower still. There is a place in every long night where the hours seem to widen out, where the minutes lose their edges and run together into one long, slow, warm dark with no clock in it at all. A place with no next thing in it. No after. No soon. Only the deep held now of a body at rest, stretched wide and soft and endless, going on as long as the dark goes on. You are in the wide part of the night now, where the hours have lost their edges, where there is no next, no soon. Only the long warm now, holding you, wide as the whole dark country, deep as the whole still ground, going on and on with no clock anywhere in it to hurry the rest along. And no clock, and no soon. It's only now. And now is so warm, and now is so wide, and now goes on. You might feel how little there is to the whole world just now, how it has narrowed, kindly, down to only the warm you are lying in, and the dark you are folded into, and the slow, soft going of the breath. Everything else has drawn back to the far edges, past the edge of the field, past the dark rim of the seeing, gone quiet and dim and far, leaving only this one small warm kept place with you at the center of it. And this one small place is enough. It is all there needs to be. A warm, a dark, a slow breath, a sleeper. Nothing else is asked of the night, and nothing else is asked of you. Is enough now. And more than enough. It's only this warm. It's only this dark. Only the slow, soft going. Send down. And there is a gentleness the dark keeps for the deepest part of the night, when it has taken all its sleepers down and covered them over and has nothing left to do but stay. A settled, unhurried gentleness, no longer coming, no longer gathering, only staying, the way a hand that has smoothed a blanket flat will rest at last upon it, still and warm and light, meaning only to stay. The dark is resting its hand on you like that now, light and warm, and meaning only to stay. All through the still hours. Over a sleeper it has already taken all the way down and only wishes now to keep. It's only to keep. Only to stay. And it will stay. And it does. So there is nothing more to sink toward and nothing more to reach, for you are already as low and as warm and as far as the night can carry you, already down in the deep still heart of it, already kept. And from here there is no more going, only the staying. Only the being kept. Only the long, warm dark holding still around you, hour upon hour, while the deep, warm ground holds steady beneath and the light waits far off and the slow breath goes softly on. Already there, already down. Already kept as deep as keeping goes. And held there. And stayed with. And warm. So let the going be over now. You have gone far enough. There is nowhere left you need to reach. Only the warm still staying, and the dark's light hand, and the deep beneath, and the long, slow breath, and the whole quiet country sleeping out past the edges of the field with you deep in the warm middle of it, kept and covered and stayed with all the long, soft hours of the dark. Stayed with, and kept, warm. And the words will rest a while now too, the way the snow rested, the way the house went dark, the way the hand came down at last to stay. They will grow soft and far apart and thin, and let the silence carry the keeping on when they have gone, for the silence is warm now and full and needs no words to hold you. Quiet now, so warm, so far down in the long-kept dark, and stayed with, and slow, and softer still, and down. And there is a warmth that lives low in the ground, far under the cold of the surface, a warmth the winter never reaches, and everything that sleeps deep enough comes to rest in it. The seed sleeps there, and the root, and the slow, patient water, all of them down where the frost cannot follow, held in a warmth that asks nothing and keeps everything. You are down that far now, past the cold top of things, past the reach of the day. Down where the warmth simply is, and has always been, and waits for whatever comes to it, tired enough to stay. And you are tired enough. And you have come that far down. So let the ground have you, the way it has the seed, the way it has the root, gently and completely and without any need for you to hold. Nothing down here holds itself. It is all held. It's only held. And warm. And low. And still. Somewhere far above the place where you are lying, the night is turning over so slowly that no one could feel it move. The stars are sliding by a hair at a time, wheeling their long, slow wheel around the dark, and the world is carrying all its sleepers with it, turning them through the deep of the night the way a wide, still river carries whatever has laid itself down upon the water. You are being carried like that. not going anywhere you must steer toward, only carried. Only borne along on something far larger and far calmer than you. Something that has done this every night since there were nights, and knows the way and will not tip and will not hurry and will not let you slip. You can let it carry you. You were always meant to let it. The river does not ask the leaf to swim. It only asks it to rest on the water and be taken. So rest on the water and be taken. Down the long, slow bend of the night, past the dark banks where the reeds stand still, under the low branches that lean out over the deep, through the wide, quiet places where the current barely moves at all and the surface lies like something poured and left to settle. No oar, no wake. Only the soft going of a thing too tired to do anything but float, and a water too kind to do anything but carry. And carried. And floating. And slow. And there is a while in the very middle of the night when even the small sounds put themselves away. The last settling of the walls goes quiet. The wind, if there was any, lies down in the grass and stays there. The far-off things that murmured at the edge of hearing draw the last of their sound back into themselves and are still. And what is left is not an empty silence but a full one, a silence with a warmth to it, the kind of quiet that comes into a room after someone who loves you has pulled the door softly to and gone, leaving the room to you, and the warmth to you, and the whole long night to you, to do nothing in but sleep. That quiet is around you now, soft on every side, full and warm and kind. And it will keep its hush over you the whole night through, so that nothing sharp comes near, nothing loud, nothing that would ask you to rise up out of the deep and answer it. You are past all answering now. You have set the answering down with everything else, out at the edges, past the reeds, past the far bank, gone soft and dim and far. And here in the middle there is only the floating and the warmth and the full and gentle hush. It's only that. And it is plenty. And it is yours. You might feel, if you feel anything at all now, how loose the body has gone, how it has stopped holding its own shape against the bed and simply spread into it, the way something warm spreads, the way something poured spreads and finds its level and stays. The weight has gone out of the arms and pooled somewhere low and warm. The hands have forgotten they are hands. The long muscles down the back that carried the whole day have let go of their carrying, one soft length at a time, and lie now like rope coiled down and left. And the face, the tired face that held so many looks across the day, has smoothed of all of them, gone plain and easy and unwatched, wearing nothing now but sleep. And nothing to hold. And nothing to arrange. Nothing to be, for anyone until the morning. And the morning is so far off. It is on the other side of all these dark, warm hours, past the whole long, floating length of the night, and there is no reaching it from here and no need to reach it. It will come the way the light always comes, on its own, slowly, without your help, rising pale at the far low rim of things while you are still down deep and warm and unaware. You do not have to meet it. You do not have to watch for it. It knows how to arrive without you. Let it. And stay down here in the dark where the warmth is, for all the hours between. All the long, soft hours. And no need to count them. Somewhere out past the walls, the whole sleeping country lies under the same dark. The hills gone black and rounded and still. The low lights in the far houses put out one by one until the last of them is gone. The roads empty and pale under no traffic. The water in the ponds lying flat and unshining beneath a sky that has drawn its own clouds over like a coverlet. And everything that breathes out there has done what you have done, has laid itself down and let the night have it and sleeps. You are one small, warm sleeper among a whole world of them. Not the only one awake in the dark, not left out watching while the others rest. One of them, folded in with all of them. Breathing the same slow breath the whole dark countryside is breathing, in and out, and in so that it is not even yours to keep going anymore. It is the night's, it is the world's, it breathes and you are breathed. And breathed, and carried, and one of many. and warm among the warm. And let that be a kind of company to you, down in the deep of it, that you are not sleeping alone in the dark, but along with everything, that the same hush is laid over every roof for miles, that the same slow turning is carrying all of you together through the night toward a morning none of you has to lift a hand to bring. There is nothing solitary in this rest. It is the oldest shared thing there is. The whole living world lying down together in the dark and trusting the dark to keep it, and you among them. Trusting too, already kept. It's already among them. It's already down. And the breath so slow now. And the warmth so deep. There is a softness that comes into the edges of everything when you have gone this far under. The hard lines of things blur and give. The difference between the warm you and the warm dark grows thin and then thinner, until it is hard to say where you leave off and the night begins, as though the border had been quietly rubbed away while you weren't tending it, as though you had spread at last, all the way out to the soft dark on every side and become a part of its warmth. And that is only sleep. That is only how deep goes. Nothing lost in it, nothing gone, only the tired grip of holding yourself apart set gently down like everything else, so that you can rest not just in the dark, but as a part of it, warm all the way through, edgeless, easy, unbounded, and safe. And no edge to hold, and no line to keep. It's only warm, spreading warm all the way out. Unsafe in it. Unsafe. You have nowhere to be but here. And here has softened until it is barely a place at all. Only a warmth, only a depth, only a slow, dark going on with you dissolved so gently into it that the going on carries you without your knowing. The way the deep of the sea moves whatever has sunk down into its stillness slowly. And without waking it, in a dark so complete and so warm and so far from the bright, troubled surface that nothing up there can reach down this far. No wind, no weather, no light, no noise. Only the great calm weight of all that quiet water holding you level, and holding you still, and holding you down where the surface never comes. Is far under, is far down, where nothing reaches, and held there by the whole warm weight of the quiet. Or rest now, as deep as that, deeper than the weather, deeper than the day. Down under all of it in the still warm dark where the tired thing you carried cannot follow, because it lived up near the surface, in the noise, in the light, in the hours that asked things of you. And you have gone down past all of that now, down where it was never able to go, and it has stayed up there in the shallow reach of the day where you left it. And you are here, far below, alone with the warmth and the depth and the slow, safe going of the breath. It stayed up there. You came down here, and here it cannot reach you. Not tonight. Not down this far. And in the morning, when you rise back up through the warm, dark water toward the pale of the light, it will be there where you left it at the surface, no heavier than it was, no larger, only itself, waiting in the ordinary daylight to be picked up or set down again as the day allows. But that is the morning's, and the morning is far. Between now and then there is only the depth, and the dark, and the long, unbroken keeping, hour upon warm hour, with the whole weight of the quiet lying over you like water and nothing at all asked of you, but to stay sunk in it and sleep. Only to stay. Only to sleep. So far down. So warmly kept. And the words growing slow again now. And the spaces opening wide between them. You might notice how the thoughts have gone. How the day's long train of them, that used to run and run behind the eyes, has slowed and stretched and come apart, the way a line of smoke comes apart in still air, drifting, thinning, losing its shape, until there is no thread left to follow and no wish to follow one. Just soft driftings now, warm and slow and going nowhere, rising and fading before they ever finish, and none of them yours to catch. You can let each one go the moment it forms. You don't have to see where it goes. There is nowhere it needs to go. It only softens and pales and drifts off warm into the dark and leaves the quiet a little deeper behind it. Let them drift. Everyone. You need not keep a single one. There is nothing tonight worth staying up to think, nothing that will not keep, nothing that morning is not the better place for. So the mind may put itself down now the way the body did, one soft thought at a time, laying them all along the dark and leaving them until there is nothing running behind the eyes at all, only a warm and open quiet, a still dark room with the thinking gone out of it, lit by nothing, holding nothing, easy and empty and at rest. Quiet behind the eyes, quiet all through, nothing to think, nothing to keep. It's only the warm, it's only the deep, only the slow, soft going of the breath that asks nothing of you, that you need not even feel, that goes on all by itself down there in the depth where you are kept, in and out, slow as the tide turning, slow as the night turning, slow as the whole dark, warm world turning its sleepers gently through the middle hours toward a morning still so very far away. Is so far, is so slow, is so warm, and you so deep in it now, and nothing left to do, and nothing left to reach. There's nothing left but the staying and the warmth and the long, kind dark, and the breath going softly on, and the whole quiet turning night carrying you and carrying you and carrying you. Is down, and warm, and kept, and slower still, and softer, and further down, and somewhere far above the depth where you lie, if you could rise to look, you would find the night had begun, very quietly, to snow. Not that you need to look. You need not rise at all, only to know it dimly, the way you know a thing in sleep without turning toward it, that up there in the ordinary dark the snow has started to come down, slow and unhurried, and without any sound at all, each flake taking its long, slow time to fall, drifting sideways as much as down, in no hurry to arrive, settling at last so softly on whatever waits below that nothing feels the landing, a snow that asks nothing of the world it falls on. That only comes down and lays itself over everything and makes it quiet. And you can let it fall, through all the long hours, you can let it come. Over the roofs it is settling now, one thin white layer laid down over the cold dark shingles, smoothing them, rounding their hard edges away. Over the sills and the fence rails and the bare black branches, each one taking its slow, soft line of white. Over the road that ran so hard and gray all day, gone soft now, gone white, gone silent under the falling, no wheel on it, no step, no sound. The whole loud world of the day laying itself down under the snow the way you laid yourself down under the dark, giving up its noise, giving up its edges, letting itself be covered and hushed and made gentle for the night. And nothing out there minds the covering, nothing pulls away from it, everything just lets the snow come down and lie. And you might feel, without lifting toward it, how the whole world is going quiet at once. Not just your room, not just you, but the fields past the town and the long roads between and the hills beyond those, all of it taking the same slow white blanket at the same slow hour, all of it hushing together, every sleeper under every roof for miles being covered by the same soft falling. So that the quiet you lie in is not a small quiet, not only yours, but a wide one, a whole country's worth of stillness, laid down field by field and roof by roof across the dark, and you a small warm part of it, kept and covered along with all the rest. Not alone in the hush, held inside a hush that is everywhere, the whole night lying down at once. And the snow keeps coming. It is in no hurry to stop. There are hours of it yet. You can let it fill the hours for you. Let it do the long, slow work of the night. Flake after flake after flake, more than could ever be counted, more than anyone would try, each one drifting down through the dark and finding its place and lying still. And then another, filling the dark air with a slow white drifting that never quite ends and never quite hurries, so that if the mind should stir and want something to rest on, it can rest on that, on the falling, on the endless soft coming down of it, going on and on out there in the dark, needing nothing from you. Wanting nothing watched, only falling and falling, and laying the world deeper into quiet with every hour. And you need not watch even that. It will fall whether you watch or no. You can let your knowing of it go soft and let the snow fall on unseen. For the deepest part of it is this, that the falling does not stop when you stop knowing it. That the world goes on hushing itself all through the night with no one keeping watch, the snow coming down just as patiently over the sleeping town as it would over a waking one, needing no eye upon it, no mind to hold it, doing its slow white work in the pure dark unattended. And there is such an ease in that, in knowing the night will cover itself without your help. That the quiet will deepen out there hour by hour whether or not you are awake to feel it deepen. That nothing at all depends, tonight, on your staying to see. So you may stop seeing. You may let the snow fall in the dark behind your closed eyes and never once look. It does not need you. Nothing tonight needs you. You are let off from all of it, even the watching. And warm. You are so warm down where you are under the covering. For that is the strange, kind mercy of the snow, that a thing so cold, coming down, makes the world underneath it warmer, laying its blanket over the earth and holding the last of the day's warmth in, close to the ground, close to the roots, close to all the small sleeping things that have burrowed down under the frost to wait out the season. And you are one of them tonight. One of the small, warm, sleeping things, tucked down under the white and the dark, with the cold shut out above you and the warmth held in around you, wanting nothing, waiting for nothing, only keeping, only lasting, only breathing slow through the long white hush of it until the season turns. Held warm under the cold, kept safe under the deep, the snow above and the warmth below and you between them, sleeping. And the light out there has gone the color snow light goes, that low, soft, gray-blue glow the world takes on when the snow is down and the clouds hang close, not dark and not bright, a dim, even hush of a light with no edges in it and no glare, the kind of light that asks nothing of the eyes, that you could lie open-eyed in and still feel your eyes resting. A light with the day washed out of it, and the night not black but softened, grayed, gentled, a low blue-white glow lying over the covered fields and giving nothing back but quiet. You can let that light lie over you, low and blue and soundless, nothing in it to catch on, nothing in it to keep you. And stiller now, and slower. For the snow, you may notice, has begun to thin, not to stop. It is far from stopping, only to ease, the flakes fewer now and further apart, taking longer between one and the next. The way the words are taking longer, the way the breath is taking longer, all of it stretching out and slowing down together, the falling and the breathing and the thinking, all thinning to the same slow, soundless drift. One flake. And then, after a while, another. Each one alone in the dark air, in no hurry, bound for no place in particular, only down, only soft, only slow. And you can fall with them, as slow as that, as soft, bound for no place, only down. One breath, and then after a while, another. The covered world holds so still beneath the last of the falling, not a branch stirring, not a light in any window, not a track in all the white. The whole town laid out smooth and blank and sleeping under its one soft blanket, every hard thing rounded, every sharp thing buried, every loud thing hushed, and over it all the slow last flakes coming down through the blue-gray glow one and one and one, and settling, and adding themselves so gently to the deep that the deep does not even feel them come. That is how the hours will pass now, that softly, that unmarked, one small settling at a time and none of them felt. And there is nothing you must do to help the hours pass. They will pass over you the way the snow passes over the fields, laying themselves down one on another, hour on warm hour, deepening the night without a sound, and you beneath them sunk and warm and kept, feeling none of the passing, asked for none of it, only carried through, only covered deeper, only borne along under the white and the dark toward a morning that is still so many soft hours off that it need not be thought of at all. Not yet, not for a long while yet. The morning is under so much snow. And slower still. The last flakes hardly falling now, hanging almost still in the dim air, taking so long, each one to come down, that between them there is only the wide gray hush, only the covered quiet, only the whole white sleeping country lying under the low glow, doing nothing, wanting nothing, keeping still. And you a part of that keeping still, you settling with it, you going quiet with the fields, you letting the very last of the falling fall. As one, and slow, and warm, and down. And after that one, a long while of nothing coming down at all, only the snow already laid, only the deep already made, lying smooth and blue and soundless over everything and over you, holding the warmth in, holding the quiet down, holding the whole night still. The falling finished, the covering complete, and nothing left out there to do but lie under it and last. Nothing left in here to do but the same. To lie and last and be covered and be warm. So far under the white now, so far under the dark, so far down into the long-kept hush of it that the words can hardly reach you, and need not, and will not try much longer. Only drift down to you the way the last flakes drifted, slow and soft, and further apart, laying themselves over your sleeping the way the snow laid itself over the fields, and then no more of them, and then the quiet. Then the quiet is enough. The quiet will keep you. The quiet is where you are. And the night goes on covering itself without you, and the warmth stays held around you, and nothing at all is asked. Only to stay, only to sleep. Deep under the snow of it, deep under the dark, warm and kept, and slower, and softer, and further under still. And somewhere in that deep white keeping, so far down now you will not follow it up, there is a low sound that has been there all along under the hush, under the falling, under everything. The small, slow sound of your own breath, going and going in the dark. The one thread the night has left running, and even that so soft now, so unhurried, so far from you, that it is less a sound than a warmth. Less a warmth than a slow tide of ease moving through you all on its own, needing no breath drawn on purpose, no rising met. No falling minded, only going, only carrying in, and out, and in. Slow as the snow settling, slow as the hours laying down, slow as the whole covered turning world easing itself through the deep of the night. You need not feel it, you need not follow it. It will go on all by itself. It has always gone on all by itself. Through every night of your life it has kept you, unasked, unwatched, unhelped, and it keeps you now. And it will keep you until the morning, and you need do nothing, nothing at all, but let it. Let it carry you. Let it keep you. Let it go softly on in the dark while you lie sunk and warm and covered and away. So far away now, so deep in the white hush of it, so far past the reach of the day and the reach of the words and the reach of everything but the warmth and the breath and the long-kept dark. Send down. And warm, and slower. And there is nothing more to do. There was never much to do, and now there is nothing. Only the snow lying deep, and the night lying long, and you lying warm and covered and far under in the middle of it, kept and quiet and carried on. And carried on, and further under, and softer still. And the last flake, the very last, that hung so long in the dim gray air unable quite to fall, you can let even that one go now. Let it come down at last through all the slow dark and settle without a sound onto the deep that waits for it, and add itself and be still. And then there is no more falling anywhere. Only the fallen, only the deep. Only the covered and quiet and sleeping world, and the covered and quiet and sleeping you, laid down together under the one long hush, and kept and warm and finished with the day. Is all the way finished, all the way down, all the way covered over and quiet and kept. And the words fewer now, and the spaces wide, and warm, and deep, and slow, and nothing left but to lie in it, and be held by it, and sleep on under the snow of the dark while the long night lays itself down over you, hour after warm, unhurried, and further under, and softer, and gone quiet all through, and kept, and warm, and slower still, and somewhere far below the snow, far below the covered ground and the sleeping roots of things, the earth itself is warm, held its own slow heat all through the cold turning of the year, and it asks nothing either. It only holds, deep and dark and steady under everything that falls on it. And you are held by that too now, further down than the snow, further down than the words, resting on something old and patient and warm that has carried every weight there ever was and never once grown tired of the carrying. And you can lean into that. You may let yourself be that heavy. It's heavier than you have let yourself be in a long while. Because it will hold. It was made to hold. It holds the mountains. It holds the wide, slow rivers and the roots of the oldest trees and the whole long night. And it holds you as easily, as gladly, as though you weighed no more than a leaf come down at last to lie against its dark. And you do. Tonight you weigh no more than that. Just a warm, small, settled thing laid down on something that will keep you till morning. Send down. Send warm. And further into the hold of it. And here, so far under the cold cannot reach, the wind that moved across the snow up there, high above where you have drifted from, that wind does not come this deep. It passes over the top of the world and finds nothing of you to touch. You are below it, below the weather, below the reach of anything that moves and worries and hurries. In the still, warm dark where the earth keeps its long, low heat and the hours pass without edges. And nothing crosses your face. And nothing pulls at your sleeve. Only the warmth, rising slow from below, the way warmth rises through the floor of an old house late in the night when the fire has burned down to its soft red bed and gone quiet. And there is such a fire somewhere in the deep of this, glowing low, not the tall, bright, leaping kind that asks to be watched, only the settled kind, the kind that has done its work and sunk into itself, a low bed of orange breathing under gray ash, warming the whole dark room without a sound, without a flicker large enough to notice. And you can lie near it. You may let its low warmth reach across and lay itself over you like one more soft weight added to the ones already holding you down. And every little while, so far off you barely register it, an ember shifts, settles, gives up its last small brightness and sinks in among the others, and is still. And each one that settles makes the room a shade warmer, a shade dimmer, a shade more like sleep. And you settle with them, one more thing in the warm dark giving up its brightness at last, letting the day's last small heat sink down into the soft gray bed of rest and be kept there, glowing faint and untroubled, asking nothing, needing no tending. For nothing here needs tending tonight. Not the fire, it will keep itself. It's not the night, it knows how to go on. It's not you. You have been kept 1,000 nights without lifting a finger toward the keeping, and you are kept now the same way, freely, wholly, while you do nothing at all but lie warm in the low orange dark and let the hours burn down soft around you. And slower, and warmer, and further into the settled glow of it. And somewhere past the fire, past the deep warm earth, there is water. You can hear it if you listen, though you needn't listen. A slow dark water moving somewhere in the under of the night, unhurried, wide, going on toward some far-off, low place the way all water goes, patient, certain, in no rush to arrive. And it carries whatever comes to it, lays a leaf on its back and bears it along without a word, takes the weight of anything set down upon it and simply moves, and the thing rides and does not sink and does not have to swim and does not have to steer. And you can be that, set down on the slow dark water and carried. Face up to the deep sky if there is a sky, borne along on something wide and warm and moving that has somewhere to go and takes you gently with it and asks nothing of you on the way. And no oar to lift. and no direction to hold. It's only the long, slow going of the water beneath you, and the warmth of the night around you, and the drift, and the drift, and the further drift. Down the dark and easy current of the hours. Past the low banks where the reeds stand still. Past the quiet places where nothing stirs. Carried, and warm, and slower. And you may notice, if you notice anything at all now, how little there is left to hold, how the hands have long since opened, how whatever they were keeping has slipped away downstream and gone on without you and left them empty and soft and at rest, curled loose in the warm dark, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing, done with the holding for the whole long night. And that is allowed. To hold nothing. It was always allowed, though it rarely felt so. But here on the slow water, so far under, it is plainly true. There is nothing to grip, nothing that would stay if you gripped it. Only the current doing the carrying, and your open hands riding empty and easy on the dark, and the long night carrying the both of you on toward the morning. And you need not reach for the morning either. It comes on its own. It has never once failed to come. It is coming now, far off, slow, certain, over the curve of the turning world, and it will find you when it finds you. And until then there is only this, only the warm, dark water and the deep-held earth and the low orange fire and the wide, covered quiet. Only the carried drift of the hours, only sleep, only sleep. And further down the slow current. And softer. And warm. And the water widens now. You can feel it widen. The banks fall away on either side into the dark and do not come back, and there is only the wide, still spread of it, deep and calm and going nowhere in a hurry. A great slow-held expanse of dark water lying under the night with you afloat upon it, small and warm and weightless and kept. And out here where it is widest there is no more current even, only the lying still, only the deep-held calm of a thing so vast and so slow it seems not to move at all, though it moves, though it bears you, though it will set you down soft on the far shore of the morning in its own unhurried time. And here you can be stillest of all. Here nothing carries, because nothing needs to. Here you simply float on the wide, warm dark and are held by all of it at once, the water below and the night above and the deep earth far beneath the water, layer on layer of patient holding, and you resting in the middle of all of it like a small kept thing at the still center of the whole vast quiet night. Send down, send warm, and slower. And the words come fewer across the water now. They reach you softer. They have further to travel to find you. So deep and so far out have you drifted, and they do not hurry the crossing. They come slow and low over the wide dark and lay themselves down beside you and ask nothing. And some of them you will not catch at all. And that is well. That is as it should be. You were never meant to catch them all, only to let them pass over you like the slow warmth passing, like the slow water passing, like the slow hours laying themselves down one over the other across the long floor of the night. Let them pass. Let them go soft and unheard into the dark. You have no need of them now. You are past the place where words are needed. Out here on the wide, still water there is only the warmth and the weightlessness and the deep kept calm, and none of it asks to be understood. None of it asks anything. It only holds and holds and holds you on toward the morning. And further out. And softer. And warm. And the sky, if you turned your face to it, would be enormous and slow and full of the faint cold light of things too far to trouble you, wheeling their long slow wheel through the dark the way they have wheeled through every night there ever was, patient beyond patience, turning while you sleep, turning while the whole covered world sleeps, taking the night across the sky by inches so gently that no one wakes for it, so slowly that the turning is more a stillness than a motion, and you a part of that turning now. Born on the slow water under the slow stars, carried through the deep of the night by the deep of the night, kept in the great unhurried wheel of it, and asked for nothing, and needing nothing, and doing nothing at all. only floating, only being carried, only sleeping on the wide, warm dark while the far light turns over you and the hours turn under you, and the whole slow, quiet keeping of the night goes on, and on without you lifting so much as a breath toward it. And it will go on. It will keep on going all the way to the gray edge of the morning without you, and you will not have to help it, not once, not for a single moment. And when at last the far light thins and the dark begins to lift, you will still be held, still be kept, still be carried, all the way through and out the other side into whatever soft gray the morning brings. But that is far. That is hours off yet. There is so much night still, so much warm dark still to lie in, so much slow water still to be carried across, so many quiet hours still laying themselves down soft one over another between here and the morning that you need not think of the morning at all. Only of this. Only of the warm. Only of the deep. Only of the wide, still water holding you weightless in the dark, and the low fire glowing far behind, and the old earth warm beneath it all, and the long night wheeling slow and patient over the whole of it, keeping you, all the way down and all the way through. And down, and warm, and slower. And there is a warmth now that is not the fires, and not the earths, and not the waters. A warmth that seems to come from no place at all, or from everywhere at once. A soft, low warmth that has settled all through you while you drifted, filling the open hands and the loosened shoulders and the heavy sunk length of you, brimming quiet in every hollow the day left behind, so that there is no cold corner anywhere in you now, no held tight place still waiting, nothing left clenched against the dark. All of you warm, all of you loosened, all of you laid open and easy and let go, floating warm on the warm water under the warm dark, with nothing anywhere in you that still holds on. And you may feel how rare that is, how seldom the whole of you gets to be this loose at once. And you may let it be exactly this loose, exactly this warm, exactly this far let go, for the whole long rest of the night, with nothing calling any part of you back to tightness, nothing asking any corner of you to stand ready. Off duty, all of you. Off duty till morning. The shoulders off duty, the hands off duty, the held breath long off duty and gone soft and slow and unminded. Even the deep, low watching part of you that so rarely rests, even that, out here on the wide water, has gone quiet and warm and let its watch fall, because there is nothing to watch for, nothing coming across the dark, nothing but the slow water and the slow stars and the long, safe keeping of the night. And so it rests too. All of you rests. All of you together, warm and floated and let go, sleeping on the wide, dark water at the still center of the turning night. And down, and warm, and slower, and the far light turns, and the water holds, and the hours lay themselves down soft and unhurried, one, over warm, unminded, another. And there is nothing to do. There was never so little to do. And now there is nothing at all. It's only to lie warm on the deep and be carried. It's only to float in the held dark and be kept. Only to sleep. It's on and on. Through the long, slow middle of the night. It's warm. And weightless. And carried. And further out on the wide, still water. And softer. And deeper. And gone quiet all the way through. And kept. And warm. And slower still. And somewhere out past the edge of the water, without your having to turn toward it, the night has begun very softly to snow. Not a cold thing, not a thing you need to shelter from, only the slow white drift of it coming down through the dark, so quiet you would never have heard it, each flake taking its long, slow time to fall. And you may notice, if you notice anything at all now, how nothing about it hurries. How each small, soft, weightless thing comes down at its own unbothered pace, turning once, drifting sideways, settling wherever it settles, with all the night to do it in. And it is settling over everything now. Over the far shore, over the low, warm glow behind you, over the reeds at the water's edge and the long, dark hills beyond, laying itself down soft and even and unhurried, a hand's breadth of quiet over the whole of the world. And where it settles, the world goes still. And where it settles, the world goes white and hushed and rounded, every hard edge gone soft under it, every sharp corner filled and smoothed and gentled, till there is not one hard line left anywhere out there in the dark for the eye to catch on. And you may feel how the snow does to the world outside what the warmth has already done to you, softening, rounding, filling every hollow, laying a quiet weight over everything until it all lies still. And the strange kindness of falling snow, how it quiets a whole country without asking, how sound itself goes soft beneath it, muffled and far and folded away, so that even the small noises that might once have reached you come now through so much soft white distance that they arrive already gentled, already half asleep, already nothing you need answer. And you need answer nothing, not out here, not tonight. The snow falls, and the world grows quiet, and you are kept warm at the middle of all that quiet, floated and held and let go, while the long white hush comes down over everything for miles and miles in every direction. And down, and softer and slower. And there is a thing that happens in a snowfall late, when it has been coming down a long while and shows no sign of stopping. A kind of deep hush that gathers and gathers until it becomes almost a presence of its own. A great soft stillness lying over the land, patient, unhurried, in no rush for the morning either. And you are inside that stillness now, wrapped in the very heart of it. And it asks nothing of you but to lie here and let it deepen. And it deepens. Flake by soft, slow flake it deepens. The white gathering deeper over the hills, the hush gathering deeper over the water, the whole long night settling one thin, soft layer at a time into a quiet so complete that there is nothing left in all the dark world to disturb you. Nothing coming, nothing calling, nothing at all but the slow white falling and the slow deep hush and the warm held length of you drifting easy through the middle of it. And you may let the snow keep falling as long as it likes, all night if it likes. There is no one who needs it to stop, no reason it should ever have to stop, and something in you may be glad of that, glad of a thing that will simply go on and on gently in the dark without needing you to tend it, without needing you to watch, coming down soft and patient over the sleeping world hour after quiet hour, while you lie warm beneath it and drift and drift and drift. And warm and kept and slower still. And see how the flakes catch what little light there is as they come down. Not much light, only the low, far glow behind, and the pale gray shine the snow itself seems to hold and give back. But enough that the falling has a faint, soft silver to it, a slow, drifting shimmer coming down through the dark. Thousands upon thousands of small, pale, weightless things, all turning slowly down at once, and no two of them ever touching, and all of them going the same soft way, down and down toward the deep white ground. And you might let your slow attention rest on just one of them, a single flake high up only just come into the faint light, and follow it down, watch it turn, watch it drift, watch it take its long, unhurried time coming down through all that quiet air, sinking, wandering in no hurry at all, and lose it, let it go. Let it settle somewhere soft you'll never find and think no more of it. And there is always another coming slow behind it. An endless, gentle falling, more than could ever be counted, more than could ever be followed, so that the mind that tries to follow them simply gives up trying and goes soft and lets them fall uncounted, lets them blur into one long, slow, silver drift and rests. And that giving up is its own kind of sleep, the mind laying down the counting, the mind laying down the following, the mind going as soft and let go as all the rest of you, drifting now the way the flakes drift, loose and slow and going nowhere it must go. And down, and quiet and warm beneath the falling. And slowly, without your marking the moment it begins, the falling snow becomes something you no longer watch from outside, but something you are simply within, the way a sleeper is within a dream and asks it no questions. The white all around, the hush all through, the slow soft settling everywhere at once and nowhere in particular. And you a warm, still point at the center of it, kept, held, floated, let go, with the whole quiet weight of the winter night coming gently down over you and over the water and over the far low fire and over the old warm earth beneath, tucking it all in, one soft layer over another, till everything there is lies still and white and sleeping under the same long patient snow. And you sleep too, under the same soft weight, part of the same great stillness, kept in the same long quiet as the hills and the water and the low far light. All of it sleeping, all of it still, all of it let go beneath the falling, and further down, and warmer, and slower. And now the snow has laid itself so deep and so soft over everything that a new thing has come into the night, a kind of weightless hush you can almost feel as a gentle pressure, the way a heavy quilt lies warm and close over a sleeping body, pressing nowhere, holding everywhere, a weight that does not push down but only settles, only stays, only keeps you where you are. And you may feel that soft, close holding all around you now. The deep snow hush lying over you like the warmest and lightest of coverings, tucked close at every edge, leaving no gap for the cold, no gap for the dark, no gap for anything at all to reach through and trouble you. Tucked in on every side, held soft at every edge, covered and kept and warm all the way round. The way you might once have been tucked in, long ago, small in the dark, when someone drew the covers up warm around your shoulders and smoothed them down and stayed a moment in the doorway till your breathing slowed. That feeling, that exact old feeling of being covered and safe and watched over into sleep, come back to you now out of the falling snow, without your having to remember anything, without your having to reach for it. Here it simply is again, all around you, the warm, close, held safeness of being tucked in for the night by something patient and unhurried that has all the time in the world to see you down into sleep. And it does have all the time in the world. The night is long and in no hurry. The snow will fall for hours yet. There is no edge of morning anywhere near, no thinning of the dark, no first gray line, only the deep middle of the night, wide and soft and white and endless in every direction, and you tucked warm at the heart of it with hours and hours of held quiet still to come. Hours still, so many warm hours still. You need not think of even one of them. They will lay themselves down soft over you one after another the way the snow lays itself down, without your lifting a finger, without your marking their passing, each one deeper and quieter than the last. And you sink through them, slow and warm and covered and kept, and down, and further under, and soft. And there is nothing now that is not gentle, nothing anywhere near you that is not soft and slow and warm. The whole reach of the dark gone kind, gone quiet, gone still, snowed over and hushed and sleeping for miles past miles past miles, and you tucked deep and safe at the very center where the quiet is deepest of all. And the snow keeps its slow, soft falling, and the hush keeps its long, deep gathering, and you keep your slow, warm sinking, further and further under the soft, white weight of the night, further and further from anything that could ask a single thing of you, further and further down into the deep, still warm where sleep waits patient and open and asks nothing back. And slower, and warmer, and gone. And somewhere in the deep of it, so far down and so far along that time has stopped meaning anything. The snow slows, not stopping, only slowing, the last soft flakes drifting down fewer and farther between, taking longer and longer to come, until the air itself seems to be settling toward stillness the way you have settled toward it, everything easing to rest together. And the sky beyond the falling begins very faintly to clear, not toward morning, The night is nowhere near done, only toward a deep, clear, cold quiet, a great high stillness opening overhead where the snow cloud thins and drifts apart. And through it, one at a time, slow, the old stars come back, far and small and steady over all that new white quiet. Looking down without any weight to their looking, without any question in it. Only the long, calm, distant shine of things that have watched over sleeping country 1,000,000 nights and will watch over it 1,000,000 more. And they watch over yours now, easy, unhurried. Content to shine and ask nothing, the way the snow fell and asked nothing, the way the water held and asked nothing, the way the whole long night has kept you and asked nothing, nothing at all, but that you lie here warm beneath it and sleep. And you sleep. Under the clearing sky and the returning stars and the deep, soft snow, in the long, still hush of the winter middle of the night, warm and covered and far down and let go. And there is so much night still, so much deep quiet still, so much slow, soft, dark still to lie folded within, that you need not stir toward the morning by even the smallest thought. Only lie here, only sink here, only sleep here, warm beneath the snow and the stars, kept by the long, patient dark. Send down, send warm, and slower. And the stars turn slow above the white, still world. And the snow lies deep and soft over everything there is. And the hours lay themselves down one over another, quiet, unminded, warm. And there is nothing to do. Nothing anywhere that asks for you. Only this deep, soft, kept warm dark. Only sleep. On and on. Through the long, white middle of the night. Warm. And covered. And kept. And further under still. And softer. And deeper. And gone quiet all the way down. And warm. And slower still. And slower still. And after a while, so gently you never feel the change begin, the cold high shine of the stars gives way to something nearer and lower and warmer, the way one deep quiet gives way to another in the long middle of a night. And you become dimly, softly aware, the way you are aware of things in the country of almost sleep, of a small warmth held somewhere close by, low, steady. Banked down for the night the way a fire is banked, its bright gone to a slow red glow under soft gray ash, keeping itself without any effort, giving its heat out low and even into the dark and asking nothing, tending nothing, only glowing quietly on through the hours the way embers do. And you lie in the reach of that low warmth, and it holds you the way it holds the room around it, easy, unhurried. Content simply to keep warm what is near it and let the rest of the night be dark. And there is such a deep old comfort in a fire gone down to embers, in the way it needs no more feeding now, no more tending, no more watching, in the way it will keep itself through the whole long dark on the warmth it has already gathered, glowing lower and softer and steadier as the hours go, asking nothing added, wanting nothing done. And you may let yourself be like that now, banked down, gone from bright to a low warm glow. Keeping yourself through the dark on nothing but the warmth already in you, needing no more tending tonight, no more watching, no more feeding of any kind, only glowing quietly on, low and warm and steady, through the deep still center of the night. And the ash lies soft and gray and warm over the last red of it, and the warmth seeps out low and even into the dark. And nothing anywhere needs stoking, nothing needs stirring, nothing needs one more log carried in from the cold. It is enough, all of it, exactly as low and as banked and as quiet as it is. You are enough, exactly as low and as banked and as quiet as you are. Warm all the way through and asking nothing of yourself, giving nothing, doing nothing, only keeping, only glowing. Only being warm in the dark, the slow, untended way an ember is. And slower. And lower, and warmer still. Beyond the small held warmth, the house, if it is a house, if it is anything but the deep soft dark itself, settles around you the way old houses settle in the deep of the night. Quiet small easings, A beam somewhere letting go of the day's warmth by a breath. A floor settling a fraction closer to rest. All of it slow, all of it soft, all of it the sound of a thing that has stood a long time and knows how to hold still through the dark. And you settle into it the way the house settles into the ground. A fraction lower, a fraction easier, letting go by a breath of whatever you were still faintly holding, settling closer to rest. And the walls keep the cold out and the warmth in and ask nothing of you for the keeping. And the roof carries the deep, soft weight of the dark and the last of the falling and asks nothing of you for the carrying. And you lie beneath all of it, held and covered and kept, with nothing above you to hold up and nothing below you to hold together. Only the long, good stillness of a thing built to stand and left at last, simply to stand. And there is nothing to mind. Nothing anywhere in all the quiet house or all the quiet dark or all the quiet reach of the sleeping night that asks a single thing of you now. Only rest, only warmth, only the slow, low glow of the banked fire keeping the dark gentle around you while you sink further and further from the last edge of the day. And you sink, and slower, and further down, and somewhere under even the settled house, under the floor and the cold ground and the deep frost, the earth holds its own warmth the whole winter through. Far down, past the reach of any frost, the ground stays warm as it has stayed warm through every winter there has ever been, keeping in its deep dark body a slow-held heat that the cold on the surface never touches and never knows. And the roots of the sleeping trees reach down into that warmth and rest there, quiet, patient, drawing nothing, growing nothing, only holding still in the warm, deep dark and waiting out the long cold with no effort and no hurry at all. And the seeds lie folded in it, deep and dark and warm, asking nothing of the frozen world above, only sleeping down in the held warmth of the ground until it is time, and knowing without any thought or any watching that the time is not now, that the time is far off, that there is nothing to do in all the long dark between but lie folded and warm and sleep. And you lie folded like that now, deep and warm and dark, far below the reach of anything cold, anything asking, anything that could stir you toward the surface before it is time. And it is not time. It is nowhere near time. There is nothing but the long dark warm between here and any morning, nothing but hours and hours of held warmth to lie folded within. And you need do nothing with any of it but sleep the deep, untroubled sleep of a seed in the winter ground, drawing nothing, growing nothing, minding nothing, only resting warm in the dark held body of the night until some far-off time that is not now and need not be thought of at all. And the warmth holds you from below, and the low fire holds you from beside, and the settled house holds you from above. And the deep, soft dark holds all of it together, quiet, patient, asking nothing. Send down, send warm, and slower, and further folded into the held warmth of the deep. And the last faint thoughts, if any thoughts still come at all, come slower now and softer and farther between, the way the last flakes came, taking longer and longer to arrive, growing dimmer and lighter and easier to let pass. One drifting up, small and slow, and drifting off again before it can take any weight. And then a long, warm space with nothing in it. And then perhaps one more, dimmer than the last, farther off, easier still to let go. And then longer space. And then warmer space. And then only the deep held warmth and the low glow and the long, soft dark, and no thought at all. Nothing to think. Nothing to hold, nothing to be done or minded or carried, only the slow, even breathing of a body gone all the way down into rest. And you breathe. Slow and warm. And the breath rises on its own and falls on its own the way it has all your life, needing nothing from you, asking nothing of you, keeping you gently through the dark the way the banked fire keeps its warmth and the deep ground keeps its heat and the old house keeps it standing. All of it going on quiet and untended around you and within you while you sink, while you rest, while you sleep. And there is so much dark still, so much warm held quiet still, So much long, soft night still to lie folded within, deep below the frost, deep past the reach of any morning, warm in the held body of the ground and the house and the low red glow. That you need not stir toward anything by so much as a single breath's worth of thought. Only lie folded here, only sink deeper here, only sleep on and on in the warm, deep dark, kept from below and beside and above, needing nothing, wanting nothing, minding nothing at all. Send down, send warmer, and slower still. And after a long while in the deep held warmth, how long there is no telling, for time has gone as soft and shapeless as everything else. You become aware, dimly, gently, the way one warmth gives way to another in the long middle of the night, of a slow, deep sound somewhere beneath you and around you, so low and so even that it is less a sound than a feeling, the long, slow settling of something very large gone entirely to rest. The deep, quiet body of the earth itself turning slow and even through the dark, carrying you and the house and the sleeping trees and the folded seeds and the low red fire and the whole soft snowed-over country round through the long night the way it has carried every sleeping thing through every night there has ever been, unhurried, unwatched, asking nothing of anything it carries, only turning, only bearing them all gently on through the dark toward a morning that is still hours and hours and hours away. And you are carried. You and everything near you and everything far, all of it borne slow and even and warm through the deep of the dark on the turning of a thing so large and so patient, and so sure that you could not fall from it if you tried, could not slip from it, could not be dropped or forgotten or set down anywhere it was not warm and dark and safe to be. And there is nothing to do but be carried. And nothing to hold to, for it holds you. Nothing to steer, for it knows the way and has always known the way, and will carry you the whole long dark round to the morning without one thought or one effort of yours. Only lie still upon it, only sink into it, only let it bear you, slow and even and warm, through hour after hour after hour of the deep soft night, further and further from the day behind, and nowhere near yet to the day ahead, out in the long, warm held middle of the dark where there is nothing to do and nothing to be, and no one anywhere who needs a single thing of you. Only sleep, only rest, only the slow, sure turning carrying you gently on. And slower, and warmer, and gone all the way down into the carrying. And you need not feel where it bears you, need not wander toward the morning, need not reach for any shore or any waking or any far-off thing at all. It is enough to be carried. It is enough to lie warm upon the slow turning of the dark and be borne, unminding, unhurried, through the long, deep center of the night. Enough simply to rest here, folded and warm and let go, while the great patient quiet carries you on and on and on. Send on, through the long, warm turning of the dark. Warm, and carried, and kept, and further down still into the slow, deep bearing of the night. And softer, and deeper, and gone quiet all the way down to the still warm center, where nothing reaches and nothing asks and nothing waits but sleep. And warm, and slower still, and the low fire glows on, banked and untended, keeping the dark gentle. And the deep ground holds its warmth, patient, through the frost. And the old house stands, and settles and stands. And the great slow turning bears it all on toward a morning far past thinking of. And you, folded warm at the still center of all of it, only sleep, only sink, only rest, on and on and on through the long-held middle of the night. Warm, and carried, and kept, and let go, and slower, and deeper, and warm. And somewhere far past the walls, past the frost on the glass, the snow has begun again, not falling so much as simply arriving, loosed from a sky you cannot see, coming down through the dark in its own slow time, each flake taking the whole of the long way down, unhurried, drifting, settling wherever the dark lets it settle. And you need not watch it, need not think of it. Only know, somewhere soft and far under thinking, that all through this hour the snow is coming down over everything, laying itself gently down over the fields and the fences and the still black branches, over the road no one is traveling and the roofs of houses where other tired people lie sleeping, over all of it evenly, patiently, asking nothing, covering the whole wide dark country a little deeper while you rest. And how quietly it comes, no sound to it at all, only the softening, only the slow white hush laying itself down over the edges of things, rounding them, gentling them, taking the sharpness from every hard corner of the world and folding it away under something smooth and pale and kind. And you may feel, without reaching for the feeling, how the whole night is being made softer out there while you lie here. How everything angular and cold and difficult is being covered over, little by little, hour by hour, under a slow, deep quiet that asks nothing of you and covers you too. And you are so far in now, so far down into the warm, so far past the reach of anything that stood over you today. And the snow keeps coming, and the covering keeps deepening, and you sink a little further under it, warm, while the world outside grows smooth and still and white and forgiving in the dark. And there is a lamp somewhere, far off across the covered fields, a single low window still lit, small and gold and steady in all that dark, the way there is always one somewhere, one warm light left burning through the long middle of the night. And you need not go to it, need not wonder who keeps it. Only know that it is there, that somewhere in the great sleeping dark a small kindness stays lit and waiting, and does not go out and does not ask you to come. Only glows, low and gold and steady, keeping its own little circle of warm against the night. And you have your own warm here, your own small held circle of it close about you, close as breath, and you need not tend it either. It keeps itself. It stays. It holds while you let go. And out there the far gold window keeps its watch, and the snow comes down between, soft and slow, and the two small warmths glow on unknowing in the dark, each keeping its own, each asking nothing, while the long night deepens all around. And slower now. And warmer. And further down. And you may notice how the breath has grown so quiet you can hardly find where one ends and the next begins. How it comes and goes all on its own, low and slow and even, needing nothing from you at all. The body breathing itself, the way it has all your life, the way it will all through this night without one thought of yours. Taking what it needs, letting go what it does not, keeping you warm and slow and carried while you rest under the falling snow. And every breath out lays you down a little deeper, the way the snow lays itself down out there, patient, even one soft fall over another. And you are covered now and kept, and there is nothing beneath the covering but warmth and dark and the slow, sure holding of the night. And somewhere under all that snow the water is still moving. Slow, dark, unhurried, the deep water of some far river going on under the ice the way it always has, quiet and steady in the dark, carrying nothing, going nowhere it needs to be, only moving on through the frozen country in its own old patient way. And you need not follow it, need not think of where it goes. Only know that it moves, slow and deep and dark, under the still white cover, and that its moving is soft, and its moving is sure, and its moving asks not one thing of you. Only rest, only sink, only lie warm and covered, and let go while the far water moves, and the near snow falls, and the low light glows, and the whole long night goes on holding you without effort or end. And the hours out there are so wide, so much dark still to come before any gray touches the edge of the glass. Hours and hours of it, deep and soft and unhurried, and not one of them wants anything of you. They are only there to be slept through, warm, covered, carried, one after another, slow and even, all the long way to a morning that will come on its own without your watching, without your waiting, without one turn of thought from you. And you may let the morning go entirely now. Let it be far, let it be nothing. Let it be something the slow turning will bring in its own time, whether you reach for it or not. For it needs no help of yours to come. It has never needed help to come. It will arrive as it always has, quietly on its own, hours from now, while you are still deep and warm and far under, sleeping. And so there is nothing ahead to hold, and nothing behind to carry. Only this, only here. Only the warm, covered middle of the night, and the breath going slow, and the snow coming down, and you sinking gently on through it, kept, held, let go, further and softer with every quiet breath. And warmer, and slower, and deeper still. And out along the buried fences, the snow has smoothed everything to one long, soft curve. No edges left anywhere. No line between the field and the road and the low stone wall. Only one pale, unbroken quiet laid down over all of it, seamless, gentle, as though the whole tired shape of the day-lit world had been eased and rounded and made kind while no one watched. And something in you may ease the same way now. Some last small held edge in you softening under the long, slow fall of the quiet. Rounding. Settling. Going smooth and pale and untroubled under the deep of the dark. For nothing needs its edges tonight. Nothing you carry needs to keep its hard shape through these hours. It may all soften. It may all round and settle and go quiet under the covering, the way the fences do, the way the walls do, the way the whole sharp, weary country goes gentle under the snow while you sleep. And you are so far down now, so warm, so covered, so slow. And even the far river's moving has grown faint. Even the low gold light has drawn back into the dark. Even the falling of the snow has thinned to almost nothing, just a stray, slow drift of it now and then across the black, hardly there at all. And you are further down than any of it, deeper than the water, softer than the snow, warmer than the small gold light. Gone all the way down into the still center of the night, where nothing moves and nothing falls and nothing glows, where there is only warmth, and only dark, and only the slow, sure holding that asks nothing and never lets go. And slower, and warmer, and here. And there is a stillness in the deepest part of the night that has its own soft weight, a settling that comes only in these hours, when the world has been dark so long it seems always to have been dark, when the evening is long forgotten and the morning is not yet a thing to think of, when there is only the wide-held middle, deep and even and unmoving, and you resting at the heart of it. And that stillness is around you now. That deep, even weight of the small hours, settled over the whole sleeping country, settled over the house, settled soft and close over you where you lie. And it is not empty, that stillness. It is full, brimful of quiet, of warmth, of rest, of the slow, patient keeping of everything through the dark. And you are held in the fullest part of it. And you may rest all the way down into that fullness now. Let it close warm and soft over the last of you that still floats near the surface. Let it take you the rest of the way down, gently, with no effort, no reaching, no waiting, the way sleep has always taken you when you finally stopped holding to the shore of the day. For the body knows this deep. It has come here every night of your life. It knows the way down into the still warm center, knows it far better than any thought of yours could, and it is taking you there now, slow and sure, breath by quiet breath, needing nothing of you but that you let it. And you are letting it. And slower. And deeper. And gone. And the snow has near enough stopped now, out over the smoothed and buried fields. Only the last few flakes still finding their long, slow way down through the dark, drifting, turning in no hurry to land, and then landing soft and adding themselves to all the soft that came before, and then the sky going quiet and the whole white country lying finished and still and complete under the deep of the night, done, covered, kept, needing nothing more. And you the same, done for the night. Covered and kept and needing nothing more. Only lying still and warm at the finished center of it all, let go, let down, let gone. And how good it is to be finished with the day. How good to have nothing left in these hours that must be carried or minded or held. To have set it all down at last, every last weight of it, and to lie here light and warm and empty of everything but rest, while the covered country sleeps around you and the long dark holds. And you need not gather any of it back, not yet, not for hours, not until the gray has come and the warmth has kept you all the way through and the morning is truly here and truly ready. And even then it will wait for you, patient until you are. But that is far and it is nothing now, and there is only this, only the warm, only the deep, only the still white finished quiet of the middle of the night, and you resting at the heart of it, further down than the day could ever follow. And warmer, and slower, and further still. And somewhere the low fire has settled to its last soft glow, banked and untended and faithful, keeping the dark gentle without asking a thing. And somewhere the deep ground holds its old warmth patient beneath the frost. And somewhere the far river moves slow and dark under the ice, going on the way it always has. And somewhere the last flake of snow has found its place and come to rest. And all of it, is settled and quiet and kept, and none of it needs you, and none of it waits on you, and there is nothing anywhere in the whole covered sleeping night that asks you to be anything but resting. Only resting. It's only warm. It's only far down and let go and held. And the hours go on, slow and even out past the frosted glass, and the dark stays deep, and the country stays covered, and you stay warm at the heart of it, sleeping, kept, carried, the whole long quiet way toward a morning that is still so far off it need never be thought of at all. And slower, and deeper, and warm. And there is a softness that comes to the very late night that is like nothing else, a kind of loosening in the air itself, in the dark itself, as though even the night has stopped holding, has let its own long breath all the way out, and gone slack and warm and easy in the deep of the small hours. And you may feel that same loosening move through you now, that same slack, warm ease. The last held thing in you letting all the way go, sinking, softening, coming to rest with everything else that has come to rest in the covered dark. And there is nowhere further you need to go. You are already as deep as the night goes, already down in the still warm center where the hours pass without touching you, where the dark keeps its long, soft watch, where the slow, sure holding bears you on and on toward morning without one effort of yours. And you may simply stay here now. Simply lie still and warm and let go at the heart of the deep night, kept, carried, complete. And warmer, and slower. And there is nothing to do. And there is nowhere to be. And there is no one who needs a single thing of you. Only sleep. Only rest. Only the warm, covered quiet, holding you and holding the house, and holding the whole white sleeping country, gently, patiently, through the long, deep middle of the night. Send on. Send on. And slower still. The far gold window has gone dark now too, its watch kept, its long night done, and whoever kept it lying down at last into their own warm dark. And now there is only the one warmth left burning in all that country, and it is yours, close about you, low and steady and kept, needing no tending, going nowhere, staying warm around you the whole long way through. And you rest in the last small circle of it, deep and covered and let go, while the whole rest of the world lies dark and even and asleep. And how quiet it all is now, how deep, how still, how far from anything that ever asked. And you may let even the quiet grow faint, let it thin and soften and drift out past hearing, the way the snow drifted out past falling, the way the river drifted out past moving, the way the light drifted out past glowing, until there is only warmth left, only dark, only the slow, even breath and the slow, sure holding and the long, deep night going on and on around you without edge or end. And warm, and carried, and kept, and further down still, into the softest, deepest part of the dark, where nothing reaches and nothing waits and nothing asks, where there is only rest, only sleep, only the warm held center of the night keeping you gently on. And slower, then deeper, then let go, and warm. And there is a new softness moving in now, quiet as a change of tide far out where no one watches, the water turning in its sleep and beginning, without hurry, to draw back from the long, dark shore. And you may feel yourself drawn with it, gently, the way the tide draws everything loose and floating out into the deep, even swell. No pull to it, no effort, only the slow, certain leaning of the whole great water toward its own rest. Out where it is deep and calm and dark. And the swell lifts and lowers, so slow and so wide that it is less a movement than a breathing, the sea breathing the way you are breathing, both of you gone slack and even in the deep of the night. And you rise the smallest amount on the long, slow lift, and you settle the smallest amount on the long, slow fall, and nothing else moves at all. And how far from any shore you have come now, how much water between you and anything that ever asked. And the water holds you the way warm water always holds, from underneath and all around at once, closer than arms, needing nothing held tight, only a floating, only a resting on the great slow back of something far larger than you that has been rocking sleepers since long before there were sleepers to rock. And you may let it rock you now. Let the long swell take the last of your weight and lift it and lower it, so gently, so evenly, out past the reach of the shore, out past the reach of the day, out where the water is warm and dark and deep and endless and asks nothing of you but to float. And lower, and slower, and warm. And there is a warmth to deep water in the dark that few ever feel, a warmth that has kept its heat all through the long, cold night because there is so much of it, so deep, so wide, that the cold cannot reach the middle of it however long the night runs. And you are in the middle of it now, down in the warm, kept heart of the great dark water, held and floated and rocked, while the cold stays up at the surface far above, far off, unable to reach you at all. And further out, and further down. And the swell grows longer still, and slower still, until the lifting and the lowering are so gradual they blur into one long, unbroken ease. No rise, no fall, only the being held, only the being carried, only the warm, dark water bearing you softly on through the middle of the night with nowhere to arrive and no hour to keep. And you may let the shore go from your mind entirely now. Let it sink back below the curve of the dark until there is no shore anywhere, no edge anywhere, nothing to reach and nothing reaching, only the wide, warm water and you afloat at the deep, still center of it. Let go, let down, let all the way loose. And warm, and carried. And there is a sound that lives in deep water, low and even, so far beneath hearing that it is felt more than heard. A long, slow note the whole great water holds and holds, steady as the swell, patient as the dark. And you may let that note move up through you now, through the floating warmth of you, loosening whatever is left to loosen, evening whatever is left to even, until you are humming with it too, the whole of you gone low and steady and slow, part of the long note the water keeps through the night. And slower, then deeper. And the water is so dark now that there is no telling where it ends and the night begins, the one gone into the other without a seam, the warm dark swell and the warm dark sky folded together into a single deep in which you float, weightless, tended, kept, with no up and no down, no near and no far, only the soft, endless holding on every side. And how easy it is here, how little there is to do. How nothing at all there is to do but float and be floated, breathe and be breathed, rest and be rested, out in the middle of the warm, dark water in the middle of the long, slow night. And let go. And warm. And you may feel the swell grow gentler yet, quieter yet, the great water settling further into its own deep sleep and taking you further down with it, into the lower warmth, the stiller warmth, where even the long, slow lifting fades to almost nothing and there is only the barest sway, the barest rock, a cradling so slight it is nearly stillness, nearly rest complete, and nearly still, and nearly nothing. And warm. And there is a place the water goes, in the very deep of the night, where the sway stops altogether and the great swell lies down flat and even and glassy, a wide dark calm with not one ripple on it, holding the last of the starlight the way still water does, without a tremor, without a sound. And you may come to rest on that calm now. Come to lie on the wide still surface of the deep, held perfectly, floated perfectly, not lifted and not lowered, only kept, only cradled, only borne on the flat dark warmth that reaches out past seeing on every side. And still, and warm, and let go. And the calm holds you the way the deepest sleep holds, from everywhere at once, so complete that there is no telling any longer where the warmth of the water ends and the warmth of you begins. The two gone into one soft, kept warmth that spreads out flat and dark and endless under the far quiet stars. And you rest in it. And it rests in you. The night goes on above the calm, wide and dark and unhurried, the hours drifting over the flat still water without touching it, without troubling it, the way clouds drift over a sleeping sea, far up, far off, no weight to them, no claim. And you lie beneath them all, floated and warm and let go, at the still center of the great calm, while the long night keeps its slow, patient watch and asks you for nothing, nothing at all, only that you go on resting on the warm, dark water through the deep middle of it. And slower, and deeper. And there is nowhere the calm does not reach now. It has spread all the way out to the far, dark edge of things, and all the way down to the warm, still floor of the deep, and all the way up into the quiet of you, until there is only calm, only warmth, only the wide, even holding of the flat, dark water bearing you gently on. And you may let even the floating grow faint now. Let the sense of the surface soften and thin, so that you no longer feel yourself lying on the water but only held within it, warm on every side, dark on every side, sunk soft into the deep-kept heart of the calm where nothing stirs and nothing calls and nothing waits. It's only warmth. It's only dark. Only rest. And there is another warmth beneath the water's warmth, older and lower still, the warmth of the deep ground far below, the warm, dark earth that has held its heat since the beginning and holds it yet, patient and even through every night that ever fell. And you may feel yourself settle toward it now, so slowly, drifting down through the warm, still water toward the warm, still ground. The way a leaf comes down through calm air, turning gently, in no hurry at all, a whole long night to fall and all the soft, dark distance in the world to fall through. Then turning, and settling, and warm. And the deep ground rises to meet you the way a bed rises to meet you, soft and dark and waiting, and takes your weight without a sound, and holds it and keeps it, and asks for none of it back. And you come to rest on the warm, dark floor of everything, held from below now as well as from all around, held completely, held finally, with nothing left to fall through and nowhere left to sink. It's only here. It's only warm. It's only kept. And the ground is old and deep, and it has held a great many sleepers, and it knows how, and it holds you now the way it has held all of them, patiently, evenly, through the long, slow turning of the dark, warm at the center where the cold never comes, still at the center where nothing ever stirs. And you may let it have the whole of your weight now, every last held ounce of you, given down into the warm, deep ground, laid down into the old soft dark that bears it easily, that has borne so much and been wearied by none of it, that will bear you gently on through the night however long the night runs. Send down, send warm, send let go. And how deep you have come now, how far down into the warm kept dark, how far from anything that ever stood at the surface asking. And the surface is so far above you now that no sound of it reaches, no light of it reaches, no smallest ripple of it reaches down into the warm, still deep where you lie. Only the low, even warmth of the old ground, only the wide, dark calm of the deep water, only the slow, sure holding that runs beneath everything and bears everything and never once lets go. And slower, and deeper, and warm. And there is a stillness this far down that is not empty but full of warmth, full of dark, full of the long, patient keeping of the deep. A stillness that holds you the way a held note holds, without effort, without end, going on and on beneath the whole night, beneath the whole world, beneath everything that ever hurried or asked. And you rest inside the stillness. And the stillness rests inside you. And there is nothing further to reach, and nothing further to loose, and nothing further to do, and nowhere further to go. For you are as deep now as the warmth goes, as deep as the dark goes, as deep as the long, slow holding goes, down in the still-kept center of it where the hours pass over you like deep water over the deep ground, unfelt, unheard, unable to trouble the warm, dark rest that has closed over you soft and complete. And warm, and kept, and let go. And you may simply lie here now, in the warm, deep dark, given all the way down, held all the way round, with the long night going on quiet and unhurried above you, and the slow, sure warmth going on quiet and unhurried around you, and nothing anywhere that needs one thing of you at all. It's only the deep, it's only the warmth, only the rest, and slower, and softer. And there is a gentleness in the deep ground that answers the gentleness in the deep water, the two of them holding you between them, from below and from all around, so evenly, so patiently, that there is no edge left anywhere between you and the warmth, no line left anywhere between you and the rest, only one soft, kept dark reaching out past, all-knowing on every side, and you asleep at the warm, still heart of it, borne on. Send on, send warm. And you need not follow even these words any longer now. You may let them go the way you let the surface go, the way you let the shore go, the way you let the falling go. Let them thin and soften and drift down out of hearing into the warm, dark deep, until there is no voice and no word and no sound at all. Only the low, even warmth, only the wide, dark calm, only the slow, sure holding bearing you gently on through the long, deep middle of the night. And let go. And warm. And further down still, into the last soft warmth, the deepest kept dark, where the ground holds and the water holds and the night holds, and there is nothing left to do but rest, nothing left to be but held, nothing left at all but the warm, dark keeping and you asleep inside it, carried, complete, borne slowly on. And slower, and deeper, and warm, and the deep goes on, and the warmth goes on, and you rest, and rest, and the long night carries you, warm and dark and unhurried, further into itself, further from anything that ever asked, further down into the still-kept center where nothing reaches and nothing waits, and holds you there gently, patiently, the whole slow way through. And warm, and let go, and deeper still, and somewhere far above the deep where you are resting, so far up it need not reach you at all, the night has begun very quietly to fill with snow. Not cold where you are, no. Only the sight of it, only the hush of it, the slow, soft coming down of it out of a dark and windless sky. And you may let yourself notice from down here where the warmth keeps you, how gently it falls. Each flake taking its own slow time, unhurried, unweighed. Drifting down through the dark with nothing to reach and know where it must be, settling wherever it settles, softly and staying. And you might feel how the whole wide field of the night is being covered this way, without effort, without sound, one slow, soft layer laid down over everything that was sharp, everything that was bare, until the edges go, until the hard lines soften under white, until there is nothing left up there but a smooth and even quiet, rounded and gentle and deep. And you need do nothing to be covered too. It comes to you the way it comes to the field, on its own, slowly, a softness settling over you flake by flake, hour by hour, each one so light you would never feel it land. And yet together they gather, together they deepen, together they lay a warmth over you that rounds away every last edge until you are smooth beneath it, and quiet beneath it, and held. And the snow goes on falling, and you go on being covered. And there is no cold in it at all, only the hush, only the slow white patience of it, filling in the night, filling in the spaces, laying its soft weight down so evenly that the whole world grows still beneath it, muffled and gentled and kept, the way sound goes soft when the snow is deep, the way the night draws close and quiet when everything is covered over. And let go, and softer. And you may notice how the snow makes even the quiet quieter, how each thing it touches gives up its noise, how the field that was a field of edges becomes one long, unbroken smoothness under the fall, with no place left that is sharper than another, no place that catches, no place that must be crossed. Only the even white going on into the dark, laid down soft and complete, and you somewhere gentle beneath it, covered warm, breathing slow. And the flakes keep coming, and there is no end to them and no hurry in them and no least demand in them. They ask nothing of the field. They only fall. They only settle. They only cover and cover and cover until all that was rough is smoothed, and all that was open is filled, and all that was cold is wrapped warm under the deep, soft layers, and there is nothing anywhere that is not gently rounded, gently quieted, gently kept. And so with you. Flake by slow flake, the softness gathers over you, and the edges you carried go under it, and the sharp places you held go under it, and the whole long shape of you grows smooth and rounded and quiet beneath the falling, until there is no telling any more where you end and the soft, deep covering begins. And warm, and let go. And slower still now, the snow, slower and larger and softer, drifting down through the dark so unhurried that each flake seems to hang a moment before it comes to rest. And you may hang there too, in that soft, unhurried way, held a moment weightless in the warm dark, before you settle again, deeper into the keeping. And there is a warmth that lives under snow. You may not have known it, but the ground beneath the deep white stays warm. The snow lays its blanket down and holds the warmth in, keeps it close against the earth all the long, cold night, so that under all that soft white cover there is a low, steady warmth that never leaves, kept safe, kept close, kept through. And you are down there in that kept warmth now, under all the soft, slow layers of the night, held warm the way the ground is held warm, wrapped and covered and safe from every cold, breathing the low, even warmth of the deep. And nothing up in the falling dark can reach you here. The snow takes all of it, softens all of it, lays all of it gently to rest across the wide white field, and leaves you only the warmth, only the hush, only the slow, deep keeping under the cover of the night. And let go. And you might feel, very faintly, how good it is to be covered, how there is a rest in being covered that you cannot make for yourself, a rest that only comes when something soft is laid down over you and asks you to stop and stay and be kept. And the snow is laying it down now, and you are being asked, so gently, only to stay, only to be kept, only to rest under the deep, soft cover while the night goes white and quiet and still above you. And warmer and slower. And somewhere under all that snow, so deep the cold has never once found it, there is a slow, warm thread of water moving. No, not water now. Leave the water where it went. Only warmth. Only a slow, warm thread of being kept, moving softly through you the way warmth moves through a covered thing, unhurried, even filling the low places, easing into the far corners, carrying its gentle heat out to the very edges of you until every part is warmed, every part is softened, every part is quiet and kept and slow. And you need not hold even the snow now. You may let the field go the way you let the deep go. Let the falling thin, let the white soften out of seeing, let the whole slow, quiet drift of it settle down past knowing, until there is no field and no snow and no falling at all, only the warmth it left behind, only the hush it laid down, only the deep, soft, covered rest with you at the still, warm heart of it, breathing slow. and let go, and warm. And deeper now into a warmth with no picture in it at all. No field, no snow, no shape. Only the warmth itself, plain and low and even, holding you close on every side, asking nothing, showing nothing, only keeping, only staying, only going on. And you resting in it, given all the way over, smooth and quiet and slow. And the night goes on above you, patient and unhurried, carrying its slow snow across the dark, and you go on beneath it, carried too, kept too, covered warm and rounded soft, and let all the way down into the low even keeping. And slower and softer. And there is so much night left, so much dark and gentle time still to come. Hour on hour of it laid out ahead of you like the long white field laid out under the snow. Unbroken, unhurried, with nothing in it that you must cross and nothing in it that you must do. Only the deep to rest in, only the warmth to be kept by, only the slow, sure hours to carry you softly on. And you have all of it. Every hour of it is yours. There is no least corner of this night that will ask you to hurry, no edge of it that will ask you to wake, no part of it that will ask you for anything but to lie here, warm and covered, and let it pass over you slow. And it passes so slowly, and it asks so little, and it keeps you so well. And let go. And you may feel, if you feel anything now, only how far the softness reaches, how there is no end to it in any direction, how the warm covered dark goes on past you on every side, further than the field, further than the snow, further than any looking, out and out into the still deep night, and how you are somewhere near the middle of all that softness, folded into it, wrapped into it, kept warm and slow at the quiet center where nothing sharp has ever come and nothing loud has ever reached. And warm and deeper. And even the snow above has slowed almost to stopping now, the last few flakes coming down so slow, so soft, so far apart that the sky between them is nearly still. One. And then, after a long, soft while, another. Each one settling into the deep white cover without a sound, adding one last gentle grain of quiet to a quiet already past all measure. And you settle with them, one slow, soft settling. And then, after a long, warm while, another. Each breath laying you down a little further into the keeping, a little deeper into the warmth, a little further from every edge, until the settling itself grows so slow and so soft that there is hardly any moving left in it at all, only the faint, warm sinking of a thing that is nearly wholly at rest. And nearly is far enough. You need not arrive anywhere. You need not reach the bottom of the deep or the end of the night or the last of the falling. You may simply go on settling, slow and warm and soft, all the long night through, never having to finish, never having to be done, only sinking gentle and being kept. And let go, and slower. And the warmth folds one more soft layer over you, and one more, each so light you never feel it come, each laying its quiet down over the last, until you are covered past all counting, wrapped past all telling, kept so deep and so warm and so soft that there is nothing left of the cold anywhere, nothing left of the sharp anywhere, nothing left at all but the low, even warmth and the wide, soft dark, and you resting folded into the middle of it, slow and covered and held. And warm. And the field lies white and still and endless under the stopped snow, and the ground lies warm and kept beneath the field, and you lie deeper still than the ground, down in the last soft warmth where even the field cannot be felt, where even the snow cannot be seen, where there is only the warm dark keeping closed all the way round you, gentle and complete. And you rest there. And the night holds the field, and the field holds the warmth, and the warmth holds you, each one keeping the next so evenly, so patiently, that nothing anywhere has to hold itself. Nothing anywhere has to stay awake to keep the keeping. It simply goes on, slow and sure and unhurried, all through the deep white middle of the night, holding you soft and warm and covered while you sleep. And let go, and warm, and there is nothing further to reach for now, and nothing further to lay down, and nothing further to cover, and nowhere further to sink. For you are as warm now as the warmth goes, as covered now as the soft goes, as deep now as the quiet goes, folded into the still-kept heart of the long snowed-over night where the hours drift down over you slow as the last soft flakes, unfelt, unheard, unable to trouble the warm, deep-covered rest that has closed over you soft and whole. And slower. Since you may lie here now, wrapped in the warm, still dark, given all the way down, covered all the way over, with the wide white night going on hushed and unhurried above you, and the low, sure warmth going on quiet and unhurried around you, and nothing anywhere in all of it that needs one thing of you at all. It's only the warmth, only the hush, only the rest. And softer. And there is a kindness in the deep quiet that lies down beside the kindness in the warm dark, the two of them folding you between them, from within and from all around, so evenly, so patiently, that there is no seam left anywhere between you and the warmth, no edge left anywhere between you and the rest, only one soft, covered dark reaching out past all-knowing on every side, and you asleep at the warm, still heart of it, kept on. Send on, and warm. And you need not follow even these few words any further now. You may let them settle the way you let the snow settle, the way you let the field go quiet, the way you let the falling slow and stop. Let them thin and soften and drift down out of hearing into the warm, covered dark, until there is no voice and no word and no sound at all. Only the low, even warmth, only the wide, hushed calm, only the slow, sure keeping bearing you gently on through the long, deep middle of the night. And let go, and warm. And deeper still into the last soft warmth, the most covered dark, where the field holds and the ground holds and the night holds, and there is nothing left to do but rest, nothing left to be but kept, nothing left at all but the warm, soft covering and you asleep beneath it, wrapped, complete, carried slowly on. And slower, and deeper, and warm, and the hush goes on, and the warmth goes on, and you rest, and the long night carries you, warm and covered and unhurried, further into itself, further from anything that ever asked, further down into the still-kept center where nothing reaches and nothing waits, and holds you there, softly, patiently, the whole slow way through. And warm, and let go, and deeper still. And somewhere far under the covered field, deeper than the snow reaches, deeper than the cold ever finds its way, the ground itself is warm. The old slow warmth of the earth that has never once gone out, that has kept its low, steady heat through every winter there has ever been, patient and unbothered, asking nothing, needing nothing, simply holding warm at the center of things while the seasons pass across the top of it. And you may let yourself rest down against that if you like. Not the thin warmth of a single night, but the deep-kept warmth of the whole turning world, going on beneath you far past where any cold could follow. And warm. And you don't reach for it. It rises to meet you. The way heat rises, slow and even, with no effort in it anywhere, filling the space around you without your having to draw it near. It comes up softly through everything that holds you, through the ground and the field and the covering above, until you are warmed from below as gently as you are covered from above, and there is nowhere on you the cold can reach, nowhere left that isn't kept. And softer now. And perhaps you begin to feel how little there is to do with warmth like this, how warmth asks nothing back. It does not want to be earned or thanked or held onto. It only wants to be let in, and you have let it in, and so it stays, spreading slow and unhurried through the deep of you, loosening what is left to loosen, easing what is left to ease, going wherever there is still the smallest tightness and settling there, soft, until that too lets go. And let go. And the warmth moves the way warm water moves in a still deep pool at the end of a long day. No current in it, no pull, only a slow, even body of warmth that has come to rest and means to stay at rest. And you are held in it the way something set down gently on the surface is held, neither sinking nor floating, simply carried, level and easy, by a warmth too deep and too calm to let you go anywhere but softly down. Send down. And there is a great gentleness in things that are deep, the deep of the earth, the deep of still water, the deep of the night, the deep of your own slowed breath. all of them holding their warmth quietly at the center, all of them turning slow, all of them past the reach of anything that hurries on the surface far above. And you have come down into the deep of them now, past the surface, past the wind, past the quick and worried top of the world where things flicker and change. Down into the slow, kept warmth where change comes so gently it is hardly change at all. Only a soft continuing, only a warm going on. And warm. And you need not know where the warmth ends. Perhaps it does not end. Perhaps it goes on out past you in every direction, warm through the ground and warm through the dark and warm through the long hours. One unbroken warmth with you resting somewhere near the heart of it, kept as evenly as everything around you is kept. No more asked of you than is asked of the warm, deep earth, which is nothing, which has only ever been to stay warm and turn slow and hold what rests upon it. And you rest upon it now, and it holds you and turns so slowly you will never feel it, carrying you gently on through the dark. And slower. And let the last of the reaching go out of your hands. They have carried enough, held enough, done enough for one long day and one long life, and there is nothing in them now that needs to grip, nothing they must keep from falling, for everything is already held, everything is already kept, by the warmth below and the soft above and the deep all around. And so your hands may open the rest of the way a hand opens in sleep, without deciding to, without knowing it has, simply letting the last small holding drain out of the fingers and away into the warm. And open and warm. And the same in your arms, and the same in your shoulders that have carried so much for so long, set down now. Set down and warm with nothing left across them, nothing left leaning on them, only the soft, even weight of your own rest, which is no weight at all, which the warmth beneath you takes as easily as the deep, still water takes a leaf. You do not hold yourself up, you are held. And the holding never tires, and the holding never asks, and the holding will still be here, warm and even and sure, all through the hours you sleep. And rest. And far off, so far off it is barely a thing at all, there might be the smallest light. Not near, not coming, not asking anything of you. Only a low, warm light somewhere out past the edge of the dark. The kind of light a single window keeps burning across a great field at night, gold and small and steady, put there by no one you must answer, meaning nothing you must do. Only there, only warm, only keeping its little warmth in the far dark the way you keep yours in the near dark. The two of you warm at your separate distances with all the quiet night between, and neither one needing to cross to the other, neither one needing anything at all, only to go on glowing softly where you are. And warm. And it is a good thing to be a small warmth in a large dark, and to let the large dark be large, and to let the small warmth be enough. You do not have to light the whole of the night. You never did. You have only ever had to keep your own low warmth, and you are keeping it, easily now, effortlessly now, the way that far window keeps its gold without strain, without watching, simply by being warm and being left alone to be warm. And the night does not mind. The night is wide enough for all its small lights, and holds them all the same, dark and even and kind. And softer. And you may let that far light blur now, the way a light blurs when the eyes let go of it, softening and spreading until it is less a light than a warmth in the dark, a gold gone gentle at the edges, sinking down into the covered field like everything else sinks, warm and slow and unwatched. And there is nothing to keep your eyes on, nothing to keep your eyes for, and they may go on resting, closed and warm and still, while whatever small lights there are keep themselves far off, needing nothing, tended by no one, glowing on alone through the deep of the night as easily as you sleep through it. And let go. And now even the far light is gone, and it does not matter that it is gone, for the warmth stays whether you can see anything or not. The warmth was never in the seeing. It was always in the deep, in the ground, in the held and covered dark all around you. And that is still here, that has not moved, that will not move, warm and close and sure long after the last far glimmer has softened away into nothing. And so you may let the seeing go entirely now, all of it, the near and the far, and keep only the warmth, which needs no eyes, which reaches you through the skin and the slow breath and the resting weight of you, sure as the heat of the deep earth, quiet as the still deep pool. And warm and deeper. And how slow the breath has grown, slower than the falling of anything, slower than the turning of the warm ground, each one coming when it comes and leaving when it leaves and asking nothing of you in between. You do not breathe it. It breathes. The deep old part of you that has breathed through every sleep of your whole life breathes it now, without you. For you, taking each slow warm breath down and letting each slow warm breath go. On and on, patient and unhurried, as sure of its way in the dark as the earth is sure of its warmth. And you may leave it entirely to that. You have nothing to add to it. It has never once needed your help, and it does not need it now, and it will carry the breathing gently on through every hour you sleep, warm and slow and complete. And rest. And there is a kind of quiet that only comes this deep. Not the quiet of a room with the sounds turned off, but the deeper quiet underneath even that, the quiet the deep earth keeps, the quiet at the bottom of still water, the quiet the night settles into somewhere past the middle when everything that was going to rest has finally rested and nothing more is coming. And you have come down into that quiet now, the whole of you, and it has closed warm and even over you the way deep water closes, without a ripple, without a sound, holding you level and easy in a stillness that goes down further than you could follow even if you tried. And you will not try. There is nothing in you now that wants to try. And still. And you may feel, if you feel anything at all, only how completely you are let be. Nothing pressing in, nothing pulling out, nothing at the edges of you asking to be met. Only the warm, even dark, holding its distance kindly on every side, giving you all the room there is and taking none of it back, so that you rest in the middle of a great gentle space that wants nothing from you but that you fill it softly with your sleep. And you do. You fill it with your slow breath and your warm weight and your deep unbroken rest. And that is all it ever wanted. And it is glad, in the quiet way that spaces are glad, to be filled so gently and asked so little. And warm and let go. And further down still, past even the quiet, there is only the warmth and the slow breath and the sure soft holding, and no words for any of it and no need for words. For you are past the place where words reach now, down where things are only felt and never named, only warm and never spoken, only held and never asked. And my voice may come with you a little further, softer and softer. Less a voice now than a warmth of its own laid gently over the warmth already here. One more soft covering among the many, meaning nothing you must hear, saying nothing you must follow, only going quiet alongside you the way the field goes quiet, the way the light goes quiet, the way everything this deep in the night goes slowly and gladly quiet. And slower. And let it go quiet. Let the voice go quiet the way the far window went dark, softening and spreading and sinking down into the warm until there is no edge left to it, no word left in it, only a low warmth where the voice was, blending into the low warmth that was always here, until you could not say where the one leaves off and the other begins. And there is no reason to say, and no one to say it to, only the warmth, only the deep, only the slow kept breath carrying you on. And warm. And the earth turns under you, so slow, so warm, carrying its low, unfailing heat around through the long dark toward a morning that is nowhere near yet, that you need not think of, that will come on its own without you lifting a finger, without you keeping a single moment of watch. The turning does not need you awake. It has turned through every night of your life while you slept and lost nothing, and it turns now, warm and slow and sure, carrying you gently through the deep of the hours with no more asked of you than is asked of the sleeping field or the still deep water or the far dark window, which is nothing, which is only to be warm and be held and go on. And rest and warm. And you are so far down now, so warmly and completely down, that even the sinking has grown still, for there is nowhere left below you to sink to. Only the deep, warm, kept center where you have already come to rest. And you rest there now with nothing under you but more warmth, and nothing over you but more soft, and nothing around you but more of the wide, even dark. All of it holding, all of it turning slow, all of it going quietly on. And you need do no part of it. It does itself. It has always done itself. And tonight, at last, you may let it. And let go. And warm. And the hush lies down deeper than it has lain all night, and the warmth banks low and steady like the deep heat of the ground that never goes out, and the slow breath goes on breathing you soft and even through the dark, and there is nothing further at all, only the warm kept quiet and you asleep at the heart of it, carried on, and gently on. And deeper still. And even here, this deep, the warmth finds one more softness in you and eases it, one more small held place and opens it, moving so slowly and so kindly through the last of you that you will never feel it work. Only feel, if you feel anything, a little more given, a little more let go, a little more warm. And then that too settles, and there is nothing left it needs to reach, nothing left it needs to ease, only you, warm all the way through, held all the way down, kept all the way over, resting in a stillness so complete that the warmth itself grows quiet, having nothing left to do but stay. And stay it does. And warm. And the long, deep middle of the night goes on above you and around you and beneath you, all one warmth, all one hush, all one slow, sure keeping, and it carries you further into itself with every quiet breath, further from anything that could ask, further down into the warm kept dark where you are already so wholly and so gently held. And rest. And rest. And warm, and let go, and deeper still. And there is, somewhere far off in the warm of you, the smallest sound of something being folded and put away for the season, not by you. You need not lift a hand. Only the soft, heavy sound of thick cloth being laid down and smoothed flat and left to rest until it is needed again. And it will not be needed for a long, long while. And you are like that now, like something warm and good that has been folded once, gently, along its own soft creases, and laid in the low drawer of the night where the dark is kind, and the hours are deep, and nothing comes to disturb what has been set down to keep. And kept, and warm. And you may let yourself be that put by, laid down, closed over with something soft, with no more asked of you than is asked of the wool folded in the dark, which is only to lie still and hold its own warmth and wait out the long quiet without counting it. And you are so good at this now, so far into the ease of it, that the waiting is not even waiting anymore. It is only rest. Only the long, unhurried keep of the deepest part of the night, closing so softly over you. And softer. And out past the folded warmth of you, if there were any need to notice it. And there is not. The snow would be coming down over everything, not falling so much as arriving, without weight, without sound, each slow drift of it settling onto the last until the whole world outside is smoothed under a soft gray-white hush that takes every hard edge and rounds it, every sharp corner and softens it, every steep thing and lays it gently down under the same even quiet. And none of it touches you. None of it asks you to watch it come. It only comes all night, all on its own, patient and endless and slow, laying it soft over the soft that is already there. And the whole of it hushed. And you under the deepest fold of that hush, warm where the snow is cool, kept where the world is covered, held so far in from the edge of things that the falling and the settling and the smoothing over all happens somewhere out at the rim of a night whose warm, still center is only you. Only your slow, kept breath. Only the low, good heat of you going quietly on beneath everything that is being laid so gently to rest above. And rest, and warm. And maybe you can feel, without reaching for it, how the covering is a kindness, how the snow does not bury the field but keeps it, holds the warmth down in the dark ground through the hardest of the cold, so that nothing living is lost, only slowed, only stilled, only kept safe and low and waiting under the soft until the far turn of the year calls it up again. And you are kept like that tonight, covered not to be hidden but to be held, slowed not to be stopped but to be spared, laid low under the soft dark for no reason, but that you might come through the deep of these hours warm and whole and rested, with everything that matters still there, still yours, still safe, having only slept. And only slept, and warm. And there is nothing you must keep watch over while you are kept, nothing set out that will spoil, nothing left burning that will gutter, nothing waiting at a door that cannot wait. It is all covered too, all laid down under the same soft, all slowed to the same low patient keep as you. And so there is nothing for the watching part of you to do, and it may lie down at last with the rest of you, under the fold, under the snow, under the deep even hush, and be kept as well, and stop its watching and go warm and go still and go on down and softer and further in than the snow can reach, further down than the cold can come. The warmth of you banks and holds like something tended long ago and left to keep itself, a low steady glow with no flame left to it, only the deep orange heart of the ember that outlasts the fire, that needs no more wood, no more tending, no more breath, that simply holds its warmth low and even in the dark, and gives it out so slowly that it will still be warm when the whole long night is spent. And you are warm like that all the way through, from a heat that asks nothing more of you to keep it lit. It keeps itself. It has banked itself down for the night, and all you need do is lie in the low glow of it and be warm. And be warm and let go. And the ember does not fret that it is not aflame. It does not strain to leap or throw light or crackle in the dark. It has come past all that, into the quiet good work of simply staying warm, and there is a deep contentment in it, a settledness, a way of glowing on in the ash with nothing to prove and nothing to reach and nowhere to be but exactly here, low and warm and lasting. And something in you has come to that same low place tonight. Past the leaping, past the reaching, into the quiet keep of just being warm in the dark, just lasting gently through the hours, just glowing on. And glowing low and warm. And the dark around the ember is not empty. It is soft with the warmth the ember gives, a small round held pool of warm that fades so gradually into the cool beyond that there is no line to it, no edge, only warmth easing into more rest, and you at the low glowing center of it, giving your warmth out into the quiet and having it come softly back, kept in a circle of your own low heat that the night folds close and does not let go. And does not let go, and deeper still. And time, out past all of this, has gone soft and shapeless the way it only does at the very bottom of the night, no longer a thing of hours to be counted or morning to be reached, only a slow warm current with no near shore, carrying you without hurry through the deepest and the darkest and the most kept part of it all, the part that asks the least, the part that holds the most, the long low middle where even the night itself seems to have lain down and gone quiet. And you go with it, carried, kept, folded and covered and banked warm at the still heart of the dark, needing nothing, doing nothing, only breathing slow and being carried on. And carried and warm. And there is, so far down now that it is barely a thing at all, only the faintest sense of being tended in your sleep, not watched, not waited on, only quietly kept, the way something precious is kept without fuss by hands that have kept it a long time and know exactly how, a small soft seeing. To that moves over you once in the dark, checking that you are warm, that you are covered, that you are held, and finding you already all of these, already so deeply kept. Already so far into the good, warm dark that there is nothing left to do, but lay one last soft over you and leave you to your rest. And leave you warm and let go. And you are left, then, in the very best way, not alone, only unbothered, kept without being kept watch over, held without a hand on you, safe in a dark that has been made soft on every side and asked for nothing back. And the last thin edge of any needing to notice loosens, and lets go and slips down into the warm with all the rest. And there is only the long, low glow of you, banked and lasting, and the soft, heavy fold of the dark laid clothes, and the slow snow settling somewhere far out at the rim, and the slow breath going on, and softer still now. Everything, the words fewer, the warmth deeper, the dark closer and kinder than it has been all the long night. And there is a stillness gathering in you that is not the stillness of holding, but the stillness of having wholly let go. The settled, weightless, bottomed-out quiet of a thing that has come all the way down to where it was always meant to rest and found it warm there, and soft there, and safe. And you have come to that place. You are in it now. And it holds you without your holding on. And without holding on, and warm. And out where the snow has been settling all these hours, it has grown so deep and so soft and so evenly laid that there is not a sound anywhere in the whole covered world. Not the smallest, not the nearest, only a hush so complete and so kind that it seems to come from the dark itself. A hush that has been deepening all night toward this, its lowest and its softest and its most kept hour. And you are wrapped in the very heart of that hush, warmer than the snow, deeper than the quiet, folded so far into the soft keep of the night that nothing out there can reach you, and nothing in you needs to reach out. And nothing needs reaching, and rest. And the low ember of your warmth glows on in the dark without a flicker, steady and deep and long-lasting, asking nothing, keeping itself, warming the small, soft round of dark it lives in and letting the rest of the night be cool and quiet and far. And you at the center of it, banked and held and covered over, breathing so slow now that the breaths seem to come of their own accord, from somewhere deeper than deciding, each one warm, each one soft, each one carrying you a little further into the kept dark and asking nothing of you but to be breathed. And warm. And there is so little left to say now, and so little need to say it, that the words themselves have begun to settle like the snow, arriving soft and slow and further apart, each one laying down over the last and smoothing into the same warm hush, until soon there will be only the hush, only the warmth, only the slow kept breath and the low deep glow and the long soft dark folded clothes. And that will be enough. That is already enough. It has been enough for a long while now. And enough, and let go. And you may let the last of the noticing go the way the day let go of the light, not all at once, not with any effort, only a slow, soft dimming from the edges in, a quiet giving over of the last warm color to the coming dark, until there is nothing left to dim, and the dark has it all, gently, completely, and holds it. And you have given the day its whole long dimming now, hours and hours of it, and there is nothing left at the edges to let go of, only the deep, warm middle of you, kept and glowing, going quietly on into a dark that wants nothing from you but your rest. And only your rest, and warm. And deeper than the ember, deeper than the fold, deeper than the settling snow and the shapeless, slow current of the hours. There is only the warmth now, only the vast, even warmth that has no source you could point to because it is everywhere, under you and over you and all the way through you. One warmth, one hush, one long slow keeping that holds the whole of the night and the whole of you in it and turns, so gently, toward a morning you need not think of and will not have to make. That will arrive on its own the way the snow arrives, the way the breath arrives, the way the warmth arrives, without your lifting a hand, without your keeping a moment's watch, without your doing any part of it at all. And no part at all, and rest, and warm. And the folded warmth of you lies deep in the low drawer of the dark, kept and covered and wholly at rest, and the snow lies deep and soft over the whole hushed world, and the ember glows low and lasting at the still center of everything, and the slow breath goes on, breathing you gently through the deepest keep of the night with nothing asked, and nothing owed, and nothing left undone. And nothing left, and softer. And there is a warmth even under the warmth now, a last low deep of it that opens as you settle further, a place warmer and stiller, and more kept than any you have come to yet. And you sink the last soft distance down into it the way a warmth sinks into a warmth, with no line between, no edge, no falling, only more of the same deep good heat closing softly over the last of you and holding and going still. And still and warm. And here, in the deepest and the warmest and the most kept place of the whole long night, there is nothing to do and nowhere to be and no one to be it for. Only the warm, only the soft, only the slow, only the low glow going on in the dark and the long hush lying down over it and the quiet breath carrying you gently on through the deep of the hours toward a morning that is still so far away, so warm and far and unasked for, that you may let it be entirely, and lie here, folded and covered and banked warm. And simply rest. And simply rest, and warm, and let go, and deeper still. And the snow settles, and the ember holds, and the dark keeps you, and the breath goes on. And there is nothing further at all, only the warm kept quiet, and you asleep at the heart of it, carried on, and gently on. And warm, and rest, and deeper still. And somewhere far under all of it, far below the warm and the hush, the ground itself is resting, the deep, patient ground that has held everything all day without once being thanked, and it asks nothing now. It only lies there dark and even beneath you, taking the whole soft weight of the house and the night and you without effort, the way it has always taken weight, without strain, without counting, without needing you to notice. And you may let it hold you the way it holds the roots and the stones and the sleeping fields, simply, completely, with no part of you held back for the holding, and held, and low, and warm. And the roots go down into that dark and rest there too, unhurried, in no season of reaching, only of keeping, drawing the slow, good cold of the earth up into themselves and letting it be enough. And there is a kind of sleep the roots have that nothing above ground ever quite touches, a sleep with no dreams in it and no waiting, only the long, dark patience of things that grow without watching themselves grow. And you have some of that in you tonight, that same deep, unwatched growing, that same being kept without effort, and you may sink into it now, into the root dark, into the still black loam of rest where nothing is asked and nothing is hurried and the night does all the keeping, and down, and dark, and kept. And the seed lies deeper still, folded small in the cool of the ground, holding everything it will ever be inside a shell that does not need to open yet. That will not be hurried into opening. That lies there whole and quiet and sufficient in the dark with all its time still ahead of it and none of it owed tonight. And you are like that too, whole and folded and holding, needing to become nothing before morning, needing to open into nothing, only to lie here in the cool keeping dark and be entirely enough exactly as you are, small and warm and closed over your own quiet center, and whole, and folded, and still. And above the ground, the night has gone very deep, the deepest hour, the one that no one is awake to see, when even the last far window has gone dark, and the roads lie empty and shining, and the whole wide sleeping country breathes slow together in the dark. And you are one of the sleeping now, one small warm breath among all the others, nothing to set you apart and nothing to keep watch over, only your place in the great even hush of everyone at rest, carried along in it, held along in it, no more asked of you than of any of them, and among them, and easy, and warm. And far off, so far it is more felt than heard, the sea is turning in its sleep too, the long tide drawing quietly back down the dark sand, unhurried, taking the day's edges out with it, smoothing them under, leaving the beach clean and dark and level behind it with nothing left standing, nothing left marked, only the flat, wet shine of a shore wiped soft again. And something in you can go out with that tide, can let the day be drawn gently down and under and away, the way the water takes everything back without keeping any of it, without holding any grievance in the taking, only the slow, patient pull of the dark going out, and under, and gone soft. And the tide does not hurry and it does not stop. It only goes, the way your breath goes. One long withdrawal and then the slow, full return, and you need not follow it out and you need not call it back. It moves without you. It has always moved without you. The whole vast, patient machinery of the water rising and falling in the dark whether you watch it or not. And how much you may set down, knowing that, how much goes on being carried by things that never once required your hand, the tide, the ground, the turning dark, the long, unminded breath, all of it working while you lie here doing nothing, needing to do nothing, kept by a world that keeps itself, and kept, and carried, and warm. And the moored boat rides low and easy on that far dark water, tied loose to its post, lifting and settling, going nowhere, needing to go nowhere, only rocked by a water that means it no harm. And there is a rope holding it, but the rope is slack, the rope is soft, the rope asks nothing of the boat but that it float and be still, and the boat floats and is still, empty and dark and gently moving on the black gloss of the harbor with all its work done and all its far places forgotten, and moored, and slack, and low. And you are moored like that tonight, tied soft to the dark, lifting and settling on the slow swell of your own breathing, going nowhere at all, needing no far shore, only rocked, only held, only floated on the deep, still water of the hour with every rope gone loose and every setting out forgotten. And the water beneath you is very deep and very calm and very warm, and it holds you without your knowing how, the way deep water holds from everywhere at once, from below and beside and all around, so that there is no effort anywhere in the floating, no muscle in it, no minding of it, and floated, and deep, and warm. And down in that deep water, far under the gentle lifting, everything is still, the way the sea is still below its own surface, the way a great weight of dark water lies unmoving under all the small movement of the top, cold and calm and endless and entirely at peace. And there is a place like that in you now, far below the last small stirrings, a deep and level stillness with no current in it, no tide, only the great calm dark that has been there under everything all along, waiting for you to sink far enough down to feel it. And you are sinking to it now, softly, the last slow fathom of the descent, down out of all the small movement into the deep, unmoving calm, and down, and calm, and gone still. And the calm has a weight to it, a good weight, the weight of deep water, the weight of the quilt lying warm over you, the weight of the whole dark hour pressing gently down and holding you close against the mattress, against the earth, against the deep, still bed of the sea. And weight is a kindness now, weight is a keeping, weight is the world laying its slow, soft hand across you and telling you without words that you may stay, that you need not rise, that there is nowhere the weight will let you drift and nothing the weight will let you have to do, and pressed soft, and held down, and warm. And the house has settled all the way now, every board gone quiet, every small tick and creak of the cooling walls come to rest, the whole structure of it sunk down onto its foundations for the night, and breathing that slow, low breath that houses breathe in the deepest dark. And it keeps you the way it has kept you every night, without being asked, walls and roof, and the good closed door, all of it standing quiet around your rest, so that nothing of the wide night need reach you here. And you may let the walls do their standing, and let the roof do its holding, and lie in the middle of all that patient shelter with nothing of your own left to guard, and sheltered, and quiet, and warm. And beyond the walls the cold is out there, the clean, far cold of the deep night, but it does not come in, it never comes in. It only makes the warm around you warmer by being kept outside, the way the dark makes the ember brighter, the way the far makes the near more dear. And you can feel the difference of it even in your sleep, the great cold out and the small warm in, and how good it is to be the small warm in, folded down at the center of your own kept heat while the cold keeps its distance and asks for nothing and takes nothing and only stands off in the dark and lets you be warm, and inward, and kept. And the snow that lay so deep is under a deeper dark now, no longer falling, only lying, a soft white silence over the whole slow country, and nothing moves on it, and nothing crosses it. And it holds the last of the day's light so faintly that even the dark seems gentled by it. A gray soft glow along the fields that is barely light at all, only the memory of light lying quiet on the cold. And you need not look at it, and you need not keep it. It lies there whether or not you dream of it, smoothing the world down flat and soft, and even under the great turned bowl of the night, and smooth, and soft, and far. And there is a lamp, somewhere very far across all that snow, one small warm window burning low in the huge dark, and it is not for you to reach and not for you to walk toward. It is only there, only a small kept warmth in the distance saying that the warmth goes on, that somewhere it is always kept, that the little lights do not all go out in the deep of the night. And you may let it burn where it burns, far off and unreached, and stay here in your own small warmth that is nearer and softer and needs no walking to, folded down where you already are, kept where you already are, and near, and warm, and low. And how far you have come down into the night now, how deep and how quiet, further than the ground, further than the roots, further than the deep still water and the settled house and the snow-hushed fields, down into a place so far under the day that the day cannot follow, cannot call, cannot lay one thread of itself across you here. And it does not try to. The day is over. The day has gone all the way out with the tide and lain down under the snow and banked itself low in the ember and asked nothing more of you at all. And there is only the night now, only the deep kind keeping night, wide and slow and warm around you, going on. And only the night, and warm, and on. And the breath goes on beneath everything, the way the deep water goes on beneath the surface, the way the ground goes on beneath the snow, the slow good breath that has never once needed your minding, rising and falling on its own in the dark, warming you from the inside, keeping the small even tide of you moving while every other part of you lies still. And you may listen to it or not listen to it. It makes no difference to the breathing. It goes on the same, patient and low and sure, breathing you softly down and softly on through the long middle of the dark with nothing asked of you but that you let it, and low, and warm. And let it breathe you then, the way the tide is breathed by the moon, and the fields are breathed by the wind, and the whole slow world is breathed by something too large and too patient to name. Let yourself be breathed, be kept, be carried. One small, warm, sleeping weight in the great turning dark, doing none of it, holding none of it, only lying here at the still deep center of the night and being wholly, gently, completely at rest, and breathed, and carried, and warm. And the hours are turning so slowly now, so slowly you could not feel them turn if you tried. The great dark wheel of the night going round by degrees too small to see, easing the deepest hour softly past and toward the next, which is still deep, still dark, still warm, still yours to sleep straight through without ever once surfacing to check. And there is no checking to be done. There is no watch to keep. The hours keep themselves and turn themselves and will carry you the whole long way to morning whether you count them or not. So you may set the counting down for good and let the dark do all the turning, and slow, and kept. And deeper even than the deep water, deeper than the root dark, deeper than the last low fathom of the calm. There is a stillness now that has no floor to it, that goes on down and down as gently as you go on down into it. No bottom to strike, no landing to brace for, only more soft, dark opening under you the further you sink, welcoming you down and down with nothing sharp anywhere in it, nothing to catch on, nothing to wake for. And you are sinking still, so slowly, so easily, the last long drift of the descent that never quite ends and never needs to end, down through the warm dark toward a rest deeper than any rest you have a name for, and down, and soft, and warm. And there is nothing to find at the bottom because there is no bottom. There is only the going down itself, gentle and endless and warm, the long, slow settling of a thing that has no more need to arrive, that may simply keep sinking softly through the good dark all night long, deeper and stiller and warmer with every slow breath, held the whole way, kept the whole way, carried the whole way down, and kept, and warm. And the far tide goes out, and the deep water holds still, and the ground lies dark, and the roots rest, and the seed keeps whole in the cool of the loam, and the house breathes low, and the snow lies soft, and the small lamp burns far, and the cold stays out, and the warm stays in, and the breath goes on, and the hours turn slow, and you sink gently down through the deep, warm middle of the night with nothing asked and nothing owed and nothing at all left for you to do but rest, and warm, and deeper still, and softer now than any word could go, softer than the snow settling, softer than the tide drawing back. The night lays its last quiet over you, and you let it, and there is only the warm and only the dark and only the long, slow breath carrying you on, and warm, and gently down. And somewhere out past the edge of all of it, the last light of the last window has gone quiet, and the town has folded itself down for the night the way a hand uncurls when the holding is finally done, finger by finger, easing, and you are one small part of that great easing, one warm loosening among many, nothing special asked of you, nothing that sets you apart from the sleeping street or the sleeping field or the sleeping hills beyond, only another gentle thing come to rest in the dark, and welcome here, and expected here and allowed, and easing and soft. And if there was anything at all still held in the hands of you, still curled tight in some small place you had half forgotten you were closing, you may feel it now beginning to open of its own accord without your having to work at it, the way warmth opens a thing that the cold had drawn shut, slow and without effort, no prying, no pulling, only the quiet giving way of something that is finally warm enough to let go. And it lets go, and you did not have to make it. It simply, gently went. And lo, in some far room of the house of the world, a small fire has burned down past its flames now, down to the deep, soft glow of the coals. And the coals ask nothing of the night. They only hold their warmth low and steady and give it out into the dark without hurry, without needing to blaze, without needing to be tended, banked and quiet and enough. And you may be like the coals now, all your burning gone gentle, all your bright, hard effort settled down into a low-kept warmth that needs no tending, that simply holds and glows and stays. And the warmth of you is enough, exactly as low and quiet as it is, enough, and banked, and glowing soft, and still. And the blanket over you has grown heavier in the good way, the way weight becomes kindness when you are this far down, pressing you so gently and so evenly into the warm that there is no edge left anywhere where you end and the bed begins, no seam to find, no line to hold, only one soft, continuous warmth that was you and is now also the dark, also the quiet, also the long, slow breath moving through all of it without your help. And you are let out into it, spread thin and warm and easy across the whole still surface of the night, and nothing calls you back into the small, hard shape of holding. Nothing needs you to be small again. You may stay spread and soft and let go for as long as the dark lasts, and heavy, and kind, and wide. And far off, so far off it is more memory than sound, a slow train goes through country you will never have to travel tonight, its long, low note drawn out and out across the sleeping distance, going somewhere without you, carrying its own quiet cargo through the dark, asking nothing of you but that you hear it and let it pass. And it passes, and the note thins, and the dark closes soft behind it, and you did not have to go. You may lie exactly here and let every far-leaving thing leave without you, every train, every road, every light moving off toward its own morning, all of it going, none of it needing you to rise and follow, and let it go, and stay, and warm. And here, close in, closer than the far train, closer than the low coals, there is only the small good country of the bed, the whole warm land of it, and you the only traveler here, and the traveling all done, the boots off, the pack set down by the door of you and left there, and no more miles tonight, no more the long days walking finished, and the fire found, and the warm found, and the lying down found, and you have arrived at the one place there was ever any need to reach, which is here, which is rest. And arrived, and down, and done. And you may notice, if you notice anything at all now, how the noticing itself has gone soft at its edges, how the thoughts that used to arrive so sharp and sure now drift in already half-dissolved, more like weather than like words, passing across the wide, dim sky of you and thinning as they pass, none of them landing, none of them staying long enough to catch hold. And you need not follow a single one. You may let them weather through and away, cloud after slow, warm cloud, the sky of you growing clearer and darker and stiller behind each one, until the drifting thoughts come farther and farther apart, and the clear dark between them grows, and grows, and thins, and quiets. And the quiet between the thoughts is where you are going now, the wide, soft clearing in the middle of the night where nothing is being thought at all, where even the gentle words of this voice are only more warm weather passing over, meaning less and less, needed less and less, there to be leaned on lightly, and then not needed even to lean on. And you may let the meaning go before the sound does. Let the words become just a low, warm murmur at the edge of the dark, a hand resting on the back of your sleeping, no longer anything to understand, only something to be near, and murmuring, and warm, and far. And deeper in than the clearing, there is a warmth that was never lit by any fire, the plain old warmth of a body that is alive and safe and lying down in the dark. The warmth you have carried without thinking since the very first night of you, before you had a single word for it, before you knew to be afraid of anything, when to be warm and held and breathing was the whole of what there was, and it was enough. And that warmth is here still under everything, older than all the weight you ever picked up, and it is holding you now the way it held you then, without your asking, without your earning it, simply because you are here and alive, and it is what a body does. And you may sink down into that first old warmth and let it have you, and old, and safe, and warm as the very beginning. And slower now. And there is a stillness that comes into the hands last of all, into the small muscles that spent the whole day gripping and reaching and holding things up. And you may feel it arriving there now, the stillness, softening the palms open, letting the fingers curl loose and empty, nothing left in them to hold, nothing they need to keep hold of, the long habit of grasping quietly forgotten for the night. And the emptiness of the open hands is not a losing, it is a resting, the hands lying open and light and asking for nothing, done with their carrying, done and glad to be done, and open, and empty, and at ease. And the day you carried in with you has finished setting, the way the light finishes setting long after the sun is down, the last pale trace of it draining off slow below the far dark rim of things, going, and then simply gone, and the full deep dark come in behind it soft and complete. And the day is under the rim now, all of it, the whole long weight of it set at last below the edge of you where it cannot press anymore, and the dark that has come in behind it is not empty. It is full, it is warm, it is the good dark that was always waiting on the far side of every hard, bright day, patient, holding a place for you, and set, and gone below, and dark, and full. And you may feel how little is left of the distance now, how much of the long way down you have already come, so quietly, so easily, without struggling for any of it, each slow breath having carried you further than you knew, until here you are, further down than you have been in a long while, down where the noise of the world does not reach, and the pull of the morning does not reach, and even the memory of hurry does not reach, down in the low, warm still of things, with only a little further to go. And all night to go it in, and no need to go it any faster than the breath wants to take you, and low, and still, and nearly, and let the nearly be enough. And there is a softness gathering behind the eyes now, a heaviness that is not tiredness anymore but something kinder, the sweet leaden weight of sleep coming up to meet you from below, rising as slow as you are sinking, the two of you drifting toward one another through the warm dark, and the space between you closing, and closing, gentle as two tides finding their level, until there is no telling any longer whether you are sinking into sleep or sleep is rising to fold over you, and it does not matter. It was never a thing you had to do, only a thing you had to let happen, and rising, and sinking, and meeting, and soft, and quieter now. And outside, the whole large night keeps its long watch so that you do not have to. The dark standing guard at the window without a sound, the hours minding themselves, the far stars holding their slow places, all of it going on and on around your small, warm sleeping without needing one thing from you, and you tucked down in the middle of it like a seed of warmth the great cold cannot reach, kept and kept and kept. And you may hand the whole watch over now, every last corner of it, hand it to the patient dark that has kept 1,000 nights before this one and will keep this one too, easily, without your help, and hand it over, and kept, and safe, and warm. And even the breath is asking less of you now, drawing itself in slow and letting itself go slower, each one a little longer and a little further apart, the tide of it lengthening, no urgency left anywhere in it, the body remembering all on its own the deep, unhurried rhythm it keeps in the very heart of sleep. And you have only to let it, only to lie here and be breathed, the way you have been breathed through every night you ever slept faithfully, without once being woken to do it yourself. And slow, and long, and letting go. And if some small far part of you is still faintly awake enough to hear these words, it may let that be the very last small thing it does, this listening, this being near the warm, low sound, and then it too may soften and go, sliding down after all the rest of you into the deep, warm dark, the last light in the last window of you going gently out, not lost, only resting, only sleeping, only laid down soft for the long good night, and dimming, and soft, and nearly out. And the great slow turning goes on turning, carrying you the whole quiet way, and the far things stay far, and the near warmth stays near, and there is nothing left now on the whole wide dark that is yours to carry, nothing to keep, nothing to hold, nothing to do but lie here in the deep of it, warm and kept and breathed and slowly, slowly going all the way down, and warm, and gone soft into the dark. And lower still than that, where the words hardly reach anymore, where even this voice is only a warmth in the air near you, there is the plain, deep rest you came here for, waiting with no floor and no edge and no end to it, wide enough to hold every tired thing you are and never fill, and you are almost there, so nearly there, sinking the last soft distance toward it as gently as snow comes down, and it will still be waiting when the words are gone, and it will hold you all night long, and nearly, and soft, and almost home in the dark. And there is time, so much slow, warm time, the whole unhurried length of the night stretched out ahead of you like a long, dark field of it. Hours and hours of nothing but this. Nothing but the warm and the dark and the slow breath and the sinking. And you need spend none of it wisely. None of it well. You need only spend it here, lying still and letting the dark have you. Hour after unhurried hour, with morning so far off it is not even a thought yet, not even a shape on the edge of things. Only a rumor the night has not begun to tell. And hours, and slow, and far, and yours, and softer. And the last of the holding has gone out of the shoulders now, the way the last warmth goes out of a stone at the very end of the day, slow and complete, until there is nothing held anywhere in the whole long length of you, nothing braced, nothing kept ready, the body given over entirely to the bed, and the bed giving it back entirely to the dark. And you laid all the way down through every layer of yourself at last, the deepest layers loosening the way the top ones did, quietly, one by one, in their own slow time, with no hand needed to loosen them, and given over, and down, and loose, and still. And you may let the stillness be the whole of you now, just the stillness, and the warmth, and the far slow breath, and nothing else asked. And the dark draws itself a little closer, kind as a drawn blanket, and the quiet deepens by a shade, and somewhere the low coals settle another half-inch into their soft red sleep, and the far train is long gone under the rim of the world, and the open hands lie empty and easy, and the day is set below the edge for good, and you go on down so gently into the warm, deep middle of the rest that has no bottom, and down, and kept, and warm, and slower still. And there is nothing now. Is nothing but the warm, and the slow breath carrying you, and the deep dark holding you the whole long way. Ascend down, and softer, and warm. And the warmth stays, even as everything else thins away from around it. The warmth is the last thing, and it does not leave. It settles into you the way heat settles into a room long after the fire is only embers, holding on in the walls, in the floorboards, in the still air, giving itself back so slowly you cannot feel the giving, only the given. And you are that room now, warm in every corner of yourself, and no draft reaches you here, none at all. And somewhere out past the walls, the night is doing its own quiet work, the work it does every night whether anyone watches or not, folding the fields into the dark, drawing the last color out of things, turning the far hills into shapes and then into rumors and then into nothing at all. And none of that is yours to tend. The night tends itself. It has always tended itself. It laid down the dark over the whole turning world long before you were here to rest in it. And it will lay it down long after, patient and sure, needing nothing from you but that you let it cover you too. And you may let it. You may let the dark come over you the way it comes over a field at the end of the day, without your lifting a finger, without your deciding, the light just going softly, and the cool coming in behind it, and the small sounds settling, and the whole wide place easing down into its long blue quiet. And you among the settling of it. One more thing the night is gently putting to bed. Ascend lower. And the breath goes on, all on its own, the way the tide goes on, in and out, asking nothing of you, needing no thought to keep it, no watching to keep it true. It has done this the whole of your life, this slow going out and slow coming in, through every day you can remember and every one you cannot, faithful the entire time, never once forgetting, never once needing to be told. And it will not forget tonight. You may hand it over completely. Let the breath breathe you now. Let it carry the slow tide of you down, and down while you do nothing at all but float on the top of it, warm and easy, and carried. And if a thought drifts by far off, you need not swim out to it. Let it drift. It is only a light on the water somewhere, a long way from where you lie, and it will pass along the dark the way such lights do, growing smaller and dimmer and gone under the far edge, and the water will be smooth again where it was, and dark again and quiet. Nothing to follow, nothing to reach for. Only the smooth, dark water of yourself, and the slow tide breathing under it, and you set down gently on the surface of it like something the day is finally done with. And softer than that. And there is a kind of loosening that goes deeper than the muscles, deeper than the shoulders and the jaw and the slow opening hands, a loosening that reaches into the places that have no name, the held places far under, the ones that learned a long time ago to stay a little ready even in sleep. And those may loosen too, tonight in their own hidden time with no hurry and no help. You need not find them. You need not know where they are. It is enough to let them go the way you let go of a day you can no longer quite recall, not by trying, but by ceasing to hold. And they will loosen the way a fist forgets it was a fist, slowly, completely, into an open thing, into rest. Ascend down. And the bed holds all of it, every layer, the loosened and the still loosening, the warm outside and the quiet deep inside, holds you the way still water holds a small boat left out overnight, cradled, unbothered, rocking so faintly you could not call it moving, only being kept. And no one is coming to untie the boat. No one needs it anywhere. It may stay tied at the soft, dark edge of things until the whole night has passed over it, floating, holding nothing but the dark and the quiet, wanting for nothing, going nowhere, wanted nowhere else. And slower. And this is a place to rest for the night. Only that, and that is enough, not a mending of anything, not a solving, not a fixing of the days behind or the days to come. Only a wide, dark hour where the carrying is set down and the weight is nobody's for a while. And in the morning, if the heavier things still want tending, there will be daylight for it and people who care for you for it and hands other than yours to help hold it. But not now. None of that now. Now is only for the rest. Now asks nothing but that you sink. And you are sinking. And the quiet has weight to it now. A soft downward weight, the way deep water has weight, pressing so gently and so evenly all over you that it does not feel like pressing at all, only like being held from every side at once, held from above and below and all around, with no gap anywhere for anything to get in and trouble you. Wrapped in the quiet the way a stone at the bottom of a still pond is wrapped, far down under the light, where the surface troubles never reach, where it is always dark and always calm and always slow. And you are that far down now, that held, that undisturbed, and warm. And the night is long, and there is no edge to hurry toward, no far side to reach, only the wide, slow middle of it opening out around you like deep country in the dark, mile after soft mile of nothing but rest. More of it than you could cross in a whole night of trying. And you are not trying. You are only lying still in the heart of it while it goes on in every direction, dark and kind and endless, and none of it asked of you. You have only to be here, only to stay down, only to let the long, dark country hold you where you have come to rest in it. And lower still. And a small sound somewhere far off, the house easing its old weight, a beam settling, the soft tick of something cooling. And it does not pull you up, it presses you down, the way a familiar sound in the dark of a house you trust presses you further into the pillow. It is only the night keeping company with itself, only the quiet, breathing. And you belong to that quiet now, as much as the settling beam belongs to it, as much as the cooling and the dark and the long hush belong to it. One more settled thing in a house full of settling, going down as the house goes down, into the low blue stillness of the smallest hours, and softer. And there is nothing to keep watch for. Nothing waits in the dark that means you any trouble. The dark here is the kind that keeps you, the old kind, the kind that has been keeping the tired and the small and the worn through safe through the night since long before there were words for it. It kept the first sleepers and every sleeper since, and it does not tire of the keeping, and it will not tire of keeping you. You may trust it the whole night long. You may hand it the last of your watching and let it watch instead, so that you need not, so that no part of you need stay up on the walls tonight. Come down off the walls. The dark has them. The dark has had them all along. Ascend down. And the letting go moves on ahead of you now, further into the breath itself, so that even the breath grows smaller and slower and asks less room, the way a fire banked for the night asks less air, drawn down to its deep low glow, warm all the way through and using almost nothing, needing almost nothing, only to sit and hold its heat in the dark until the light comes. And your breath is banked like that now, low and warm and slow and sure. Enough to carry you the whole night on almost nothing at all. And slower. And the far things have gone all the way far now, past the edge of hearing, past the edge of thinking, out to where you could not reach them even if some part of you still wished to, and no part does. The whole day has drifted out there with them, the whole long weight of it, the said and the unsaid, the done and the left undone, all of it carried off gently on the outgoing dark like a tide taking the shore's small litter out past the point, quietly, without asking, leaving the sand smooth behind it, leaving nothing where the clutter was but the clean dark and the small sound of the water going. And you are left smooth like that, swept clean by the going tide of the day. Nothing on you now. Nothing left along the whole shore of you but the dark and the quiet and the slow return of the breath. And warm. And you need not follow the breath even to its edge anymore. You need not follow anything. You may let the following go the way you have let the rest go, softly, without deciding, until there is no one left inside minding the breath at all, and it goes on unminded, faithful in the dark, while the last watcher in you closes their eyes and turns to the wall and lets go too. All the watchers asleep now, all the minders. All the small keepers of the day laid down at last in the same warm dark, and none of them called back. Ascend down. And there is a softness that comes only this late, only this far down, when the mind has stopped tidying itself and stopped reaching after the loose ends of the day, a softness like the inside of the deepest part of the night, where thinking thins to almost nothing and what is left is only warmth, only weight, only the slow sea of the breath and the wide dark holding it. And you have come to that softness now. You are lying in the middle of it. And it will only grow softer from here, all on its own, deepening around you as the night deepens, drawing you further into itself the longer you lie still, so that you have nothing to do but keep lying still and let the softness do the rest. And it is doing the rest. And slower still. And the shape of you against the sheets has stopped being a thing you feel and started being a thing you only half remember. The edges gone quiet, the border between the warm of you and the warm of the bed grown soft and uncertain, and finally not worth the finding, so that you could not say now quite where you end and the held warmth begins. And there is no need to say. Let the edge stay lost. Let there be only the one warmth. Yours and the bed's and the dark's all run together into a single held thing, sinking as one thing, down and down, into the deep of the night. And gone soft. And even the dark has grown darker, the way it does in the last stretch before the turn of the night, thickening and gentling all at once, the last far window gone black, the last low light burned down, until there is only the one dark everywhere, seamless and kind and complete, with you folded so far into the middle of it that no edge of it shows anywhere, no seam, no place where the holding stops. Held all the way round. Held all the way through. Held down into the very floor of the night, and past even that, into the deep beneath the floor where the rest waits that has no bottom to it and never has. Ascend down. There is nothing to reach now, nowhere further to get to. You are already all the way here, already arrived in the deepest and quietest of it, and arriving asks no more of you, only staying, only the long, slow staying down through the dark hours while everything you carried stays set aside and everything you are stays gently kept. You have done the whole of the coming down. There is only the being down left, and being down is nothing at all. It is the easiest thing there is. It is only this, only warm. Only slow, only held. And softer. And the night will go on turning while you lie here, the slow wheel of it carrying the dark around over the sleeping world without a sound, and you turning with it, held on it, one small, warm, sleeping weight among all the sleeping weights it carries. No more asked of you than of any of them, no more expected, only that you rest as they rest, only that you let the wheel carry you the long, dark way to the far side of the night while you do nothing, know nothing, need nothing, only sink. And you are sinking. Descend lower. Descend warm. The last of the words are growing soft at the edges now too, the way everything else has, thinning as they reach you, arriving more as warmth than as meaning, so that you need not catch them, need not hold them, need not follow where they go. Let them blur. Let them be only a low warmth in the dark near you, a hand left resting on the blanket, a presence and no more, staying while you slip down under them into the place the words were only ever pointing toward. You do not need the pointing anymore. You have found it. You are in it. You may let the words dissolve and stay exactly where you are. Ascend down. And the deep goes on opening under you, gentle and dark and without end, and you go on down into it as slowly as a leaf comes to rest on still water, turning once and again, and settling, so light now that the coming to rest is almost the same as the resting. The last of the sinking and the first of the stillness run together into one long, soft arrival that has no moment you could name as the moment it was done. And slower. And there is time. All the dark hours of it still ahead, unspent, unhurried, folding out in front of you soft and endless as deep snow lying over everything, over the whole hushed country of the night, unmarked, untouched, needing no crossing, asking no track laid across it, only there, only white and silent and deep in the dark. More of it than you could ever use, and you may leave all of it unused, may lie here and let hour after hour of it lie unused around you, wasting nothing by wasting it. Spending the whole soft fortune of the night on nothing at all but this warm, sinking rest. And warm. And kept. And far down now, so far, where the last warmth holds and the deep dark closes over gentle as water closing over a stone. There is only the slow breath left, and the wide quiet, and the holding that does not end. Send down, and softer, send warm, and slower still than that. And there is nothing now that needs your keeping. The breath keeps itself, the warmth keeps itself, the dark keeps itself around you, close and even the way it has all along, without your asking, without your watching. You may stop watching. You may let even the watching go. And down. And the last of anything you were holding has long since found the floor of you and settled there. Quiet, out of the way. No weight to it anymore. Nothing pulling, nothing waiting. Only set down and stayed down where you laid it. And you above it or beside it, or nowhere near it at all now. Drifting free of the place you set it, floating on past the shelf and the table and the stones by the path until they are only softness behind you in the dark. Gone the way rooms go when you close a door on them and walk on. And you are walking on. No, you are not even walking. You are only drifting, only carried, only let. And warm. And how far down you have come. How gently. No single step you could point to, no drop, no falling, only the long, soft settling of a thing that was always going to settle, coming at last to where it was always going to come, easy as breath finding the bottom of a breath, easy as evening finding the bottom of a day. You are at the bottom of the day now, the whole of it above you and behind you and done. Done. And you may let it be done. And slower. And the words are almost only breath themselves now, the same as yours, coming and going in the dark at the same slow pace, no longer telling you anything, no longer asking you to know, only keeping you company in the low, warm way a sound keeps company, a sound you have stopped listening to and only feel, the way you feel a fire in a room without watching the flames. Let them be that. Let them be only the warmth of a voice and not the voice. Let the meaning drift off them like heat off a stone, and leave only the low, even glow. And down. And lower than down. And here, this far in, this far under, there is a kind of quiet that has no edges, that does not begin anywhere or end anywhere, that was here before the words and will be here after them, wide and dark and soft and entirely without hurry, and you have come all the way down into the middle of it, and it holds you the way water holds what floats, without effort, without grip, only by being everywhere around you at once, only by being deeper than you could sink. And you have stopped sinking. Or the sinking and the stillness have become the same slow thing, and there is no longer any telling one from the other, no longer any need to tell, only the one soft state that is both, the resting that is still faintly falling, the falling that has already come to rest. And warm. And kept. And the night goes on without you now, turns on without you, carries the dark around over the world without any help from you at all. And that is right. That is how it was always meant to go. You were never the one holding it up. You may lie here under it and add nothing, do nothing, be nothing it needs, and it will turn just the same, patient and huge and slow, all the way round to morning while you stay exactly here, small and warm and set down in the deep of it. And morning is a long way off yet. So far. Hours of dark still folded soft ahead, unspent, and you need not spend a single one of them, need not cross them, need not count them. They will pass on their own, one into the next, the way dark hours do, whether you follow them or not, and you will not follow them. You will lie here beneath them and let them pass over you like slow water over a stone that has finally stopped rolling. Stopped. All the way stopped. And how good the stopping is, how little it asks. It asks nothing. It is the one place that asks nothing. You have looked for it a long time and here it is, and it was never far, it was only under everything, only waiting for the everything to be set down so you could sink to it, and you have set the everything down, and you have sunk. And you are here. And here is enough. Here is all of it. And softer now. And the breath, if you find it, is slow as the tide is slow, going out longer than it comes in, letting go a little more than it takes each time, so that with every slow turn of it you are a shade further down, a shade further gone, a shade more given over to the warm dark that holds you. And you do not have to make it so. It is already so. The body has taken the breath back into its own keeping, the way it does every night of your life, and it will breathe you gently down and hold you gently under and bring you gently through to the light without ever once waking you to ask. It knows the way. It has always known. You may hand it the whole of the night and trust it entirely and let go. Let go. And down. And the voice is thinning now. You can feel it thinning, drawing back the way warmth draws back into the last coals, still there, still near, but lower, quieter, asking even less of you than before, leaving even more of the dark to be only dark, only soft, only yours. And that is right, too. It was only ever here to walk you down to the door of sleep, and you are at the door. You are through the door. You do not need walking anymore. So it may go quiet, and you may go on without it. On into the deep, where it is warm, where you are held, where nothing is asked, and slower. And the last small lights of thinking are going out one by one across the dark of you, the way lights go out across a valley late at night, one and then another and then a long dark space and then one more, further off, dimmer, until there are almost none, until there is almost only the dark and the quiet and the slow breath moving through it. And you do not put them out. They go out on their own, willingly, gladly, each one glad to rest, each one done for the day. Let them go. Let the valley go dark. Let the last far light gutter and fade and leave you the whole soft darkness to lie down inside. And it is dark now. And it is warm. And it is quiet. And you are so far down. So far. And there is nothing left to do but stay. Only stay. Only sink the last soft distance and stay. And warm. And down. And the dark holds, the way it has held all night, the way it will hold till morning, even and close and endless and kind, asking nothing, keeping everything, letting you be nothing but a slow, warm breath in the middle of it. And slower than that. And softer than that. And you may let this be the last of it now, the last of the following, the last of the knowing. You may let even these few warm sounds blur down into the dark with all the rest and follow nothing further, hold nothing further, need nothing further. There is only the deep now, only the warm, only the long, slow staying down through the dark. And you are staying, all the way down, and kept, and warm, and here, and the night turns, and you turn with it, gently, gone, and down, and rest, just rest, and warm, and down, and slower, and quiet now, all quiet, all warm, all held, and the dark goes on. Soft, and deep, and slow. Rest. Rest now. All the way. Unstay. And warm. And down. And rest. Rest. Sleep now. All the way down. And warm.